Chapter 1704. Just as Yong Kai was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard the sound of a fish splashing against the water nearby. Looking over, he found a dolphin about a meter long swimming over and swallowing one of the blue sea lotuses in one gulp. Although most of its body was hidden in the sea, this dolphin-like creature's posture was very elegant, and even the way it chewed the sea lotus was slow. Seeing Yong Kai looking at it, the little dolphin blinked its eyes and showed no signs of fear, slapping its tail against the water as it swam slowly towards another pink sea lotus. A moment later, the pink sea lotus was also swallowed by it. The little dolphin seemed to be in a good mood, and even the speed at which it swung its tail became much faster. Yong Kai wanted to drive it away, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided against it. Since entering the sea, all the sea beasts he had encountered had been fierce and vicious without exception, all of them attacking him without any hesitation. This little dolphin looked harmless to humans and animals, and Yong Kai didn't sense any danger from it, so he simply let it be. One person and one dolphin, working separately, quickly collected the sea lotuses. The 6 silver lotuses and the golden lotus were all collected by Yong Kai, and the little dolphin only managed to pick up a few leftovers. It seemed to be a little unhappy as it boldly swam to Yong Kai's side and circled around him, constantly making strange noises. Yong Kai couldn't help laughing, and after the little dolphin nudged him with its head once, he had no choice but to take out a blue lotus from his space ring. He couldn't refuse the little dolphin's eager eyes. The little dolphin's eyes lit up in an instant, and it began making urgent noises, like a baby waiting to be fed. Yong Kai brought the blue lotus to its mouth, and the little dolphin swallowed it in one gulp, its eyes narrowing into crescents, making for a beautiful sight. After the blue lotus entered its stomach, the little dolphin burped in satisfaction and swam around Yong Kai even faster. It was much more intimate than before. Yong Kai grinned. After being soaked in the sea for several days, his cold body seemed to have warmed up a lot. Not far away, the seawater was parted and rapidly approached in a straight line. There seems to be some beast under the sea, smelling the scent of Yong Kai, and the little dolphin arousing its appetite. The little dolphin was very sensitive to danger and immediately hid behind Yong Kai. It stuck out half of its head and looked in that direction, its eyes showing human-like horror. Yong Kai reached out and patted it, signaling it to calm down. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the approaching sea beast. A moment later, a monstrous wave rose into the sky. A horrifyingly large, shark-like sea beast leaped up from the bottom of the sea. It opened its gigantic mouth, and its sawtooth-like teeth gleamed with a sharp light. It bit towards Yong Kai viciously. The little dolphin's tail swung violently as it made anxious and hurried sounds. Yong Kai didn't move at all. He waited until the sea beast was about a meter away from him before he suddenly punched out, hitting the sea beast's forehead with lightning speed. With Yong Kai as the center, the seawater nearby suddenly dropped, and a circle of ripples quickly spread in all directions. Boom! At a speed visible to the naked eye. The seemingly majestic sea beast's forehead caved in, and its huge body also collapsed into a ball. Immediately, under the tremendous force, it flew hundreds of meters away before it crashed into the sea. Soon, dark red blood seeped out from the other side. The huge sea beast floated up with its belly turned over, motionless. The little dolphin was obviously stunned for a moment. Its 2 extremely bright eyes looked at Yong Kai, then at the sea beast in the distance, and then back at Yong Kai. It seemed to be unable to understand. How could such a small Yong Kai beat such a big sea beast? The size of the two was simply on the same level. However, it obviously didn't think much about this issue. Instead, it looked at Yong Kai with worshipful eyes and made a sound of joy from its mouth. It then swam in front of Yong Kai and used its head to nudge Yong Kai's body. Yong Kai looked at it in amazement, not quite understanding what it wanted to do. The little dolphin continued to nudge. After a long time, Yong Kai finally understood. He pointed to the back of the little dolphin and asked, "You want me to go up?" The little dolphin nodded vigorously. Yong Kai's expression was strange. Looking at its 3 feet-long body, he hesitated and said, "That's not very good. Aren't you a little too small?" He was afraid that the little dolphin couldn't carry him. The little dolphin didn't allow him to say anything and dove into the sea. The next moment, Yong Kai felt that he was being lifted up by something and was slowly rising. After a while, half of the little dolphin's body came out of the water. It cried out happily as it swam forward quickly, riding the wind and breaking the waves. It was fast and steady. Yong Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. "I have underestimated you." The little dolphin's swimming speed in the sea was more than 10 times faster than his. When it moved forward, the sea seemed to take the initiative to part to both sides without adding any resistance to it. The little dolphin looked back proudly and glanced at Yong Kai with a look that said, "Praise me more." Yong Kai laughed and stood on the little dolphin with peace of mind, letting it fly forward with him. He didn't know what kind of creature this dolphin-like little thing was. Judging from its cowardly behavior just now, it would be very difficult for it to survive in such an environment. However, it was able to understand his words, which meant that its intelligence wasn't low. At the very least, it wasn't inferior to a 7 or 8-year-old child. However, with the little dolphin as a ride, Yong Kai felt a lot more relaxed. At least he didn't have to soak in the sea all day. As for why it was so intimate with him, and even asked him to sit on it, it must know that without his protection, it would be difficult to survive here. This was also a kind of cooperation, a win-win situation. Yong Kai thought that the little dolphin wouldn't be of much use except as a ride, but soon he found that he was wrong. He was very wrong. This little thing swam freely in the sea, seemingly without any order or purpose, but it could always bring Yong Kai to some sea lotuses scattered in the deep sea. Yong Kai initially thought that it was just luck, but 2 days later, he found that this was the little dolphin's ability. It seemed to be able to accurately find the location of the sea lotuses from thousands of miles away. Yong Kai had a great harvest. In addition to the dozens of sea lotuses he found at the beginning, in the next few days, he harvested at least 100 more. The number of pink and green sea lotuses was still the most. There were fewer silver sea lotuses and only 3 golden ones. This was a rare commodity worth hoarding. These things were a specialty of Serene Soul Island and couldn't be found anywhere. Using these sea lotuses, Yong Kai could refine a large number of body-tempering pills. Not only could it enhance his own strength, but it could also quickly improve the physical quality of his friends and family. Therefore, the more sea lotuses there were, the better. The little dolphin also ate until its belly was round. It was the one who brought Yong Kai to find the sea lotuses, so Yong Kai naturally wouldn't stop it from eating. Time flew by, and about half a month later, Yong Kai stored at least 500 sea lotuses in his space ring. Although he didn't know the value of sea lotuses on Serene Soul Island, just by thinking about the rate of sea lotuses near and far, he could determine that these things should be a scarce resource on Serene Soul Island. Unless Serene Soul Island organized a team of masters to explore the sea and collect them, they would be able to obtain a considerable harvest. Otherwise, they could only search near the coast. On this day, the little dolphin brought Yong Kai to an island. This island didn't occupy a large area, only a few dozen kilometers in radius, less than 1% of Serene Soul Island. This was the first time Yong Kai had seen an island other than Serene Soul Island, so he was naturally very curious. The island was connected to the sea by a sea river that led directly to the interior of the island. The little dolphin followed the sea river and entered the island. A moment later, a lake on the island appeared in front of Yong Kai. This lake was connected to the sea outside, occupying about 1/5 of the island's area. Countless sea lotuses were blooming, dazzling the eyes with a variety of colors. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 sea lotuses in this lake. Yong Kai's eyes lit up. Even though Yong Kai had a great harvest these past few days, he couldn't help but smile. Good job. Yong Kai sat cross-legged on the little dolphin and patted its head. He wasn't stingy with his praise. The little dolphin was very happy. After spending these past few days together, the little dolphin had become more and more dependent on Yong Kai, especially after Yong Kai casually killed so many sea beasts. It couldn't help but worship Yong Kai. Those sea beasts were behemoths to the little dolphin, each of them capable of eating it alive. But for Yong Kai, a single punch was enough to kill them. Soon, the man and the dolphin arrived at the island's lake. Yong Kai jumped down, stepped on the lotus leaves, and quickly shuttled through the lake. Sea lotuses of different colors were collected into his space, ring one after another. The little dolphin was not willing to be outdone, and began devouring the sea lotuses, its belly soon becoming round. Then it began to swim in the lake with nothing to do, looking carefree and carefree. In less than an hour, Yong Kai had collected more than 2/3 of the sea lotuses in the lake. Just as he was full of energy and was about to sweep this place clean, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out in his ears. This roar was filled with blood and tears, as well as indescribable grief and indignation, as if one's parents had died. Bastard, you dare steal this old master's shadowed heaven lotus? As soon as these words fell, a figure rushed over from not far away, glaring at Yong Kai angrily, stomping his feet on the ground, and leaping into the air. 2 deep footprints were left on the ground. In midair, the man threw a punch towards Yong Kai. The punch was silent and seemed to be light and powerless, but Yong Kai's eyes narrowed and a dignified expression appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, he let out a long roar, leapt into the air, and met the incoming punch with a punch. The 2 fists collided without any fancy moves, and a force pattern visible to the naked eye swept through the air like a ripple. The scene seemed to freeze for a moment. After a short while, a deafening sound rang out as a violent force erupted, directly distorting the surrounding space. Yong Kai was sent flying, and the cultivator of unknown origin was also unable to stabilize its body, somersaulting several times in the air before being sent flying back. Chapter 1705. Yong Kai landed lightly on a lotus leaf and raised his head to look ahead. Only now did he have the time to size up the newcomer. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be an old man with a short stature. Even if he stood up straight, Yong Kai estimated that he was still a head shorter than himself. His complexion was dark like the bottom of a pot, comparable to old Blackface, Yen Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Perhaps because his treasures had been taken away by Yong Kai, this old man's complexion had become even darker. The clothes he was wearing were simple and crude, made from the skin of an unknown sea beast. The clothes were in tatters and looked tattered. His bulging muscles were exposed, and they were filled with explosive power. It was very eye-catching. It could be said that apart from this old man's short stature, his body was well-proportioned, which was the most direct manifestation of his physical strength. The old man obviously hadn't thought that Kai Yong would be able to take his fist head-on and not fall into a disadvantageous position. After landing on the ground, he frowned slightly. Immediately after, he rushed over at an even faster speed and roared, "Little brat, today either you die or this old man dies." Yong Kai had taken 2/3 of the shadowed heaven lotus, which was even more serious than taking his life. So how could he let Yong Kai off so easily? If possible, Yong Kai did not want to fight with such a muddle-headed person, but seeing this old man's demeanor and tone, he knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. Moreover, he rarely encountered an opponent like this old man. So naturally he was a little excited. Not only did he not shrink back, but he also laughed and rushed forward. In midair, the 2 figures separated as soon as they came into contact, and only after a long time did a violent explosion resound. The second time they fought, the two were still evenly matched, neither gaining an advantage. Without any time to breathe, the two rushed towards each other again. The little dolphin was hiding in the lake on the island, looking up, its eyes filled with worry. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk bursting sounds kept coming from the island, and Yang Kai and the old man gradually shifted the battlefield to avoid affecting the ocean lotus in the lake. At this point, both of them had the same scruples, not wanting to destroy the precious alchemy materials. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the battlefield was shifted to the sea. Yang Kai no longer had any scruples, and his eyes lit up. He pushed his physical strength to the limit and tangled with the unknown old man, their fists and feet colliding. This barbaric way of fighting allowed him to experience a carefree feeling he had never experienced before. He laughed out loud and did not care about his injuries at all. He looked like he was going to fight the old man with his life. He had never shown any signs of failure. The old man's expression was stern, as he was secretly shocked. He had been on Serene Soul Island for hundreds of years, and he had long known what kind of cultivation method he should choose to survive here. He had originally thought that his attainments in the physical body were extremely high, enough to occupy the top position in the territory. But he did not expect that a young man who suddenly appeared could actually fight with him to such an extent. This young man's physique was not inferior to his at all. The sound of bones breaking could be heard constantly, and blood splattered everywhere. The old man was surprised to find that this young man's blood was not red. Instead, it was golden in color. That golden blood contained a blood vitality and energy fluctuation that left him flabbergasted. It was as if this young man's blood was comparable to the most precious divine material in the world. Boy, your good luck has come to an end. The old man's eyes flashed fiercely as he flicked his wrist, and a hammer-like artifact suddenly appeared in his palm. Taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai blocked his punch, he swung his fist fiercely, swinging it fiercely towards Yang Kai's forehead. Although he could not use his Saint Chi and could not display the full power of this artifact, the old man's tremendous strength was enough to split the sky. If it really hit, Yang Kai's head would definitely explode. Yang Kai did not expect this old man to be so cunning. Seeing the hammer close in, Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly tilted his head. At the same time, his body suddenly bloomed with a five-colored light. This light flowed. Gradually, the yellow light took over and covered Yang Kai's body. 5 elements, indestructible sword tempering art, earth sword Qi. The earth sword Qi Yang Kai cultivated was powered by divine nullification sand, a rare Origin King grade material that had extremely high defensive properties. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the earth sword Qi quickly condensed into a shield shape in front of the hammer. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the yellow energy shield was blasted apart, and the hammer smashed into Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body sank slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. Grinning fiercely, he rushed into the old man's defensive circle and slammed his hands upwards. The old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated, but he was still unable to avoid this desperate counterattack. His chin was caught by Yang Kai's hands, and his entire head jerked backwards. If it were not for his powerful physical body, this blow alone would have been enough to kill him. Even so, the old man still saw stars and almost fainted. He staggered back several dozen meters, but before he could regain his footing, he glanced over at Yang Kai in fear and quickly fled. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, not pursuing. Only when the old man's figure disappeared from sight did he move his shoulder that had been hit by the hammer. With a series of cracking sounds, the dislocated bone was restored. This old man, Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. From beginning to end, he had not had the time or effort to ask the old man about his origins, or why he lived so far away from Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin's cry came from the island's lake. Yong Kai turned his head to look at it and found that the little dolphin was looking at him nervously, seemingly worried about whether he had been injured. Yong Kai cast a reassuring look at it before walking over. There was still a third of the sea lotuses left in the island's lake that had not been collected, so Yong Kai naturally did not intend to let them go. The old man had called these sea lotuses shady heaven lotuses, but Yong Kai was sure that he had never heard of such a thing before. Probably as he had guessed before, shady heaven lotuses were a special product of Serene Soul Island, and only circulated within Serene Soul Island. No one could take them outside. After a while, Yong Kai had finished collecting all the shady heaven lotuses. He looked up and found that on a mountain a few miles away, the old man was standing there with a face full of grief and indignation, looking at him with helpless eyes. That feeling was as if the heart of the woman he had always cared for had been easily captured by another man. Yong Kai grinned at him. The old man's lungs were about to explode as he turned around and left. He had no way of defeating Yong Kai, so rather than humiliating himself, he would rather not see it. Yong Kai found a simple wooden house nearby, presumably built by the old man. Yong Kai moved in without hesitation. 3 days later, Yong Kai was studying the efficacy of the shady heaven lotuses and the body-tempering pill, hoping to improve them to a perfect level when light footsteps suddenly came from outside the wooden house. Yong Kai smiled and put down the matter at hand, waiting quietly. A moment later, the door of the wooden house was opened, and the old man stood in the distance with a pale face, about 100 feet away from Yong Kai, looking at Yong Kai with a complicated look. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "You are not from Mingyu?" Yong Kai frowned and asked, "Who is Mingyu?" A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Yong Kai seriously, as if trying to see if he was lying. Yong Kai's eyes were clear as he looked back at the old man. The old man nodded secretly, his attitude softening a little, no longer carrying the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife, slowly saying, "You don't know Mingyu? It seems you have just entered Serene Soul Island not long ago, right?" "Old sir is wise," Yong Kai praised casually. "You are right. I have only been here for about a month. No wonder." The old man squeezed out a smile, "But it was extremely ugly. Since you are not from Mingyu, we can have a good talk." "I was thinking the same thing." Yong Kai smiled slightly. If not for this, he would not have stayed on this island. He did not know much about the situation on Serene Soul Island, nor was he able to explore the inside of Serene Soul Island. Now that he had finally met a living person here, and one who had obviously lived here for many years, he naturally had to make good use of him. "Can this old master come in and talk?" the old man asked, somewhat gloomily. "Of course. This is old sir's residence." Yong Kai invited him in a carefree manner. The old man's mouth twitched, but he did not show much fear. Although he felt that he was not a match for Yong Kai, he was confident he could escape from Yong Kai if he really went all out. He believed that Yong Kai would not be stupid enough to fight him to the death. After the old man sat down in front of him, Yong Kai asked, "Old sir, who is this Mingyu you mentioned just now?" The old man snorted coldly. "A scoundrel?" Yong Kai was stunned, thinking that this old man seemed to have quite a bit of enmity with Mingyu. Otherwise, the old man would not have gnashed his teeth at the mention of this name. "He is the current island master of Serene Soul Island," the old man added. "Mingyu is the island master." Yong Kai raised his eyebrows. When he first came to Serene Soul Island, he had heard the thin man mention the island master. He did not expect to learn the island master's name from this old man. "That's right." Yong Kai rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old sir said that he is the current island master of Serene Soul Island. Could it be that there were other island masters before?" The old man looked at Yong Kai in surprise, secretly admiring his sharp thinking, and then proudly said, The previous island master was this old master. Yong Kai was stunned for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the disrespect." "Humph, you're just a stray dog." The old man laughed at himself and said, "Now, this old master can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. What's there to be disrespectful about? What's more, this old master was defeated by you." "It was just a fluke," Yong Kai said modestly. The old man did not linger on this issue and stared deeply at Yong Kai. "Have you cultivated an extremely profound body refining secret art?" Chapter 1706. A few days ago, when he was fighting with Yong Kai had suddenly used the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. With his eyesight, he had naturally noticed some clues. On Serene Soul Island, Saint Chi could not be used at all, so the only explanation for the 5-colored light was that it was a body-tempering secret art. The power cultivated from a body-tempering secret art was not in the scope of Saint Chi, so it was not restricted by Serene Soul Island. Yes, Yong Kai did not conceal anything. The old man's face suddenly flashed a fiery look. Body-tempering secret arts were relatively rare throughout the entire star territory, and profound body-tempering secret arts were even rarer. However, just because they were rare did not make body-tempering secret arts precious. Firstly, it was more difficult to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method. Even if it was an ordinary body-refining cultivation method, it would be difficult to cultivate it to an extremely high level. Secondly, a cultivator would not have so much energy to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method in their lifetime. A cultivator's standard of strength and survival was Saint Chi and spiritual energy, so even if many people knew the benefits of having a strong physical body, there was no way to cultivate a body-tempering secret art. But on Serene Soul Island, things were different. In this damned place, Saint Chi could not be used, and spiritual energy was suppressed. Cultivating a body-tempering secret art was the best and brightest path for a cultivator. Over the countless years, countless cultivators had wandered to Serene Soul Island. So naturally, some body-tempering secret arts had also poured into Serene Soul Island. The old man had also cultivated one, but it was an extremely ordinary secret art, completely different from Yong Kai's 5 elements indestructible sword tempering secret art. The reason why the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering secret art was so powerful was not because of the secret art itself, but because of the materials required to cultivate it. The old man knew that if he could obtain Yong Kai's body tempering secret art, his strength would definitely increase greatly. So when he heard that Yong Kai had a profound body tempering secret art, his eyes became fiery. As a master with great strength, he knew that secret arts could not be obtained casually, so the old man could only suppress the desire in his heart. "Let me introduce myself. I am Shahu." When he said this, there was a sense of pride in his voice, as if Yong Kai should have heard of this name. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Yong Kai just lightly cupped his fists. "So it's Mr. Shah, I'm Yong Kai." Shahu frowned and asked tentatively, "Have you never heard of this old master's name?" Yong Kai chuckled. "Mr. Shah, are you from the deep sea?" Shahu nodded and asked, "Are you from the mainland?" "Not bad." Shahu understood. On Shadowed Star, deep sea and inland cultivators belonged to 2 different systems. Although they were not completely isolated from each other, it was rare for them to set foot in each other's territory. It was not strange that people from the inland did not know the names of the powerhouses in the deep sea. After learning this, Shah, whose expression relaxed slightly, and he chuckled, "This old master has been here for more than 300 years. Back then, this old master was the 2nd temple master of Sea Temple. How is Sea Temple doing now?" "Old Sir is the 2nd temple master of Sea Temple?" This time it was Yong Kai's turn to be stunned. "I won't hide it from Old Sir. I came from the vicinity of Sea Temple's Sunrise Island." Sea Temple is now a very powerful force in the deep sea and can be considered the strongest among the human race, enough to compete with Sea God Palace. Shah, who listened quietly, feeling relieved. Shah, who said, "That group of brats seems to have some skill. Boy, do you have some kind of friendship with Sea Temple? How did you end up at Sunrise Island?" "I just happened to pass by, but we don't have any friendship," Yong Kai chuckled. Perhaps because he had inquired about his relationship with Sea Temple, Shah, whose expression relaxed a lot. Seeing that Yong Kai was not as aggressive as most young people, he was naturally very satisfied with him. Both of them put aside the awkwardness of their previous battle and began chatting. Yong Kai wanted to know about the situation on Serene Soul Island. Shah, who, on the other hand, wanted to inquire about the current situation of Sea Temple. So with one asking and the other answering, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. After a long time, both of them obtained the information they wanted. Yong Kai frowned. This Serene Soul Island was a strange place, an independent, enclosed space. No one could find a way out. Even Shah, who, as the island master of Serene Soul Island, could not leave this place. Mingyu, on the other hand, was originally a vice island master under Shah, and was not much weaker than him. But one day, Mingyu's strength suddenly soared, and he competed with Shah, who for power. As a result, Shah, who was naturally defeated, and had no choice but to flee Serene Soul Island and hide on this small island. Calculating the time, it was nearly 100 years ago. For 100 years, Shah, who had endured humiliation, hoping that one day he could return to Serene Soul Island and take revenge. Unfortunately, his strength seemed to have reached a certain bottleneck, and he could no longer continue to improve, so he could only stay here. Fortunately, this place was very far from Serene Soul Island, and most people would not be able to reach it. When Shah, who fled here in the past, he had only narrowly escaped death. Yong Kai was the only intelligent life form he had seen in the past 100 years. As for how big this independent space on Serene Soul Island was, even Shah, who could not say. He had once left this island to explore, but the deeper he went, the more powerful the sea beasts he encountered became, to the point where even he was no match for them. So he had no choice but to retreat. Is there really no way to leave Serene Soul Island? Yong Kai frowned. Perhaps there is, but this old master cannot find it. Shah, who shook his head. At the very least, it cannot be found here. What senior means is, Shah, who frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "This is just this old master's guess. Whether it is correct or not, this old master is not sure." "Senior, please speak. If there is a way out here, Serene Soul Island is the only clue. There is a very strange place there that this old master wanted to investigate but was unable to enter," Shah, who said unhurriedly. Yong Kai's expression changed slightly. Shah, who smiled. "If the two of us join forces, we may be able to see Serene Soul Island, but this is just a possibility. Ming, you was stronger than I was back then, and now that 100 years have passed, I do not know how strong he has become. Perhaps we will just be walking right into his trap." Yong Kai did not comment. He did not care how strong Mingyu was. In his battle with Shah, he had not used his full strength. What's more, he still had the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao as his trump card. In terms of pure strength, who in the world could be stronger than Xiao Xiao? As long as Xiao Xiao took action, no one on Serene Soul Island could be its opponent. Yong Kai was considering the authenticity of Shahu's words. Although this old man had a good temper, Yong Kai did not know what he was trying to achieve with his help. If Yong Kai were to fall into his trap, the gains would not make up for the losses. Yong Kai would rather measure the heart of a gentleman with his own narrow-mindedness than regret it later. Seeing Yong Kai remain silent, Shahu promptly changed the topic. "Were you studying shadowed heaven lotuses and shadowed heaven pills just now?" Yong Kai recovered from his contemplation. Nodding, he said, "And These things are a specialty of Serene Soul Island, right? Indeed. Shadowed heaven lotuses cannot be found in the outside world and can only be produced on Serene Soul Island. The cultivator who has fallen here uses shadowed heaven pills to enhance their strength. Unfortunately, this old master does not know alchemy, so shadowed heaven lotuses cannot provide him with any help. Otherwise, do you think this old master would have left so many shadowed heaven lotuses in the lake? Speaking of this, Shah, who had a pained expression on his face, 1,000 shadowed heaven lotuses. On Serene Soul Island, there were thousands of cultivator, and even after several years of searching, they might not be able to find so many. But now they had all entered Yonkai's space ring. Yonkai suddenly asked, "Does Old Man Shah have a shadowed heaven pill recipe?" "Of course." Shahu chuckled, proudly saying, "This old master was once the island master of Serene Soul Island." Something like a pill recipe. As he spoke, Shahu's eyes lit up as he pointed to Yonkai and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you an alchemist?" If Yonkai was not an alchemist, there would be no need for him to ask about a pill recipe. Shahu stared at Yonkai with a scorching look in his eyes. It was as if he had seen an amazing treasure. Yonkai chuckled, "Kind of, are you really an alchemist?" Shahu stood up directly. Yonkai nodded again. Shahu froze for a moment before laughing. "The heavens have not forsaken me. The heavens have not forsaken me. Good, good, good." The reason why his strength had stagnated over the years was because he had no shadowed heaven pills. Directly taking shadowed heaven lotus had no effect on him at all. Only by refining shadowed heaven lotus into a pill could it display its proper effects. Therefore, when he learned that Yonkai was really an alchemist, Shah, who was so excited that he lost his composure. But soon, Shahu frowned. Glancing at Yonkai, he let out a deep sigh. "What's wrong?" Yonkai was puzzled. A moment ago, Shahu had been as happy as a child, but now he had become so desperate. The contrast was simply too great. Even if you are an alchemist without earth fire, you can't perform alchemy. Shahu's face turned ashen as he sat down again. Serene Soul Island's alchemists are extremely rare. Out of tens of thousands of people, I'm afraid there are only 4 or 5 alchemists. These alchemists have varying levels of skill, but if they want to perform alchemy, they must rely on Serene Soul Island's earth fire. We don't have any here." "I don't need earth fire." Yonkai chuckled. "Nonsense." Shahu sneered. "Which alchemist doesn't need earth fire to perform alchemy? Perhaps it is possible outside, but here Saint Chi cannot be used, so one can only rely on earth fire." As Shahu spoke, he was left speechless, because he clearly felt a burning power spread from Yonkai's body. This was not Saint Chi, but spiritual energy. Conflagrated knowledge, see? Shahu's face changed drastically. Yonkai smiled innocently. Even in the outside world, he did not need to use Saint Chi to perform alchemy because he had always used his conflagrated knowledge, see? What's more, he had the Firebird. Since fusing with brilliant flame sex, heavenly thunder fire, the Firebird had evolved into a complete sentience and could assume human form. She had also fused with Yonkai's natal artifact, the alchemy furnace. She herself was the best earth fire. At the very least, Yonkai could enter the sealed world bead to perform alchemy. The sealed world bead was also a self-contained world where Saint Chi was not restricted. With these various advantages, Yonkai did not need to worry about alchemy at all. However, there was no need to expose these to Shahu. Chapter 1707. After learning that Yonkai was not only an alchemist but also possessed a conflagrated knowledge, see, so he did not need to rely on Saint Chi or earth fire to perform alchemy, Shahu was ecstatic. This meant that as long as he maintained a good relationship with Yonkai, he would not have to worry about not having enough shadowed heaven pills in the future to increase his strength. After 100 years of waiting, he finally saw the hope of revenge. he handed over the Shadowed Heaven pill recipe without reservation and let Yong Kai study it himself. When you've finished studying the pill recipe and set out to refine the Shadowed Heaven pill, this old master has something to ask of you, Sha Hu said with a smile, deliberately trying to get closer to Yong Kai, the wrinkles on his face furrowing into a ball, making him look extremely amiable. Yong Kai naturally did not act politely, allowing Sha Hu to do as he pleased before diving into the research of the Shadowed Heaven pill recipe. Yong Kai had some Shadowed Heaven pills on hand, so he could infer the approximate configuration of the pill recipe from them. Now that he had a complete pill recipe, this process became much simpler and easier. What's more, Yong Kai's alchemy level was one of the top in the Star Territory, so with his eyesight and experience, not only could he understand the Shadowed Heaven pill recipe, but he could also make improvements to it. This was only natural. After all, the Shadowed Heaven pill was developed by the alchemist who had wandered to Serene Soul Island, and the level of the alchemist who had wandered here was not too high, so how valuable could the pill recipe they developed be? At most, it could be said to have provided Yong Kai with some reference. From beginning to end, it only took Yong Kai 5 days to design another Shadowed Heaven pill recipe. Compared to the one given by Sha Hu, this one was undoubtedly many times better and required a lot of replacement materials. This also reduced some of the conflicting medicinal properties. Now that the pill recipe was complete, Yong Kai naturally began to perform alchemy. However, he was still missing one herb. The medicinal efficacies of the Shadowed Heaven lotus were very overbearing. If taken directly, it might be able to improve a cultivator's physique in a short time, making their physique much stronger. However, if there were no other herbs to neutralize the medicinal efficacies, they would only be able to take it for a short period of time. Forcibly taking it would not only not help the cultivator, but would also damage the cultivator's body. Yong Kai called Sha Hu over. For the past few days, Sha Hu had been standing guard outside the wooden house, not leaving even a single step, meditating as he made his own plans. Hearing Yong Kai's call, he couldn't wait to rush into the wooden house, looking at Yong Kai with eager eyes. Old Sha, I still need some how-to-inia chordata. Sha Hu chuckled and waved his hand, causing a large pile of fish smell grass to appear in the wooden house. The air in the room immediately became turbid. This purple seaweed, which was only 3 inches long, was not a specialty of Serene Soul Island. It could be collected in almost any deep-sea territory, and its value was not too great. Forces like Sea Temple and Sea God's Palace disdained to collect it and simply allowed it to grow in the sea. However, its medicinal effect could perfectly fuse with the Shadowed Heaven lotus. The two conflicted and neutralized the overbearing characteristics of the Shadowed Heaven lotus, making it easier for the cultivator to absorb the Shadowed Heaven pill. Seeing the countless fish smell grass in front of him, Yong Kai froze for a moment before turning a meaningful look toward Sha Hu and saying, "Old Sha seems to have come prepared." Sha Hu rubbed his hands and said, "Yong Kai, help this old master refine some Shadowed Heaven pills. As long as I have Shadowed Heaven pills, this old master can improve his strength again. At that time, we will have a chance to return to Serene Soul Island and find a way out." Yong Kai smiled lightly. Although he knew that Sha Hu was trying to tempt him, he didn't care, and simply said, "I have no problem refining for you, but do you have any Shadowed Heaven lotus?" The thousands of Shadowed Heaven lotuses in the lake on the island had already entered Yong Kai's space ring, so he would not take them out for Sha Hu to refine. "You underestimate this old master too much." Sha Hu smiled like a sly old fox. With a flip of his hand, Sha Hu took out 17 to 18 Shadowed Heaven lotuses, all of them silver grade. Yong Kai was stunned. Sha Hu grinned. How could this old master not know the principle of not putting all his eggs in one basket? "I haven't been staying on this island all this time for the past 100 years. I've gone out to explore from time to time, so there should be some gains. Not only that, I've also collected a lot of supplementary herbs for refining shadowed heaven pills. See if there's anything you need." Saying so, Sha, who took out a lot of other herbs, Yong Kai nodded and did not refuse, leaving behind the useful herbs and taking back the useless ones, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I have no problem refining for you, but I can't do this for free." 50-50. Shahu did not wait for Yong Kai to finish and directly stated his price. "Tell this old master what supplementary herbs you need, and this old master will go out and help you find them. This old master will only take half of the shadowed heaven pills refined." "Deal." Yong Kai no longer hesitated and nodded happily. With Shahu being so forthright, it would only make him look petty if he continued to refuse. After getting along with this old man for a while, Yong Kai found that apart from some disagreements at the beginning, they got along quite well. Seeing Yong Kai agree, Shahu smiled even more happily. On the same day, Shahu left the island and went to the territory to look for all kinds of supplementary herbs. Although Yong Kai also had some alchemy materials on hand, they were not enough to support a large number of shadowed heaven pills, so he had Shahu look for them as a precaution. After Shahu left the island, Yong Kai waved his hand. A red flame shot out from the palm of his hand and twisted in midair. The next moment, a beautiful woman with a fiery figure and an indifferent expression appeared in front of Yong Kai, her red hair fluttering in the wind. She wore fiery red armor that only covered her full breasts and the sensitive parts from her thighs to her lower abdomen. She had an attractive collarbone, a flat abdomen, and a delicate navel that was exposed to the air. Her two beautiful legs, from the middle of her thighs, were as white as snow, and her delicate jade feet were spotlessly clean. Amidst the raging flames, she exuded a strange sense of beauty. Artifact spirit Lu Yen. Today, she could no longer be called a firebird. She had her own sentience and could assume human form. She had been given a name by Yong Kai and could be regarded as a special creature. "What orders does master have?" Lu Yen asked in a deep voice as soon as she appeared. "I want to borrow your strength to perform alchemy. Cooperate with me," Yong Kai said lightly. Lu Yen nodded without saying a word before transforming into an alchemy furnace. The shape of this alchemy furnace was identical to her natal artifact, but it was completely composed of flames, making it far more outstanding than the Origin King grade alchemy furnace. Yong Kai concentrated on this, held his breath, and threw in the materials he had prepared one by one, communicating with Lu Yen with his divine sense to control the heat. The process of refining the shadowed heaven pill was not complicated, so with Yong Kai's methods, it was naturally easy for him to succeed. Half a day later, a pill fragrance filled the air from the wooden house. Yong Kai seized this opportunity and poured his divine sense into the alchemy furnace, using the method recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture to condense the pill. A short while later, 3 flames shot up from the alchemy furnace into the sky. Yong Kai stretched out his hand and drew the 3 streams of light over to him, falling into a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand. A gurgling sound came from the jade bottle as Yong Kai fixed his eyes on it and smiled with satisfaction. The pill condensing technique recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture was extensive and profound. If used properly, one could condense multiple pills at a time. Unlike before, when one could only refine 1 pill per set of materials. Over the years, Yong Kai had often tried to use this pill condensing technique to condense pills. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed, but he still gained some insights. Now that he had condensed 3 pills at a time, it was not a small breakthrough. Taking out a shadowed heaven pill, Yong Kai put it in his mouth and tasted it, feeling the medicinal efficacies contained within. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to devote himself to his alchemy. Half a day later, another furnace of shadowed heaven pills was successfully refined, and this time Yong Kai condensed 4 shadowed heaven pills, an even better result than the first time. As time passed, and the number of times he refined increased, Yang Kai's technique became more and more proficient, and the time it took to refine a furnace of shadowed heaven pills also became shorter and shorter, going from half a day to 2 hours and then to 2 hours. The speed at which he refined these pills was incredible. In the process of constantly performing alchemy, Yang Kai's pill condensing technique also improved. It could be said that this rare alchemy experience allowed Yang Kai to make another substantial breakthrough on the alchemic Tao, which was an unexpected surprise. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind, and Yang Kai turned his head to look, only to find that the little dolphin had arrived at the wooden house at some unknown time. It swung its tail and swam through the air, as if it was swimming in the sea without the slightest hindrance, its posture graceful. Yang Kai couldn't help gawking when he saw this. It was impossible to use Saint Chi on Serene Soul Island. Even with his strength, Yang Kai couldn't fly on Serene Soul Island, and could only rely on his powerful physique to perform long-distance jumps. However, the little dolphin had obviously broken this common sense, and was actually able to swim through the air, even if it couldn't fly very high. The little thing was obviously attracted by the pill fragrance, and when it came to Yang Kai's side, its nose twitched slightly as it stared eagerly at the alchemy furnace in front of it. Yang Kai saw crystal-clear saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth, making a crisp sound as it dripped onto the ground. Yang Kai was immediately disgusted by this little thing and didn't even have the mood to ask why it could swim through the air. The little dolphin let out an irresistible sound as it kept rubbing its head against Yang Kai's body, not caring if it was interfering with his alchemy. Yang Kai rubbed his temples and could only hand over a jade bottle filled with shadowed heaven pills to the little dolphin. The little dolphin excitedly took this bottle, circled around Yang Kai a few times, let out an excited cry, and left with the jade bottle in its mouth. Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy. 3 days later, Shahu returned to the island and brought a large number of supplementary herbs to Yang Kai before waiting quietly outside the wooden house. Smelling the pill fragrance wafting from the wooden house, Shahu felt as if he had become hundreds of years younger. Chapter 1708. So many? Are they all for me? Shahu's eyes widened as he stared at the jade bottles placed in front of him and asked in surprise. And Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Didn't we agree to split them 50-50? This is the 50-50 number. Shahu was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. He had provided Yang Kai with a total of over 100 silver lotuses over the past few days, which was almost all he had in stock. He had thought that obtaining 200 shadowed heaven pills would be quite good, but now the jade bottles in front of him told him that the reality was much better than he had expected. There were at least 60 to 70 jade bottles here, each filled with 10 pills, which meant that Yang Kai had given him 600 to 700 shadowed heaven pills. How did he refine so many shadowed heaven pills? As the former island master of Serene Soul Island, Shah had seen many poor alchemists refine shadowed heaven pills, but in the hands of those alchemists, it was already considered good if they could refine 2 or 3 pills, so how could they produce as many as Yang Kai could? This only showed that Yang Kai's alchemy level was countless times better than those poor alchemists. Young boy, you are a friend. This old master will accept. Shah, who restrained his expression and looked at Yang Kai seriously. If one day we can escape from this place, this old master promises that the door of Sea Temple will always be open to you. Yang Kai's honesty and trustworthiness moved Shah, who had personally witnessed Yang Kai's strength and knew that such a person was worth making friends with, so his words were sincere. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Since old man Shah has said so, it would be impolite for this little one to refuse." Being able to win over such an ally on Serene Soul Island was naturally something Yang Kai hoped to see. It was better than wandering here alone. Moreover, Shah, who was the former island master of Serene Soul Island, so He knew a lot about Serene Soul Island. Advancing and retreating together with him would be beneficial in the future. Shahu laughed. Unfortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, drinking with you would have been a great joy in life. Forget it. This old master will first see if these shadowed heaven pills are useful to this old master. He had not taken shadowed heaven pills for nearly 100 years, causing his strength to stagnate. Now that he had obtained so many shadowed heaven pills, he could not wait to test them. Taking out a jade bottle, Shahu took out a pill from it and stuffed it in front of Yang Kai's face. The next moment, Shahu's body shook as a look of disbelief filled his face, calling out in shock, "An origin-grade pill? Yang Kai, you are actually an origin-grade alchemist?" This time, who's of course. Before, when Yang Kai said he was an alchemist and could refine shadowed heaven pills, who had not paid much attention to it. He had only thought that Yang Kai had some attainments in alchemy, but as soon as this shadowed heaven pill entered his mouth, who realized something was wrong. The shadowed heaven pill Yang Kai had refined was completely different from the ones he had taken before. The biggest difference was the grade of this pill. Who could instantly tell that this shadowed heaven pill was an origin grade pill, and at least an origin grade mid-rank one at that. It might even be high rank. This meant that Yang Kai was definitely an origin grade alchemist. Who did not dare to imagine that Yang Kai was an origin king grade alchemist, because that was just a legend. The spirit pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into his lower abdomen, and then into his limbs with the dantian as its center. Whose old face instantly flushed red. He no longer had the time to talk to Yang Kai, and quickly focused on absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not disturb him again. Instead, he left the wooden house, found a quiet place on the island, and began to take the shadowed heaven pill. The shadowed heaven pill he refined was completely different from the ones he had obtained from the 2 dead people before. The shadowed heaven pill he had obtained before was not completely refined, so its medicinal efficacies were not fully displayed. However, on Serene Soul Island, this kind of situation was simply unavoidable. The level of alchemists, the inability to use their Saint Chi, the quality of the earth fire, and various other factors all forced the alchemists of Serene Soul Island to refine shadowed heaven pills and waste a large number of shadowed heaven lotuses. Yang Kai had made up for all these shortcomings, so it would be strange if the spirit pill he refined was not good. After a few days of experimentation, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. The shadowed heaven pills refined with silver lotuses were origin grade, those refined with blue lotuses were Saint King grade, and those refined with pink shadowed heaven lotuses were Saint grade. Each grade of shadowed heaven pill had vastly different effects. Yang Kai did not use golden lotuses to refine because there were too few of them, only about 10 of them. However, Yang Kai felt that if he used golden lotuses, he should be able to refine origin king grade shadowed heaven pills. The medicinal efficacies shuttled through his meridians and physique, transforming his body, meridians, and cells, causing Yang Kai's physique to become stronger and stronger. This was the first time Yang Kai had taken a shadowed heaven pill, so the benefits he obtained were simply unimaginable. On top of that, because he had taken a lot of life revitalizing jade cream before, his physique was already close to perfection, so he was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of shadowed heaven pills much faster. In less than half an hour, the medicinal efficacies of an origin grade shadowed heaven pill were completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Without delay, Yang Kai took out another pill, tossed it into his mouth, and continued to absorb its medicinal efficacies. Unable to cultivate Saint Chi or spiritual energy, taking shadowed heaven pills to cultivate one's physique was the only way out for a cultivator on Serene Soul Island. 3 days later, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the direction of the wooden house. The little dolphin swimming in the lake on the island raised its head and glanced over before casually retracting its head under its lotus leaf and no longer paying attention. A figure shot up into the sky from the direction of the wooden house and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. A short time later, Shahu stood in front of Yang Kai, his eyes shining brightly and his aura seemingly having become stronger. Yang Kai opened his eyes, glanced over at Shahu, and smiled. Old man Shah seems to have made a breakthrough. Shahu looked at Yang Kai gratefully and nodded. Good, after 100 years of seclusion, this old master has finally reached a new height, and this old master feels that there is still room for improvement. Young boy. This old master will remember this kindness. Old man Shah is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai, how about you take a punch from this old master? Shah, who asked with a smile. In this damn place, he had no target to practice with, so he could only turn his attention to Yang Kai. Good. To his surprise, Yang Kai agreed. Shah, who did not hesitate, letting out a roar as he stomped his feet on the ground and shot out like an arrow from a bow, throwing out a punch midair. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place, motionless, simply looking at Shahu with a smile, seemingly not putting this earth-shattering blow in his eyes. Shahu was stunned. He shouted angrily, "Young boy, you don't take this old master seriously, do you? Old man Shah, feel free to use your full strength." Yang Kai responded indifferently. Shah, whose old face was somewhat embarrassed, although he was very grateful to Yang Kai, being looked down upon like this made him feel very uncomfortable. Hearing Yang Kai say so, stealing his heart, Shah, who really did use his full strength. The sound of air exploding rang out, as Shah, whose fist flew through the air like a falling star, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. If this punch struck, even a 1,000-meter-tall mountain would be smashed to pieces. Yang Kai simply stretched out his palm and blocked it. His expression was calm and indifferent. The next moment, the fist and palm collided. Yang Kai's body only shook slightly, but he still sat in place, not moving. Shah, who on the other hand, was forced back 3 steps by a huge rebound force, a slight blush appearing on his face that quickly disappeared. Shah, whose expression fluctuated. His previous anger disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. When he fought with Yang Kai a few days ago, although he was at a slight disadvantage, he had not been completely suppressed like he was now. But today, even with the increase in his strength, he was unable to shake Yang Kai's body, even if he used all his strength. This could only mean one thing. While his strength was growing, Yang Kai's strength was also growing, much faster than his. Otherwise, such a situation would never have occurred. How many shadowed heaven pills did you take? Shah, who hesitated for a long time before asking this critical question, 100 or so. Yang Kai thought for a while and said. Shah, who sucked in a breath of cold air, the corners of his eyes twitching as he asked in amazement, "Can your body bear it?" Over the past 3 days, he had only taken about 10 shadowed heaven pills. The shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai were not comparable to those produced on Serene Soul Island. These were genuine origin-grade pills, and if one took too many in a short time, no matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies and would only cause damage to one's physique and meridians. In the worst-case scenario, one's body would explode and die. Taking 10 shadowed heaven pills in 3 days was already Shahu's limit, but Yang Kai had actually taken 10 times as many. Why can't I bear it? Yang Kai asked curiously. He had yet to mention that many of the shadowed heaven pills he had taken had formed pill veins. A single shadowed heaven pill was equivalent to the medicinal efficacies of 2 pills. Shah, who stood dumbfounded on the spot and shook his head repeatedly, muttering in a desolate tone, "Monster, monster." He was certain that he was no longer Yang Kai's opponent now. If he still had the confidence to escape from Yang Kai a few days ago, Now he no longer had such confidence. It was conceivable that as time passed, the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai would only grow larger and larger. It's really good to have a good body tempering secret art, Shah, who secretly sighed to himself. What he did not know was that the reason Yang Kai was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of 100 shadowed heaven pills in such a short time was not only because of his body tempering secret art, but also because of the solid foundation he had built with the life-revitalizing jade cream. This was a condition Shah who did not possess. An origin-grade alchemist was a monstrous existence who had shown him kindness. Shah, who would be a fool not to make friends with such a person. Shah, who secretly made up his mind that whether or not he could escape from Serene Soul Island in the future, Yang Kai would be his most loyal ally. Chapter 1709. About 3,000 kilometers away from Serene Soul Island, on a sea territory, a several-meter-long ship was sailing slowly, shuttling back and forth in search of precious shadowed heaven lotuses. There weren't many cultivators on the ship, only about 20 or so, and a few of them were standing on the deck, their eyes wandering back and forth across the sea. Most of them wore resentful looks as they sat in place with gloomy eyes. These people exchanged glances from time to time, all of them showing looks of unwillingness and humiliation. Pang Zhen of Sunrise Island and Qian Mo of the Sea Clan were among them. Both of them were third-order origin returning realm cultivators and could be considered top-level masters on Shadowed Star, but after arriving on Serene Soul Island, they found that everyone here was stronger than them. Of course, this was only in terms of physical strength, but on Serene Soul Island, the only indicator of strength was the strength of one's physique. Pang Zhen and Qian Mo's third-order origin-returning realm cultivations were completely useless here. They had been stranded on Serene Soul Island for quite some time now, so it was more than enough for Pang Zhen and Qian Mo to figure out the situation here. An ugly man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly walked in front of Qian Mo. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and touched his chin with one hand. He used a scrutinizing gaze to scan Qian Mo's beautiful and alluring body. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as he let out a low and lewd laugh. Qian Mo raised her head and glanced at him, her pretty face immediately sinking. Lady Qian Mo, you should consider this carefully. If you submit to this master will guarantee you a safe and sound life in the future. Not only will you be able to officially join Serene Soul Island, you won't have to do any dangerous work, but you will also have a chance to obtain some shadowed heaven pills. This is a very good deal. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance. You should know that others won't be as easy to deal with as me, the sharp-mouthed man said in a seductive tone. The man's eyes became even more unscrupulous as they stared at Qian Mo's full breasts, secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Serene Soul Island was a damned place, so it was very difficult for anyone to enter it by mistake. There were only a few thousand people on Serene Soul Island in total. There were even fewer women, especially beautiful women. Any beauty was an extremely precious existence. They could even be treated as rare goods that could be exchanged for large amounts of shadowed heaven pills. Qian Mo was undoubtedly such a person. The sharp-mouthed man had his eyes on Qian Mo. Taking advantage of his position, he tried to force Qian Mo to submit to him. Once he achieved his goal, he would not care about his own pleasure. Either way, it would be a good deal to exchange it for shadowed heaven pills. However, what made him angry was that no matter what he said, Qian Mo ignored him. In any case, he was still one of the commanders of the Sea God Palace. Qian Mo did not put the pointy-mouthed man in her eyes. She could kill dozens of people like him with one hand if they were outside. Therefore, when faced with the man's persuasion, Qian Mo only replied with one word, "Scram." "You." The sharp-mouthed man was furious. He pointed his finger at Qian Mo and pretended to slap her. It was as if he wanted to vent his anger by slapping her. Walala, almost half of the people on the ship stood up. They all looked at the sharp-mouthed man with cold eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. These people were all the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace who had fallen on Serene Soul Island last time. Now, they had obviously abandoned their former enmity and were on the same side. Therefore, when they saw Qianma, they were about to be punished. They all stood up at once. It was as if they were waiting for the sharp-mouthed man to make a move so that they could rush up and tear him to pieces. In the end, the sharp-mouthed man did not slap her. Although he did not fear the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace, if they really fought, the winner would be his side. However, the island master of the Dark Moon Island had clearly ordered that the residents of Serene Soul Island were not to kill each other. Anyone who violated this order would be sentenced to death. This was not because the island master of the Dark Moon Island loved his people, nor was it because he was generous and merciful. It was because there were too few people on Serene Soul Island. There weren't many people on the island to begin with. If they were to kill each other over some trivial matters, then, as the island master, he wouldn't have any subordinates to command. He would really become an island master with no subordinates, and it wouldn't be fun to be the island master. On Serene Soul Island, only the island master himself and a few of his trusted subordinates could kill. The others, no matter what position they held, were not qualified to decide the life or death of another person. When Pangjun Qianma and the others had just fallen on Serene Soul Island, they were not considered residents of Serene Soul Island, so naturally they were not included in this list. Therefore, the thin leader could take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few people. On one hand, it was a deterrent, and on the other hand, it was also for fun. Now, the situation was different. Although most of the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace had not officially joined Serene Soul Island, they had a register. The sharp-mouthed man did not dare to offend the island master. Good, good, good. The sharp-mouthed man sneered. You have guts to offend me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Little girl, you look down on me, right? One day, I will make you beg me to accept you. I hope you can still maintain this unwillingness to be violated when that time comes. Hee hee. At this moment, a Serene Soul Island cultivator on the ship suddenly shouted, Master, a beaver beast has been spotted 3 miles away. It's rushing towards us. Is that so? The sharp-mouthed man's eyes lit up. He turned his head and looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw a ferocious-looking sea beast that was more than 10 meters long. It was approaching them while raising monstrous waves. A smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he glanced over at the cultivators who had opposed him before and said leisurely, when collecting and searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, the greatest danger comes from these different kinds of sea beasts. And all of you have only just arrived on Shadowed Soul Island, so it is time for you to gain some experience. Except for Qian Mo. Everyone else will face these enemies. I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the more than 10 cultivators of the Sea God Palace and Sea God Palace all changed. Outside, none of them would put this beaver beast in their eyes. They could kill it with a wave of their hand, but on Serene Soul Island, they might not be a match for the beaver even if they worked together. This was the first time they had gone out to sea, and the first time they had participated in the search for shadowed heaven lotuses. Without taking shadowed heaven pills to temper their bodies, they were no match for the beaver beast. The sharp-mouthed man was obviously retaliating, and he was doing it openly, so he would not violate the island master's orders. What? Are you all deaf? Don't you listen to my words? The sharp-mouthed man looked at Pang Zhen and the others triumphantly, infinite pleasure surging in his heart. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became fierce as he shouted, Throw them all into the sea. Without experiencing a few battles with these sea beasts, they won't know how precious shadowed heaven lotuses are. Ooh! The sharp-mouthed man's subordinates responded loudly, each of them grinning from ear to ear. as they grabbed at different targets. Pang Zhen and the others struggled to resist, but how could they be a match for the sharp-mouthed man? Although these Serene Soul Island residents were not as strong as Pang Zhen and the others in terms of cultivation, they had more or less taken some shadowed heaven pills to temper their bodies. So their physiques were generally strong. In just a few moments, Pang Zhen and the others were beaten black and blue and fell into the sea one after another. The beaver beast that was rushing over obviously became much more excited, and its speed suddenly increased, as its target was Pang Zhen and the others who had fallen into the sea, wanting to eat them as food. Cheap slave. The sharp-mouthed man stood on the boat, admiring the struggling posture of Pang Zhen and the others, glancing sideways at Qian Mo and sneering. If they die, it will be your responsibility. Ha ha ha, if you had submitted to me earlier, this wouldn't have happened. But it's not too late now. As long as you kneel down and beg me to accept you, I can save them. A mere beaver beast won't be able to stop this master. Qian Mo's expression was one of grief and indignation as she gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the sharp-mouthed man. Pang Zhen and her didn't have much of a friendship, and although the cultivator of Sea God Palace and Sea God Palace had put aside their differences and joined hands to fight for Pang Zhen's life, Qian Mo wasn't that noble. However, among the people who had fallen into the sea, there were also people from Sea God Palace and her family, so she couldn't just sit back and watch. Despicable, Qian Mo angrily rebuked. The sharp-mouthed man wasn't ashamed and laughed loudly. So, what if this master is despicable? Do you think this is still Sea God Palace? Do you think you're still the commander of Sea God Palace? TSK, TSK. Back when I was outside, I was in awe of your Sea God's Palace. When I saw people from your Sea God's Palace, I had to make a detour for fear of provoking you. I never thought that I would have a day like this. A dignified commander of the Sea God's Palace would have to kneel and beg me. Qian Mo's tender body trembled as her nails dug into her palms. Red blood flowed down her white wrists and dripped onto the deck, but she didn't notice it at all. You don't have much time to think. If you hesitate any longer, they will all die. The sharp-mouthed man pointed forward. Qian Mo turned her head to look and was surprised to find that the huge sea beast was less than 500 feet away from Pang Zhen and the others. Although the people who fell into the water fled in all directions, how could they escape the beaver's speed? If the sharp-mouthed man didn't stop it, they would only end up being swallowed by the beaver one by one. A look of despair appeared on Qian Mo's face. Kneel down, the sharp-mouthed man shouted and put pressure on Qian Mo again. He could also see that Qian Mo was a little shaken, so putting pressure on her at this time was undoubtedly the best choice. Perhaps Qian Mo would be crushed. The other residents of Serene Soul Island stood aside and watched the show with envy. The commander of Sea God Palace was such a noble status. In the past, they could only look up to her, but now they were being wantonly humiliated. This gave them a perverted pleasure, especially when it came to such a beautiful woman with such a hot body. When they thought of her kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, the group of people felt that it was worth it even if they died immediately. Qian Mo's body swayed and her knees seemed to bend, but she quickly straightened up and gritted her teeth. In your dreams, the smile on the sharp-mouthed man's face stiffened as his expectation turned into disappointment and then into anger. Chapter 17:10. Qian Mo didn't care at all and just smiled coldly. With my status, cultivation, and beauty, do you think Mingyu will accept me if I recommend myself to him? When the time comes, I can use the shadowed heaven pill to refine my body, and you will have to listen to my orders. Can you guess how I will torture you then? The pointy-mouthed man's face instantly turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. If he could imagine such a scene, he could also imagine his own ending. It would be no better than death. Qian Mo was sent out to collect shadowed heaven lotuses because she didn't want to submit to Serene Soul Island's control. However, She was right. With her status and beauty, once she was willing to recommend herself to him, no man could refuse. Not even Mingyu, the island master, could. When the time came, Qian Mo would jump up and become the island master's wife. This was something the pointy-mouthed man didn't want to see. If he offended the future island master's wife, he wouldn't have a good ending. The pointy-mouthed man's expression changed, and his eyes suddenly flashed with coldness and ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch, you forced me to do this." As he spoke, he walked towards Qian Mo with an unfriendly look. He obviously didn't want what he was worried about to happen, and the only way to avoid it was to throw Qian Mo into the sea. As long as Qian Mo died, he could rest easy. Although he felt it was a pity, it was nothing compared to his own life. Qian Mo seemed to have expected this and didn't panic at all. Instead, she sneered, "You don't have to do it." As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Mo jumped down from the ship and looked like she was going to fight with Pang Zhen and the others. She would rather die than give in. The reason why she had said that she was going to sleep with him was because she had a slim chance of deterring the sharp-tongued man. Since her plan had not succeeded, she would not give in. She could only take the initiative to jump into the sea. After falling into the cold water, Qian Mo and Pang Zhen looked at each other and nodded slightly. They immediately prepared to escape in different directions. This time, there was no way to resolve the matter. Their only hope of survival was to escape from this place and stay away from the pointy-mouthed man and the beaver. The hope wasn't high, but they had to try. Moving in the sea race undoubtedly had the absolute advantage. After all, they were a race born in the sea. Boom, boom, boom. A muffled sound suddenly came from afar. It sounded as if someone was violently slapping the surface of the water. The rhythmic vibrations were transmitted through the surface of the water. At the same time, there were layers of ripples visible to the naked eye. The sound was getting closer and closer. The ripples became clearer and clearer, almost converging into a wave. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They didn't know what had happened. Even the aggressive beaver. It seemed to have sensed the approaching danger as well. It stopped moving and stopped on the surface of the sea. A row of water pillars shot up into the sky and pushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. In front of the water pillars, there was a figure. He had his hands behind his back and was walking on the sea. That rumbling sound. It was the collision when his feet stepped on the surface of the sea. Every step he took was accompanied by an indescribable concept of strength. After he left, a pillar of water shot up into the sky like a dragon behind him. This person was not young. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but his real age was definitely higher than that. The pointy-mouthed man and the cultivator of Serene Soul Island were stunned. They couldn't be more shocked, because it was extremely difficult to walk on the surface of the sea with one's physical strength alone. Although they could do it, they definitely couldn't do it as well as this person, and couldn't do it for too long. But this old man who came, he looked like he was taking a stroll in the park, other than the slightly loud sound. There was no sign of fatigue on his body, nor was there any sign of exhaustion. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, he could keep walking like this. How strong did one's physical strength have to be able to walk like this for such a long time? In the entire Serene Soul Island, the number of people who could do this could be counted on one hand. There was another person beside the old man. He looked younger and was a young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea, and he looked much more relaxed than the old man. He did not seem to be moving at all, but he was able to keep up with the old man without falling behind at all. When he got a little closer, the pointy-mouthed man realized that there was a sea beast under the young man's, but carrying him forward. The pointy-mouthed man was stunned. It wasn't that the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had never tried to tame a sea beast, but even the island master had never succeeded. The sea beasts that lived in the coastal territory of Serene Soul Island, no matter how strong they were all stubborn and would rather die than submit. That was why the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had to give up after many attempts. But now, someone was sitting on the back of a sea beast. This shocked the pointy-mouthed man even more than the old man walking on the sea. The commotion caused by the old man and the young man naturally alarmed Pangzhen, Qian Mo, and the others. Oh, he is... Pangzhen looked at Yang Kai seriously for a long time before his eyes suddenly lit up. Qian Mo, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai's buttocks with her beautiful eyes. There was some hesitation and disbelief in her beautiful eyes, but soon a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Leaping out of the sea, she quickly approached Yang Kai. She couldn't walk as leisurely as the old man, nor could she maintain this pace for too long. She could only rely on a spurt of energy, and when that energy ran out, Qian Mo could no longer move forward. However, she still approached Yang Kai crazily and excitedly, her pretty face filled with a smile of reunion. Old Sha, you know this woman? Yang Kai, sitting on the back of the little dolphin, turned to look at Shahu and asked curiously. Shahu laughed. This old master hasn't left the mountain for 100 years. How could I know anyone? Isn't this woman here to find you? Find me? Yang Kai smiled. That shouldn't be the case. She is a commander of Sea God Palace. I have nothing to do with her. Why does it seem like she really is here to find me? As the distance between them narrowed, Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong. This woman named Qian Mo was really rushing towards him, waving her hand as she approached him, as if she was very familiar with him. Yang Kai scratched his head, puzzled, but since he couldn't respond rashly, he could only wait and see what would happen. The little dolphin under his buttocks suddenly let out a happy and aggrieved cry and accelerated towards Qian Mo. A moment later, Qian Mo arrived in front of Yang Kai. She didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai at all, and instead approached the little dolphin. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, she called out in a trembling voice, "Princess!" "Princess?" Kai Yang was dumbfounded, stunned on the spot. The little dolphin kept crying out excitedly and circled around Qianma. Finally, it plunged into Qianma's arms like a child who had seen its mother. It was acting like a spoiled child. Yang Kai looked down from above and saw that Qianmo's full breasts were somewhat deformed by the little dolphin's head, revealing a deep ravine and a large expanse of white skin. Sha, who stood quietly to the side with his hands behind his back, glancing at Qianma and the little dolphin before nodding. So that's how it is. It turns out to be a member of the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. No wonder this old master felt something was wrong. Yang Kai felt like he had just woken up from a dream. Qian Mo had called the little dolphin princess, and Shahu had said that the little dolphin was from the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. Yang Kai immediately realized that the little dolphin he had accidentally bumped into had a great background. Obviously, this little dolphin was a member of the Sea Clan's royal family, and was the Sea Clan's princess that Qian Mo and Shang Ao were looking for. For this reason, the two Sea Clan commanders had gone to Sunrise Island to make a scene. It seems that Qian Mo and Shang Ao were not lying. The Sea Clan's princess had indeed disappeared near Sunrise Island, but rather than being abducted by Sea Temple's people, she had broken into Serene Soul Island. Then, she was accidentally discovered after finding the Sea Clan's princess. Qian Mo relaxed, not even caring about her own safety, allowing the little dolphin to act affectionately with her for a while before suddenly raising her head and glaring fiercely at Yang Kai. "You despicable human! What did you do to my princess, daring to ride on her Royal Highness's back? You deserve to die 10,000 deaths." Yang Kai looked down at her and chuckled. What can I do to it? He did not become angry because of Qian Mo's attitude. The little dolphin's status was supreme among the Sea Clan, so it was only natural that Qian Mo would be so angry. "Why haven't you come down yet?" Qian Mo angrily rebuked. Yang Kai curled his lips. If it doesn't want to carry me, I will come down. Little guy, tell me, do you want me to come down? These last words were directed at the little dolphin, and under Qian Mo's murderous gaze, Yang Kai even reached out and patted the little dolphin's head. Qian Mo's lungs were about to explode from anger. Although the princess was still young and could not assume human form, she was sacred and inviolable among the Sea clan. Any Sea clan member who saw her would have to respectfully salute her. But now, a despicable human was actually riding on her and even shamelessly patting her head. What angered Qian Mo the most was that the princess seemed to be enjoying herself, spitting out a few bubbles from her mouth and wagging her tail happily. Look. Yang Kai spread his hands. I didn't force it. Qian Mo took a deep breath and puffed out her full breasts, feeling the urge to punch Yang Kai to death. The little dolphin's mouth made a strange sound, and Qian Mo listened attentively. After a long time, her expression relaxed slightly, but she still glared at Yang Kai with hatred. I don't know what kind of scheme you used to make the princess rely on you so much, but this matter isn't over yet. Remember this. Yang Kai just shrugged and ignored her meaningless words. At this time, Pang Zhen also swam to Yang Kai's side and cupped his fists. Sect Master Yang. Island Master Pang, it's a small world. Yang Kai responded with a smile. Pang Zhen lowered his head and looked at his own state, feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Yang Kai timely changed the topic and asked, Why are you in such a sorry state? The people on that boat aren't from Sea Temple or Sea God Palace, right? Chapter 1711. Above the sea, Yang Kai listened to Pang Zhen's narration and learned what had happened after they entered Serene Soul Island. On that day, a total of 100 to 200 people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace had fallen into Serene Soul Island, and except for a few who were killed by the Slender Man, everyone else had been escorted back unharmed. The total population of Serene Soul Island had always been small, so when such a large number of people suddenly appeared, Serene Soul Island naturally forced Pang Zhen and the others to pledge their loyalty. Under the eaves, people had no choice but to lower their heads, so Pang Zhen, Qian Mo, and the others could only feign obedience. However, Shang Ao, the other great commander of Sea God Palace, had a more violent temper. He had always been a high and respected figure. So how could he stand being manipulated and obeying orders? His rebellious nature made him seem somewhat out of place on Serene Soul Island. So he was taken away alone and detained, most likely tortured and beaten. Recently, Qian Mo and Pang Zhen had not seen Shang Ao again, so no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Except for Shang Ao. Everyone else was divided into more than a dozen teams, each led by a different cultivator of Serene Soul Island and assuming different tasks. Qian Mo, Pang Zhen, and the others were tasked with searching for shadowed heaven lotuses out at sea, while others were tasked with mining or in the mines of Serene Soul Island or doing odd jobs. These origin-returning realm masters had not had a good time after arriving on Serene Soul Island. Because of various accidents, many of them had died. In particular, going out to sea to search for shadowed heaven lotuses was a very dangerous task, as they often encountered sea beasts that were difficult to resist. In the end, it was possible for them to be wiped out. However, no one cared about them. Any cultivator who had just arrived on Serene Soul Island had to experience this. Only when they recognized Serene Soul Island and recognized Mingyu as its ruler would they be able to officially join. Only then would one be qualified to officially join Shadowed Soul Island and obtain Shadowed Heaven Pills to temper one's physical strength. The most fundamental reason why Mingyu was able to rule Serene Soul Island was not only because of his own strength, and it was because he controlled the Shadowed Heaven Pill. Sect Master Yang, everyone in this damned place has incredibly powerful physiques. It seems they've all taken Shadowed Heaven Pills. You can't fight them head-on. Pang Zhen saw Yang Kai's relaxed appearance and couldn't help reminding him. As he spoke, he turned back to look in the direction of the ship, his eyes filled with vigilance. He couldn't help but stare blankly. The reason for that was because he suddenly discovered that the old man, who had his hands behind his back and was treading on the surface of the sea. She didn't know when he had boarded the boat, but he was just standing on the bow of the boat. The originally arrogant and domineering sharp-mouthed man, and the others no longer had the awe-inspiring aura from before. Every one of them looked at the old man's back in horror, their faces pale. Not only were they unable to chase the old man off the boat, they didn't even have the courage to breathe. Where did this old man come from? There was no such person in the Supreme Ocean Palace or the Sea God's Palace. Could it be a friend that Yang Kai recently made on Serene Soul Island? Pang Zhen was puzzled. Old Sha. My friend seemed to have been bullied by them just now. Yang Kai called out to Sha, who he actually had no friendship with Pang Zhen and had only met Qianemo once, but in any case they were still people from Shadowed Star and had nothing to do with the cultivators on Serene Soul Island. What's more, Yang Kai still had some ideas about Sea Temple and Sea God Palace, so he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Sha, who heard this and grinned. Bullied? That's easy. As soon as his voice fell, Sha, who suddenly turned around and threw out a punch towards the sharp-mouthed man and the others. His fist was about 5 meters away from the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. However, a fierce aura erupted from this fist and swept across the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk a series of muffled bangs rang out as the sharp-mouthed man and his companions didn't even have the chance to utter a sound before their bodies were blasted apart by Sha, who, their blood and flesh spraying across the sea. The sea immediately turned red. Pang Zhen, Qianemo, and the others were stunned in place. The Serene Soul Island cultivators, which they couldn't resist at all, had been easily defeated by this old man. Just how strong was this old man? They couldn't even begin to imagine. Since arriving on Serene Soul Island, Pang Zhen, Qianemo, and the others' perceptions of strength had been completely subverted. Here, there was a different standard to measure the strength of a cultivator on Star's territory, and that was physical strength. The only explanation for this scene was that the old man's physical strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Sect Master Yang, this senior, what is his background? Pang Zhen asked weakly as Qianemo also cast a concerned look towards him. Old Sha's real name is Sha, who, don't you remember? Yang Kai looked at Pang Zhen with a smile. Sha, who? Pang Zhen frowned as a thoughtful look appeared on his face, seemingly recalling something as he stared straight in the direction of Sha, who, after a while, his eyes lit up as he cried out involuntarily, My Sea Temple's previous second temple master? You're from Sea Temple? Sha, who looked at Pang Zhen. Pang Zhen couldn't care less about anything else, and quickly rushed out of the sea, rushed to the ship, and knelt down, his voice trembling as he called out, Sunrise Island's Island Master Pang Zhen greets Martial Uncle Sha? So you're Sunrise Island's Island Master. Sha, who had heard Yang Kai mention Pang Zhen once before, but he didn't know who was the one. Hearing him introduce himself at this moment, Sha, who understood and smiled gently, Get up, there's no need to be so polite. Many thanks, Martial Uncle. Pang Zhen was so excited that his face flushed red as he rubbed his hands and said, Disciple has long admired Martial Uncle Sha's reputation, but has never had the chance to meet him. I heard that Martial Uncle disappeared 300 years ago for no apparent reason, which was a matter of great regret. Disciple never imagined that he would be able to meet Martial Uncle on Serene Soul Island. Shahu laughed and said bluntly, Good flattery. Pang Zhen's old face flushed red, but he didn't show any embarrassment, simply grinning happily as he pointed to the cultivator and said, Martial Uncle, these are my Sea Temple's disciples. Shahu swept his eyes over the cultivator one by one before nodding lightly. Good, good. After 300 years, This old master has finally seen his family. You can rest assured, with this old master here, no one can harm a single hair on your head." The several Sea Temple disciples all wore excited expressions, as if they had found a great backer. All of them ecstatic. A moment ago, their fate was uncertain, and their future was bleak, but the next moment, the previous second temple master, who had disappeared for 300 years, appeared in front of them and even killed several Serene Soul Island cultivators with a single punch, saving them from their current predicament, and even declaring that he would protect them. So how could they not be happy? On the other hand, Chien Mo and the other sea race masters were a little disappointed. Fortunately, Pang Zhen had not forgotten them. During this time, the Sea Temple disciples and Sea God Palace had always supported each other. Now that Sea Temple had a great backer, they no longer had to worry about being bullied. So Pang Zhen naturally had to introduce Chien Mo and the others to him. Immediately, Pang Zhen pointed to Chien Mo and said, "Marshal Uncle Sha, this is Commander Chien Mo of Sea God Palace. She was sent to Serene Soul Island with Marshal Nephew and has received a lot of help from them over the past few days." Pang Zhen's words were not to flatter Chien Mo and the others, but to tell the truth. The main reason was that the sea race was naturally stronger than the human race in terms of physical fitness. From the fact that Shang Ao was able to contend with several Serene Soul Island cultivators at the beginning, it could be seen that the sea race was better at tempering their bodies than the human race. And Sha, who nodded noncommittally, he was willing to ensure the safety of Pang Zhen and the others because they were of the same origin, but Sha, who did not have a good impression of the sea race. When he was the second temple master of Sea Temple, he had dealt with this arrogant race many times, and his hands were stained with the blood of many sea race cultivators. Sha, who didn't want to care about the life and death of the sea race cultivators, but after seeing the little dolphin under Yang Kai, he suddenly smiled and said, "In that case, let's go together. Let's put aside the grievances between Sea Temple and Sea God Palace for the time being. If we have a chance to leave Serene Soul Island, we can talk about other things." "Many thanks, Marshal Uncle Sha." Pang Zhen couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Sha would attack Chien Mo and the others. If such a thing really happened, he would definitely be accused of treachery, and it would become a heart demon for Pang Zhen's future cultivation. Fortunately, Sha was a reasonable person, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about this. Chien Mo's expression was slightly complicated, as she also thanked Sha, who, the sea race and human race cultivators who had fallen into the water, quickly boarded the ship again. Under Chien Mo's murderous gaze, Yang Kai had no choice but to follow the crowd and board the ship, allowing the little dolphin to swim alone behind the ship. Yang Kai suspected that if he continued to sit on the back of the sea race's princess, Chien Mo would definitely fight him to the death. However, he still couldn't believe that the little dolphin, who only knew how to search for shadowed heaven lotuses, was actually the sea race's princess. It could only be said that this was a bit too dramatic. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Chien Mo took the initiative to explain. Since Her Highness was born, it has only been 5 years since she was born. According to your human race's calculations, she only has the intelligence of a 5-year-old child and is unable to transform into a human. Moreover, she is naturally playful. This time, she secretly snuck out of Sea God Palace but unexpectedly ended up on Serene Soul Island. Ooh, Yang Kai nodded. In short, this general must thank you for bringing back Her Highness for my sea race, Chien Mo said again. Yang Kai glanced at her in amazement. Chien Mo's expression became cold again, but the matter of you insulting Her Highness is not over. This general will remember this, and sooner or later will make you pay the price. As you wish. Yang Kai didn't comment. On the other side, Pang Zhen was also asking Sha, who about their next itinerary. Now that they had escaped the control of Serene Soul Island, they naturally didn't want to return to that damned place where they could only endure humiliation. But when he learned from Shahu that their destination was actually Serene Soul Island, Pangjin suddenly fell silent. "Are you afraid?" Shah, who turned to look at Pangjin with a light smile on his face. Pangjin shook his head solemnly. "Disciple is not afraid. It's just that the strength Disciple and the others can display is too weak to provide Martial Uncle with much help. However, since Martial Uncle has made a decision, Disciple will naturally obey. Even if we die, we must bite off a piece of Serene Soul Island's flesh." Chapter 1712. Shahu laughed and waved his hand. "There's no need for you. You haven't used shadowed heaven pills to quench your bodies, so you'll only die if you go. This time, Yang Kai and I will go. You just hide in the distance and watch the show." "Sect Master Yang?" Pangjin glanced suspiciously towards the stern where Yang Kai was and whispered, "Sect Master Yang is indeed a dragon among men. Disciple has fought with him before and was not his opponent, but he has only recently arrived on Serene Soul Island. How can he help Martial Uncle?" He had no doubt about Yang Kai's strength, but that was on the limitless ocean after all. It could be seen from his and Qian Mo's situation that a powerful cultivator in the outside world would not necessarily be as powerful here. As long as a cultivator had lived on Serene Soul Island for a few years, they could easily crush them. So when he heard Shahu say that he would only bring Yang Kai, Pangjin was a little worried. Shahu, however, just smiled bitterly. "What do you know? Even this old man is no match for him. So do you think he can help?" "Ha!" Pangjin's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, his face filled with shock, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. Glancing back at Yang Kai standing at the stern, Pangjin found that Yang Kai was smiling innocently at him and couldn't help shivering. "There's no need to doubt it. This little brat is indeed stronger than this old master. A month ago, I exchanged a few moves with him and was repelled by a single palm strike, but now—" Shahu didn't continue, but Pangjin understood what he meant. Shahu's meaning was obvious. A month ago, he had been repelled by Yang Kai with a single palm strike, and now he was even worse off. Pangjin became even more shocked. Everyone had fallen on Serene Soul Island together, and over the past 2 or 3 months, their strength had not grown at all. They had been ordered around by the cultivator on Serene Soul Island, doing meaningless things, but Yang Kai was able to defeat his martial uncle Shah, who had lived here for 300 years. Was this little brat a monster? The ship was not big, but it sailed smoothly on the sea. The little dolphin pushed him from behind from time to time, but its speed was not slow. In less than 5 days, the Serene Soul Island could be seen in the distance. Just wait here. Wait for this old man to finish his business. Then I'll bring you guys up." Shah, who ordered before tossing a bottle of shadowed heaven pills to Pangjin, "Everyone, take one and refine them." Pangjin took it and was overjoyed. He had been coveting the shadowed heaven pills on Serene Soul Island for a long time. He also knew that the reason the cultivator on Serene Soul Island was stronger than him was because of this pill. Unfortunately, he never had the means to obtain it. Originally, they had to wait until they officially joined Serene Soul Island before they were qualified to carry out missions and receive varying amounts of shadowed heaven pills from the island master. This process was going to be very long. Perhaps 80% of the people would die before they could wait until then due to some reason. And even if they did get it, the quantity would be very small and the quality would be even lower. But now, Shahu had thrown him a bottle. Pangjin respectfully thanked him. Without delay, Shahu opened the bottle cap and distributed a pill to each of the Sea Temple's disciples. Qian Mo looked on enviously from the side, but just as she was feeling bitter and depressed, she suddenly noticed something flying towards her from the corner of her eye. Reaching out, she caught it in the palm of her hand. Looking up, she found Yang Kai looking at her with a smile, saying, "You can also share a pill with each of you." Qian Mo blinked and coldly snorted, "This general will return it to you in the future." "We'll talk about it later." Yang Kai smiled and followed Shahu toward Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin let out a strange cry from behind, as if warning Yang Kai to be careful along the way. Giving Qian Mo a bottle of shadowed heaven pills was not something Yang Kai had done on a whim, but because he knew, even if he didn't give it to her, the little dolphin would ask him for it. The relationship between it and Qian Mo was obviously very close, so it would naturally think for her. As for the shadowed heaven lotus in Yang Kai's hands, it was almost all thanks to the little dolphin. It could be said that half of the shadowed heaven lotus and shadowed heaven pills were thanks to the little dolphin. A bottle of shadowed heaven pills was nothing to Yang Kai. Up ahead, Shahu slowed down his pace, obviously waiting for Yang Kai. After Yang Kai caught up with him, Shahu said with a dignified expression, "Yang Kai, this old master's purpose on this trip is only to kill that bastard Mingyu. On Serene Soul Island, Mingyu is the strongest, but there are also some who are not weak. When the time comes, I will need you to help this old master hold the fort." "No problem," Yang Kai readily agreed before asking, "How confident is old Sha in fighting Mingyu?" Sha, whose expression became serious as he thought seriously for a while, before replying, "At least 60%. Although this old master and Mingyu haven't seen each other for 100 years, and his strength has definitely increased, but with those inferior shadowed heaven pills, his strength can't increase by much. This old master is more or less confident that I can kill him." "Then I wish old Sha victory in advance," Yang Kai said with a smile. Sha, who was in high spirits, since taking the shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai, his strength, which had remained stagnant, began to soar. Although he still could not compare to Yang Kai, he was already extremely strong compared to others. Compared to the shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai, Sha, who felt that the shadowed heaven pills he had taken before were simply dog shit. Not only was the quality extremely low and difficult to refine, but the medicinal efficacy was also impure, while enhancing one's physical strength. It also brought some hidden dangers to one's body. These hidden dangers could not be seen in a short time, but if one took these shadowed heaven pills for a long time, there would definitely be problems. Now that Ming, no longer had the advantage of the shadowed heaven pills, Sha, who simply did not put him in his eyes. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and it was not long before they arrived on Shadowed Soul Island. Looking at the city at the center of the island, Sha, who sneered and sped up, leaving behind only an afterimage in his wake. Yang Kai unhurriedly followed behind Sha, who, not falling behind in the slightest. Serene Soul City was the only city on Serene Soul Island, with 7,000 to 8,000 cultivator living in it. It was also the only stronghold on Serene Soul Island. It was unknown when this city had been built, but the ancient walls were engraved with the traces of the flowing time great emperor. Almost every cultivator who had fallen on Serene Soul Island would come to this city. In Serene Soul City, the one with the highest status was the island master of Serene Soul Island, Mingyu, followed by several of his trusted subordinates, who were in charge of the entire Serene Soul Island and controlled the flow of shadowed heaven pills. Any cultivator living on Serene Soul Island who wanted to obtain shadowed heaven pills had to submit to Mingyu's rule. At the city gate, 4 or 5 cultivator wearing armor were monitoring the passing cultivators. Any cultivator who returned from sea territory would have to hand over half of what they had obtained before they were allowed to leave. The most precious shadowed heaven lotus would be collected in full, not left for any cultivator. Any cultivator who dared to take a shadowed heaven lotus would be punished with the harshest punishment. Groups of exhausted cultivators who had returned from sea were waiting outside the city gate, preparing to enter Serene Soul City. Many of these cultivators were injured, and some were even missing an arm or a leg. They looked extremely miserable, obviously having been attacked by sea beasts while they were out at sea, and had suffered heavy losses. The The few cultivators wearing armor were checking the harvest of the cultivators waiting to enter the city when they suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the crowd. The leader of the cultivators frowned and was about to reprimand them, but then he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look into the distance. On the other side, two silhouettes were rapidly approaching Spectre City. Their speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a long trail of afterimages behind them. Only after the two had covered a distance of 1,000 zhang did the trail of afterimages gradually disappear. The leader of the cultivators turned pale with fright and signaled to his companions. They all took out their secret treasures and stood in front of the city gate. When the two figures were about to approach, he shouted, "Who are you? Stop right there. Get lost!" With an angry shout, the two figures rushed through the city gate one after the other and broke into Serene Soul City. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city were in an uproar, and they all looked surprised. The management of Serene Soul Island was very strict, and it had been many years since someone forced their way into the city. But today, they saw it with their own eyes. Many people couldn't help but mourn for the two who had forced their way into the city. They felt that these two people were doomed. Daring to challenge Mingyu's authority in Serene Soul City, they were destined to die without a burial place. But before they could finish their thoughts, they heard a loud bang. Turning their heads, they were shocked to find that the leader of the cultivators in front of them had exploded, leaving behind a large amount of blood and minced meat. The onlookers only felt a chill run down their spines and kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even know when the leader of the cultivators had been hit. At the same time, an angry roar resounded from the city. "Mingyu, get out here for this old master!" The roar was earth-shattering and deafening, and many people couldn't help but turn pale. However, there were also those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. After being stunned for a moment, their eyes lit up with excitement as they quickly moved closer to the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was the audacious person who dared to call Mingyu by her name in Spectre City. The entire Serene Soul City was in chaos, and under Shahu's roar, countless cultivators gathered in his direction. In a short time, more than 2,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Shah, who stood quietly on a street in Serene Soul City, his hands behind his back and his expression indifferent. Kai Yang followed behind him, a bored look on his face as he scanned his surroundings. Serene Soul City looked pretty good, and although it was a little shabby, it was a great achievement to be able to establish a stronghold in this damned place. There were even some shops near the street selling daily necessities. But at this moment, the people in the nearby shops had already left. Under Shahu's astonishing aura, no one dared to stay nearby and had all hidden far away. Whispers could be heard all around, and many cultivators were pointing at Yang Kai and Shahu. Some were gloating, some were indifferent, and some were eager to take action. Chapter 1713. Old thing, you dare to offend the dignity of Lord Island Master? Hand over your life. From a distance an angry roar came, and from the end of the street, a figure rushed toward Shahu aggressively, shouting loudly as he rushed, obviously wanting to take credit for himself. Serene Soul Island's management was extremely strict, and there were very few riots or uncontrollable events, so the cultivator who followed Mingyu rarely had the opportunity to show off. Today was undoubtedly a good opportunity, and this person had taken advantage of this opportunity to make a move on Shah, who, if he could win the favor of Mingyu, a bottle of high-quality shadowed heaven pills would definitely not escape his grasp. So after hearing Shahu's roar, this person immediately rushed over. Halfway through, Yang Kai summoned a heavy saber-shaped artifact and gripped it tightly in his hand, giving off an imposing aura, coupled with his burly body. Yang Kai gave off the feeling that he could kill anyone who stood in his way, regardless of who stood in his way. Shah, who just stood quietly in place, his eyes fixed on the tallest building in the center of the island. There seemed to be a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him from afar, colliding with Shah, whose gaze in midair. An invisible force caused the temperature of the entire Serene Soul Island to drop significantly, causing many people to shiver uncontrollably. The burly man holding the saber didn't notice this at all, and rushed all the way to within 10 meters of Shah, who, before leaping up high, the long saber in his hand, drawing a brilliant arc as a sneer appeared on his face. "Old dog, your head is mine." Shah, who slowly turned his head and looked at the person who had just arrived. With this glance, the burly man's face froze. The newcomer sucked in a breath of cold air, and an incomparably frightened expression appeared on his face. His indomitable momentum was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, and in an instant, it disappeared into nothingness. A strange sound came from his throat, letting out a long sigh. This burly man fell straight down from the air, his feet sinking deep into the ground as he stared at Shah, who, his voice trembling as he called out, "Shah? Island Master Shah?" This burly man obviously recognized Shah, who sneered coldly, "Zhou, and after not seeing you for 100 years, it seems you haven't grown at all." The brawny man named Zhou and looked embarrassed. Then he said angrily, "Have I made any improvements? It's not up to you to decide. Instead, how are you still alive, Island Master Shah?" "Mingyu said I died." Shah, who sneered as he stared at Zhou, and like he was an idiot, "You believe what he said? Not only am I not dead, but I'm also not dead." He was still living a comfortable life. Today, they had come to take Mingyu's head, to vent the hatred in my heart. Ooh. Zhou En's expression flickered. Although he was frightened, his attitude remained firm. "Shah, who, don't be delusional. The strength of Dark Moon Island's island master has improved greatly in the past 100 years. You were not his opponent back then, and you are still not his opponent today. Obediently surrender, and follow me to see the island master. Maybe you can escape this disaster. Otherwise what? Island master was able to defeat you 100 years ago, but you are still no match for him 100 years later." Zhou shouted. Shah, who laughed, "Idiot, didn't Mingyu tell you that the reason he was so skilled back then was because he used poison? Since this old master has made a comeback today, I will not give him a chance." Shah, who ignored Zhou and instead turned to the tallest building on the island and roared, "Mingyu, if you don't have the guts to come down and fight this old master will go up." As soon as these words fell, Shah, whose figure leapt up more than 100 meters into the air, like a great pung spreading its wings as he approached the center of the island. Wishful thinking. Suddenly, angry shouts came from all around, and at least a dozen cultivators wrapped in red light rushed out from the crowd to intercept Shah, who, the red light around these cultivators' body, was a clear sign of their vitality, and from the intensity of this light, it was easy to infer their vitality. Some of the Serene Soul Island cultivators Yang Kai had encountered before were either too weak or had not used their full strength, so they did not show such signs. But at this moment, after learning Shahu's true identity, the dozen or so masters from Serene Soul Island no longer cared about hiding their strength and used their full strength. Shah, who ignored the pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators and simply stared coldly forward, his eyes showing neither sadness nor joy, neither surprise nor fear, only a murderous intent. The dozen or so cultivators were overjoyed, and each of them desperately pushed the strength in their bodies to send out a powerful attack towards Shah, but before their attacks could reach him, a young man strangely appeared behind Shah and quietly floated in the air as if he was flying. Facing the fierce pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators, this young man still smiled lightly and waited until they were close enough before punching out with both fists. In the air, a series of fist images rained down like a violent storm, blasting in all directions. More than a dozen figures, the crimson light on their bodies burst like bubbles one after another. Every one of them seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, flying backwards amid screams and cries of alarm. Among them, the bodies of several people even exploded in midair. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the remaining cultivators who were not dead smashed into the nearby houses, creating large holes in them one after another. Amidst the blood, there were bits and pieces of internal organs, many of them falling to the ground, their vitality fading. The thousands of onlookers were in an uproar as they stared at the young man who was still floating in the air, everyone's eyes filled with horror. The dozen or so people who had just attacked Shah, who were all famous masters on Serene Soul Island. No one knew how strong they were in the outside world, but on Serene Soul Island, each one of them was strong enough to rank in the top 100. They were all capable subordinates of Mingyu, but in the face of this young man's attacks, more than a dozen of them had died or been injured, none of them able to get up. It could be said that they had all been wiped out. Who was this young man? Why had they never seen him before? Compared to this young man, Shah, whose name was already known to many people, on Serene Soul Island, Zhou, and was not the only one who recognized Shah, who, among the onlookers, many of them also remembered the island master, Shah, who from 100 years ago, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and soon all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island knew what the situation was. The former island master had come to seek revenge on the current island master. This was a once-in-a-lifetime show, and no one wanted to miss it. However, the young man who had just displayed his invincible might was standing in front of them, so no one dared to chase after him. Those cultivators who obeyed Mingyu did not dare to act rashly either. The miserable state of the dozen or so cultivators were still vivid in their minds, and they could still hear the weak screams of pain echoing in their ears. As long as they did not want to die, they would not dare to provoke Yang Kai again. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a smile, "Old Shah wants to challenge Mingyu. All of you should just watch from afar. If anyone dares to step forward, don't blame this Yang for being ruthless." Normally, when such an unknown young man said such words, no one would pay attention to him. But after he had repelled the joint attack of more than a dozen masters, his words carried absolute authority. No one dared to provoke him. The onlookers simply stood in place and watched from a distance, wanting to know who was stronger between the former island master and the current island master. At the center of the island, a great battle had obviously broken out. Shah, whose angry roar could be heard from far away, as if he was in the mood to kill. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, the concepts of strength triggered by the collision of fists and feet could be clearly transmitted. The sound of explosions and tremors in the air poured into everyone's ears, causing their blood to boil and fear to boil. Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a moment before drawing a line on the ground with his finger, and then walking towards the battlefield without looking back. Even after he left, no one dared to cross the line and could only watch the shocking battle from afar. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could only endure the anxiety in their hearts. A distance of more than a dozen kilometers was crossed by Yang Kai in just a dozen breaths. At the foot of the tallest building in the center of the island, there were already a number of bloody corpses lying on the ground, obviously killed by Shah, who. There were also some other cultivators standing not far away, paying close attention with bewildered looks on their faces. They didn't dare to step forward and intervene at will. When Shah, who first arrived here, he had killed several of them in a flash, establishing a fierce and peerless image. Unless these people wanted to die, they wouldn't dare to find trouble with Shah, who. Now, only Mingyu was fighting with Shah, who alone. Yang Kai didn't put the spectating masters in his eyes, and instead cast his gaze towards Mingyu. Mingyu was a scholarly middle-aged man dressed like a Confucian scholar, and in terms of temperament, he was somewhat similar to Clear Sky Sect's great elder Mou. However, his physical strength was countless times greater than Mou's. the dark red light around his body, was extremely dense, demonstrating the tyrannical power of his vitality. Every movement he made was accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Shahu's vitality was in no way inferior to Mingyu's. When Yang Kai arrived, the two of them were still engaged in a fierce battle that left huge craters in the ground one after another. The surrounding buildings had all collapsed, and even the central building had a wall collapsed and was leaning to one side. Yang Kai watched for a moment and couldn't help raising his brow. Sha, who regarded Mingyu as his greatest enemy, and every time he mentioned Mingyu, the hatred in his eyes was not without reason. Yang Kai was certain that 3 months ago, Shahu was definitely not Mingyu's opponent. Judging from Shahu's strength when they first met, he wouldn't have lasted more than 100 breaths against Mingyu. However, over the past 3 months, Shahu had taken a lot of shadowed heaven pills, he had refined himself, and had made a certain degree of breakthrough in his physical strength, making him even stronger than he was 3 months ago. This was why he was able to fight evenly with Mingyu without falling behind. The battle between the two was extremely brutal, almost exchanging injuries for injuries. This kind of fighting style was most suitable for a cultivator with a powerful physical body. Because one's physique was strong and their vitality was abundant, the injuries they suffered would not be too serious, and it would be easier for them to recover. Yang Kai had used this kind of fighting style more than once to kill powerful enemies. However, in a situation where the physical strength of the two was balanced, this kind of fighting style was really just exchanging injuries for injuries. What determined the final victory was one's own willpower and determination. In this regard, Shahu undoubtedly had the advantage. Chapter 17:14. Little Mingyu, you didn't think you would have such a day, did you? This old master will never forget the enmity of the past. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Shahu shouted as he fought with Mingyu, his two fists twisting like pythons as they passed through Mingyu's defenses from an incredible angle and slammed into his chest at a speed visible to the naked eye. The red light around Mingyu's body trembled violently, but the effect was not great, and he quickly recovered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mingyu used his hand as a blade and slashed down fiercely, his palm seemingly transforming into a peerless blade as it struck Shahu's shoulder. Shahu's body sank, and he grimaced in pain for a moment. To be honest, the fact that you were able to live to this day really surprised this island. Mingyu's voice was calm, a stark contrast to Shahu's violent rage. But what surprised this island even more is that your strength has grown to such an extent. It seems you have had many fortuitous encounters in the past 100 years. Shahu laughed loudly. No fortuitous encounters, but I did meet a noble. Mingyu frowned slightly and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. Almost instantly, he understood the hidden message in Shahu's words and felt that this unfamiliar face, Yang Kai, should be the noble Shahu spoke of. Mingyu, you are no longer this old master's opponent. This old master will tear you to pieces. Shahu continued to roar, seemingly in a frenzy, but in his heart, he knew better than anyone that it was impossible to defeat Mingyu just by relying on hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness. These seemingly meaningless words were only meant to disturb Mingyu's mind. This island master will wait and see. Mingyu's tone was still indifferent, as if he did not put Shahu in his eyes at all. In the middle of the battle, the two figures were entangled, their fists landing on flesh, blood splashing everywhere, and from time to time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. This was simple and violent. This fierce and thrilling battle caused all the onlookers to be stunned. Needless to say, Mingyu's subordinates had never seen Mingyu use his full strength before. At this moment, they realized that Mingyu had not become the island master by luck. His true battle prowess was much stronger than theirs. Even Kai Yang was watching from the side with great interest, Although Yang Kai was confident that his physical strength was stronger than Mingyu and Sha Hu's, he knew that both Mingyu and Sha Hu were powerful cultivators who had made great achievements in the aspect of physical strength. There weren't many opportunities to observe such a cultivator's battle up close. He put himself in their shoes, observing and deducing the direction of the battle, and actually gained some small gains. Time passed slowly. The battle between Sha Hu and Mingyu continued at an astonishing speed and intensity, but they were still evenly matched. It was impossible to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. During the battle, the two of them would stuff some shadowed heaven pills into their mouths from time to make up for the consumption of their qi and blood and the lack of physical strength. He kept the crimson light outside his body in its strongest state. Ming Yu's subordinates were secretly nervous. They didn't know what would happen to them if Ming Yu was defeated. Although they wanted to help, they didn't have the courage, so they could only turn their attention to Yang Kai. However, after Yang Kai killed the two people who came to provoke him, the rest of them no longer dared to act rashly. Among these people, their strength was basically equal. Even if there was someone stronger, they couldn't be that strong. Yang Kai had crushed two of their companions like ants, so if they still couldn't see how strong Yang Kai was, they would be blind. The battle here started quickly and ended quickly, so it didn't affect the battle between Mingyu and Sha Hu. However, after perceiving Yang Kai's strength, Mingyu obviously paid more attention to him. Sha Hu immediately seized this opportunity and began bombarding Mingyu with all his strength. The stalemate began to slowly tilt in Sha Hu's favor. Sha Hu's momentum grew stronger. The crimson light outside his body was even stronger than before, and with an irresistible momentum, it madly suppressed Mingyu. Mingyu's situation became more and more tense. The several cultivators who had been standing nearby, watching the battle, also turned pale. Even they could see that the battle was beginning to turn against Mingyu. Although the degree was very subtle, in the long run, Mingyu's disadvantage would only grow bigger and bigger, and he would eventually be defeated. Was Sha Hu really so strong? They could hardly believe it. Yang Kai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the strength of Mingyu and Sha, who was absolutely evenly matched. At the beginning of the battle, even Yang Kai had not been able to predict the outcome of the battle, but now, if nothing unexpected happened, Sha Hu's victory was almost certain. Mingyu would not be able to reverse his decline. Indeed, as Yang Kai expected, as time passed, Mingyu's disadvantage grew bigger and bigger while Sha Hu became fiercer and fiercer. Out of 10 moves, 8 of them were on the offensive, while Mingyu could only passively defend, his momentum slowly being worn down. In the end, when Mingyu struck out with his palm and revealed an opening, Sha Hu took advantage of this opportunity and roared, "Mingyu!" This roar seemed to be able to vent the anger he had accumulated over 100 years. Pushing his blood force madly, Sha Hu dodged Mingyu's blow and thrust his hand towards Mingyu's heart. Victory seemed to be within his grasp. A fierce grin appeared on Sha Hu's face. Mingyu, whose life was hanging by a thread, showed no signs of panic as he glanced indifferently at Sha Hu, the corners of his mouth suddenly curling into a sarcastic smile as he said lightly, "Sha Hu, you will never know how strong this island master is." Sha Hu's heart clenched as he instinctively felt that the situation was not good. Just as he was about to withdraw, a burst of Saint Qi surged from Mingyu's body, causing his already tyrannical momentum to soar, and a protective layer of Saint Qi to appear around his body, blocking Sha Hu's blow. The power of his shi suddenly burst out. Sha Hu felt as if he had fallen into a swamp and was unable to break free, his state of mind instantly affected by Mingyu's shi. Mingyu struck out with his palm and struck Sha Hu's chest. Asterisk, asterisk with a loud bang. Sha Hu was sent flying backwards, blood spraying from his mouth. After he staggered to the ground, the red light around his body had dimmed greatly, and his face was extremely pale. He stared blankly at Mingyu, who was standing over there, his eyes trembling violently as he called out, "How did you? You can still use your Saint Chi, right?" Mingyu smiled faintly. "Shadowed Soul Island has its own world principles, so it is impossible for any cultivator who enters here to use their Saint Chi. This is indeed the case. However, this island master broke the world principles here, so I am the island master, not you." "Impossible!" Shahu roared, his face filled with unwillingness. "Nothing is impossible." Mingyu laughed lightly. Mingyu smiled lightly, looking down on the blood-soaked Shah, who, as if to prove his words, a burst of power burst out from his body. This was Saint Chi. This was the Saint Chi fluctuations of a third-order origin returning realm master. Shahu was dumbfounded as he stood in place. In terms of physical strength alone, Yang Kai was on par with Mingyu. Just now, he had been able to almost kill Mingyu because of his 100 years of endurance and perseverance. But if Mingyu could use his Saint Chi, Yang Kai would not be his opponent at all. Sha, who opened his mouth but found that he could not utter a single word. The continuous high-intensity battle had almost exhausted him, and after realizing that Mingyu was no match for him, the momentum he had been maintaining suddenly dissipated, and a sense of exhaustion immediately overwhelmed him. A hand gently rested on his shoulder, and Shahu turned his head with a pale face, only to find that Yang Kai was standing next to him at some point. "Yang Kai." Shah, whose voice was dry, "I'm sorry. This old master has implicated you." He had misjudged the situation. This time, he had failed to take revenge, and not only would he die here, but Yang Kai would also be buried with him. Being able to use his Saint Chi on Serene Soul Island meant that Mingyu was basically the master of this place, and no one could resist him. "Old Shah is too serious. Take a rest, and let me handle this." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the fear Shahu had imagined. Shah, who was surprised, not knowing what Yang Kai was relying on to face an opponent who could use his Saint Chi, but seeing him so calm and composed, Shahu could not help feeling encouraged and nodded before taking a few steps back. Mingyu did not speak again, simply staring at Yang Kai with interest. Seeing him stare back at him without the slightest fear, Mingyu smiled slightly and said, "How about joining me? I can make you the Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island. From then on, you will be second only to me." Several of Mingyu's subordinates immediately directed envious looks towards Yang Kai, their brow furrowed slightly, as if they were waiting for Yang Kai to agree, so they could step forward and flatter him. Vice Island Master. This was an unprecedented position on Serene Soul Island. Although Mingyu was the island master, no one had ever been able to become a Vice Island Master. Mingyu did not seem to have any intention of establishing such a position. His subordinates had tried many times to become Vice Island Master, but Mingyu had never agreed. None of them dared to act too rashly and could only leave things as they were. But today, Mingyu had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to Yang Kai. So how could these cultivators not be envious? Not interested. To their surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and refused without even thinking about it. How could the trivial position of Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island enter Yang Kai's eyes? He was the Star Master of Shadowed Star. If Serene Soul Island had not become an independent space with its own world principles, it would definitely belong to Shadowed Star and be dominated by Yang Kai. Wouldn't becoming the Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island be lowering his status? Mingyu raised his brow and said lightly, "This island master is a little disappointed." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "You'll be even more disappointed. Do you want to oppose this island master?" Mingyu stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. "Not really. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." Mingyu frowned and sighed. "In that case, this island master will grant you death." Yang Kai laughed. "You don't have the ability." Old Shah was right about one thing. "What?" Mingyu and Shahu asked at the same time. It's impossible for you to break the world principles here, Yang Kai sneered. Chapter 17:15. World principles were extremely profound. Yang Kai, as the master of Shadowed Star, was unable to break through the world principles of Shadowed Star. So how could Mingyu possibly do so? Therefore, Yang Kai concluded that Mingyu must have used some special method to be able to use his Saint Chi. Yang Kai was very curious about this method. Mingyu's expression was slightly startled, but he did not show any signs of panic, simply frowning as he asked, "You are not this island master. How do you know this island master cannot break through the world principles here?" "I just know." Yang Kai smiled lightly, a look of certainty on his face. Yang Kai's confident look caused Mingyu's face to become gloomy, and his attitude was no longer as easygoing as before as he coldly snorted. "Regardless of whether this island master can break through the world principles, this island master can use his Saint Chi. Boy, you're dead. Who doesn't know how to boast? I just don't know if you have such ability." Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Come out!" As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and resonant cry of a bird suddenly resounded through the sky. Accompanied by this loud cry, a huge and beautiful firebird that seemed to be burning with flames suddenly flew out from his body. Spreading its wings, this firebird covered almost half the sky, and a scorching hot aura instantly filled the air. Everyone stared at this giant firebird in shock, feeling the rich fire attribute energy radiating from its body, some of their faces turning pale. Mingyu's expression also became extremely dignified. He was shocked to discover that this firebird, which did not have a physical body and was composed entirely of energy, not only did it contain a fierce fire attribute energy, but it also contained a violent thunder attribute energy. Inside this firebird's fiery body, there was a dazzling purple glow that seemed to dance around like a snake. Lightning and fire? Even with Mingyu's rich experience and knowledge, he was unable to figure out what this firebird was. However, this was not the end of it, though. After the firebird appeared, a simple-looking stone man appeared in front of Yang Kai. This small stone man looked charmingly naive. However, this stone man was carrying a giant black stick on its shoulder. The contrast between this giant stick and its small body was quite comical. The moment the tiny stone golem appeared, it let out a low growl. His body grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a stone giant that was over 100 feet tall. Even the pitch-black rod on its shoulder had become thicker and longer. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for them to breathe. Elysian Moon's face finally changed. She looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Get him!" Yang Kai ordered. The cries of birds and the roars of beasts resounded throughout the entire serene Soul Island. The firebird suddenly flapped its wings and arrived above Mingyu's head in the blink of an eye. Its majestic phoenix eyes looked down and opened its beak. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky towards Mingyu. Mingyu cried out involuntarily. How could she dare to stay where she was? He immediately used his movement technique to dodge. With a boom, the ground was filled with dust. A huge crater had appeared where Elysian Moon had been standing. Before Elysian Moon could react, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps approached. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the stone mongoose took a step forward. Those two big feet were like drumsticks, fiercely hitting the ground, making a sound like a war drum. 200 meters away from Mingyu, the stone mongoose swung, its heaven-shaking pillar. The several 100,000-kilogram heaven-shaking pillar was like a toy in its hands, weightless. However, the violent wind it created almost sent Mingyu flying. Mingyu's face suddenly turned pale as he stretched out his hand. After a flash of light, a pitch-black hexagonal shield appeared in front of him. This hexagonal shield rotated rapidly, exuding an origin-grade mid-rank aura. It was obvious at a glance that its defensive strength was extremely high. It was impossible for an ordinary origin-returning realm master to break this shield in one blow. However, Mingyu did not relax at all. Instead, his expression became even more dignified as he leapt backwards. Hong. The sky-shaking pillar slammed into the hexagonal shield, and the hexagonal shield was unable to block it for even a moment. It was shattered into countless pieces, and the sky-shaking pillar continued on its way towards Elysian Moon. Fortunately, Mingyu reacted quickly and managed to avoid this terrifying blow, but the aftershock of the pole still forced him into a miserable state. His clothes were instantly torn apart as a gust of wind tore through his body, causing crimson blood to flow from all over his body. The cry of a bird rang out above Mingyu's head. Looking up, Mingyu's heart sank to the bottom. He found that the huge firebird had once again arrived above him, a series of snake-like bolts of thunder and fire shooting out from its body and enveloping the area several dozen meters around him. There was no way to avoid it. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as flames soared into the sky, instantly turning the surrounding several dozen meters into a living hell. All of Serene Soul Island shuddered. Mingyu's subordinates had long ago lost the ability to think as they watched Mingyu's figure being swallowed up by the countless bolts of thunder and fire, all of them feeling like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even someone as strong as Sha, who was trembling in shock. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai had not used his full strength when fighting with him. At that time, if Yang Kai had released this strange stone giant and firebird, how could he have survived? Whether it was the stone giant or the firebird, they could have easily crushed him. The physical strength Sha, who was so proud of, was nothing in front of these two strange creatures. Fortunately, the relationship between him and Kai Yang wasn't too bad, and they had even turned from enemies to friends. Thinking so, Sha, who felt some lingering fear, but at the same time, he secretly rejoiced at his wise decision. But just what is the origin of this Yang Kai? With such powerful strength, wouldn't it be enough to sweep across all of Shadowed Star? It seemed that after this time, Sha would have to ask Pang Zhen about Yang Kai's origins. Sha, who secretly made up his mind before his consciousness once again drifted back to the battlefield. What he saw, though, he could not help letting out a soft sigh. He found that Mingyu, who was at the center of this hellish world, had not died immediately and was instead still showing signs of vitality. Sha, who did not know how Mingyu did it. After all, if it had been him, even if he had 10 lives, he would have died instantly. Yang Kai obviously also noticed this, but instead of being surprised, he observed Mingyu with great interest. After a short while, the scene of thunder, lightning, and flames disappeared, and instead, Mingyu stood in the center of the scorched earth, gasping for breath, looking extremely distressed. At this moment, he no longer had his previous elegant demeanor. His clothes were almost completely tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his skin was scorched black. The vitality in his body was also intermittent. If it were not for his strong physique, he would have already died. The only reason he could still stand there was because he had been taking shadowed heaven pills all year round, tempering his physique and enriching his vitality. But that was it. Mingyu stared blankly at Yang Kai, a look of unwillingness on his face as he clenched something in his hand. Yang Kai's gaze shifted as he saw what this thing was. It turned out to be a token, one that Yang Kai felt was very familiar. From this token, he could clearly feel an emperor pressure. A Star Emperor token. Yang Kai raised his brow. He had never expected that Mingyu would possess a Star Emperor token under Yang Kai's perception. It was because of this Star Emperor token that Mingyu was able to communicate with the world energy of Serene Soul Island and mobilize his own Saint Chi, and sure, allowing him to persist under the fierce attack of the Firebird until now. This damned place is actually related to Yang inflammation. This thought quickly flashed across Yang Kai's mind. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai's figure flickered, rushed in front of Mingyu and sent out a palm strike towards him. Mingyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was unable to resist, so this palm strike was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Mingyu could only watch as Yang Kai's palm struck him, unable to resist. With a muffled thud, Mingyu fell backwards. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took the Star Emperor token and space ring from Mingyu's hand. With his back to Shahu and the others, Yang Kai carefully stroked this Star Emperor token and soon determined that it was indeed a Star Emperor token because the ones he had were exactly the same as this one in front of him. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this Star Emperor token seemed to have some subtle connection to a certain location on Serene Soul Island. Yang Kai raised his head and stared in that direction. "Old Shah, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go over there and investigate," Yang Kai said before immediately disappearing. Shah, who was stunned for a moment, but didn't care too much about this, instead turning his head and grinning towards Mingyu's subordinates. It was not until this moment that these people came back to their senses and cried out in panic, "Island Master Shah, please spare us. What happened 100 years ago was Mingyu, who forced us. We did not do it willingly." Willingly or not, it has nothing to do with this old master. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You all colluded with that bastard Ming you 100 years ago to make things difficult for this old master. If this old master hadn't been so lucky, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to get his revenge today. Shah, whose body flashed a bright red light as he rushed towards the cultivator like a tiger in a flock of sheep, none of them able to withstand a single blow, and after 10 breaths of time, all of them were slain. Now that he had gotten his revenge, Shahu stood in place and let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens that rolled out in all directions. The thousands of cultivators on Serene Soul Island all turned their eyes towards the source of this roar, their expressions changing slightly. They knew that Serene Soul Island had undergone a great change. In a small valley near the center of Serene Soul Island, Yang Kai stepped inside. Since entering this place, the Star Emperor token in his hand, which originally belonged to Mingyu, buzzed, as if it was trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The scenery in this valley was quite good, and there were a few cottages built around it. Yang Kai didn't know whose residence it was, but it was now empty. Kai Yang turned his head and looked around, a look of suspicion on his face. Although he felt that this valley was a little strange, he couldn't tell what it was based on his observation alone. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai released the suppression on the Star Emperor token in his hand. The Star Emperor token immediately flew out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and as the Star Emperor token danced in the air, a series of dark holes suddenly appeared. These holes were filled with nothingness and chaos, and rich space force fluctuations pulsed from them. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. Chapter 1716. These holes were all similar to void cracks, and they had always existed here. It was just that no one had noticed them, and only Star Emperor tokens could activate them. The shapes of these holes were also similar to Star Emperor tokens. In the void, there were a total of 9 holes, each of which had some subtle and mysterious connections. These 9 token-shaped holes were connected from head to tail and formed an array that Yang Kai could not understand. 9 was an extreme number, and Yang Inflammation had once told Yang Kai that in her heyday, she had made a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens. If all 9 Star Emperor tokens could be collected, a shocking secret would be revealed. As for what this shocking secret was, Yang Inflammation had not explained. However, it was obviously related to the scene in front of him. Yang Kai wore a thoughtful look as he gradually connected the dots between what he had seen and heard in the past, but he was still unable to speculate on Yang Inflammation's intentions. Serene Soul Island was definitely related to Yang Inflammation. There was no doubt about this. Otherwise, there would not be 9 token-shaped void cracks here. nor would there be a similar number of holes as the total number of Star Emperor tokens. Just as Yang Kai was in a daze, the Star Emperor token flew into one of the holes, perfectly covering it, leaving no gap, as if the void crack had been filled by the Star Emperor token. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai flipped his wrist and summoned 4 more Star Emperor tokens into his palm. These 4 Star Emperor tokens were obtained by Yang Kai by chance over the past few dozen years after entering Star territory. One of them was given to him by Guizhou and was the only Star Emperor token that sealed the divine technique of the great emperors. However, during his battle with Luo Hai on Scarlet Wave Star, Yang Kai had unlocked the seal and used the power of the Star Emperor token to kill Luo Hai. Although the seal was gone, the Star Emperor token had been preserved. The second was obtained by Yang Kai when he first entered Lu Yen's sandfield for life experience. The third was originally Yi Shiyun's, but it later fell into Yang Kai's hands. The fourth piece was obtained from the Star King Mountain's altar, including the Star Emperor token he had obtained today. Kai Yang already had a total of 5 pieces in his hands. Of the remaining 4 pieces, Yang Kai only knew that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had 1, while the whereabouts of the other 3 were unknown. After the 4 Star Emperor tokens were taken out, the same thing happened. They wanted to escape from Yang Kai's control, but Yang Kai remained calm and collected, allowing them to fly away. Unsurprisingly, after the 4 Star Emperor tokens arced through the air, they each embedded themselves into the void, filling up the holes that had been left behind. In the next moment, the 5 Star Emperor tokens bloomed with light, and a mysterious power emerged from the Star Emperor tokens and enveloped Yang Kai. His Saint Chi, which had been dormant for a long time, burst like a dam. It rumbled and flowed through Yang Kai's flesh and meridians, emitting an astonishing power. After experiencing this long-awaited power, Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt refreshed. By now, he had finally figured out what had happened. It was precisely because he had a Star Emperor token that Ming Yu was able to use his Saint Chi to take Sha, who by surprise. Just like he was now, Yang Kai didn't know if Ming Yu originally had a Star Emperor token, or if he had accidentally discovered it here. Ming Yu was dead, so there was no way to investigate this matter. Yang Kai stood in place like a javelin. Raising his eyes, he stared into the void with a deep gaze. His consciousness passed through the void and probed far into the distance. He could faintly sense that there was an even vaster world hidden behind this void. This world was far more wonderful than the star territory he was in, and there was an even more powerful cultivator there, an even more terrifying principal strength. Yang Kai's consciousness wandered, and he was unable to wake up for a long time. He wanted to see what this world was like, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not see it clearly. All Yang Kai could vaguely feel was that his soul was constantly moving forward, as if there was no end to it. Outside the mountain pass, Shahu crossed his hands behind his back and looked forward quietly. He didn't know why Yang Kai had entered that place, but it had been a month since he entered. Serene Soul Island was now under his complete control, and all the cultivator who had targeted him in the past had been killed. The remaining cultivator had also pledged loyalty to him. Sha, who had once again become the island master of Serene Soul Island. Pang Zhen, Qian Mo, and Shang Ao arrived together. Shang Ao had not died. He had just been imprisoned by Ming Yu and had suffered some torture. Without taking Shadowed Heaven pills, Shang Ao was able to display extraordinary combat power, so it was easy to imagine how strong he would be if he had taken Shadowed Heaven pills. With such potential, Ming Yu was naturally reluctant to kill him. His original intention was to imprison him for a period of time to temper his temperament, and then find a way to subdue him, but in the end, that day had not come. After Ming Yu's death, Shang Ao was rescued by Qian Mo. At this moment, as the 3 of them approached at the entrance of the mountain pass, the stone mongoose carrying the heaven-shaking pillar on his shoulder, and the beautiful artifact spirit Lu Yen in human form stared at them vigilantly. The three of them were instantly locked onto by the divine senses of the stone mongoose and Lu Yen, and all of them went stiff, not daring to move. "Both of you, they mean no harm. There's no need to be nervous." Shahu's mouth twitched as he hurriedly cupped his fists. The stone mongoose rolled its eyes, but remained unmoved, still leaning forward and maintaining an attacking posture. Lu Yen, on the other hand, was more intelligent and glanced at Sha, who coldly before withdrawing her hostility. Sha, who couldn't help sweating slightly. Thinking back, he was one of the top masters on the limitless ocean and had been trapped on Serene Soul Island for 300 years. Although he had not been able to use his Saint Chi after tempering his body with shadowed heaven pills, Shahu believed he was no weaker than before. Even so, he was still no match for these two subordinates of Yang Kai. Needless to say, the stone mongoose was obviously a powerful monster. Without being able to use his Saint Chi, even 10 Sha, who together might not be able to compete with it. The gorgeous woman was even more powerful, the violent power of thunder and fire flowing through her body, giving her an imposing aura that put even more pressure on Sha, than the stone mongoose. Facing this woman, Shahu felt like he was facing an Origin King, although he did not know how strong an Origin King was. After comforting the stone mongoose and Lu Yen, Shahu turned his head to Pang Zhen and asked, "What's the matter?" Shang Ao and Commander Qian Mo wanted to come over and thank Sect Master Yang. Pang Zhen replied respectfully. Of course. Shahu nodded before turning to Qian Mo and Shang Ao and smiling bitterly, "But I'm afraid that won't be possible now. As you can see, no one can pass through here. You can only wait for Yang Kai to come out on his own." "We'll just wait," Shang Ao coldly snorted. After learning that it was basically Yang Kai's credit that allowed him to escape this time, Shang Ao wanted to thank him in person. As for Shahu, who had also contributed a lot, Shang Ao did not put him in his eyes. The grievances between Sea Temple and Sea God Palace ran deep and were not something that could be easily resolved overnight. Shahu obviously knew this as well. However, he did not care about Shang Ao's indifference and instead asked with interest, "By the way, this old master has been busy with Serene Soul Island these days and has not had time to ask about it in detail. Pang Zhen, what is the background of Yang Kai?" Hearing this question, Shang Ao and Qian Mo could not help showing a look of interest. The strong always respected those who were stronger. Qian Mo and Shang Ao were both commander-level characters in the Sea Clan, possessing high status and great strength. However, compared with Yang Kai, the two of them found that they were simply not worthy of his attention. Having lived in the deep sea for so long, they did not know much about inland matters, even less than Pang Zhen, so they were naturally curious about Yang Kai's origins. Sect Master Yang is the sect master of High Heaven Sect. Pang Zhen thought for a moment. He replied with a serious expression, "High Heaven Sect." Shahu was stunned. How come this old master has never heard of this sect? Pang Zhen smiled bitterly. "Martial uncle disappeared 300 years ago, so naturally it's impossible for you to have heard of it. This High Heaven Sect has only been around for 15 years. 15 years? Its heritage isn't that deep." Shahu chuckled. However, with a capable person like Yang Kai, as long as it is given time, it will definitely be able to rival Heaven Battling Union. Thunder Typhoon Sect will be on equal footing. Martial uncle? Pang Zhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union are already history. They were destroyed. Shahu's expression shook as he exclaimed, "And it was destroyed by Sect Master Yang's High Heaven Sect." Shahu sucked in a breath of cold air, while Qian Mo and Shang Ao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Qian Ma and Shang Ao didn't know much about the situation on the mainland. However, they had all heard of the names of Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union. These were great forces that had dominated Shadowed Star for thousands of years. The Star King Mountain was also destroyed by him. Pang Zhen threw out another shocking piece of news. What? This time, Shahu was thoroughly shocked. Even Star Emperor Mountain was destroyed by him. Not exactly, because most of Star Emperor Mountain's masters have been recruited to High Heaven Sect by Sect Master Yang. Currently, High Heaven Sect is the strongest sect on Shadowed Star. How does my Sea Palace compare? Shahu asked anxiously. I'm afraid it's not enough. Pang Zhen said truthfully. However, because we are separated from High Heaven Sect by the deep sea and inland respectively, there is no intersection. On top of that, High Heaven Sect's headquarters is located inside the Flowing Flame sand field. It can be said to be an impregnable fortress that no one can breach. Shahu was instantly stunned. He naturally knew about the Lu Yen sand field. It was one of Shadowed Star's restricted areas, one that no one could enter under normal circumstances, but High Heaven Sect had actually established its headquarters there. How did they accomplish this? Not only was Shahu dumbfounded, but Qian Mo and Shang Ao were also dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Pang Zhen tactfully did not say anything more, as he could understand the shock in the hearts of Shahu and the two Sea clan commanders. Which master on Shadowed Star had not been shocked when they heard this news? When this information was passed to the Deep Sea, Sea Temple was also completely shocked, and the several temple masters were unable to eat or sleep, fearing that Yang Kai's ambitions would soar, and he would extend his claws to the limitless ocean. But it turned out that Yang Kai had no such intentions, and after several years, the several temple masters of Sea Temple gradually calmed down. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was on Sunrise Island, he proposed a trade with Sea Temple. It was likely that the several temple masters did not understand Yang Kai's intentions, so they had not agreed. Chapter 1717. After a long silence, Shahu seemed to have gradually digested this information and asked more carefully about Yang Kai. Pang Zhen told him all the information he knew. Shahu's expression became more and more dignified, while Qian Mo and Shang Ao's expressions also changed, seemingly communicating with each other secretly. At that moment, there was a sudden movement in the mountain call, and a figure walked out. It was Yang Kai. Shang Ao, Qian Mo, and Pang Zhen all looked shocked and cupped their fists. Shahu smiled slightly and asked, "Did you gain anything?" Yang Kai returned the courtesy before putting away the stone mongoose, and Lu Yen before nodding. "A little." "So, you can also use your Saint Chi?" Shahu asked in surprise. In his battle with Mingyu that day, his opponent had suddenly used his Saint Chi ensure, which had really startled Shahu. After thinking about it for a while, Shahu could only attribute this to the secret hidden in this mountain kernel. The depths of this mountain call were the place he had told Yang Kai before, a place even he could not explore. There must be some secrets hidden there, perhaps related to why Mingyu was able to use his Saint Chi, but Shahu could not figure out why. Now that he saw Yang Kai's expression, he immediately had a guess. Using Saint Chi is no problem. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not as happy as Shahu imagined, quickly adding, "I also found a way to leave this place." "What?" Shahu exclaimed. Pang Zhen and the other two were also stunned for a moment before immediately turning overjoyed looks towards Yang Kai. Eagerly, they asked, "Is that true?" "Naturally," Yang Kai nodded. "I came out to tell you this news. If any of you want to go out with me, make preparations as soon as possible. I will be leaving this place in a few days." Sect Master Yang. Pang Zhen looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. "Dare I ask Sect Master Yang, how many people can you take out?" To the side, Shang Ao heard Pang Zhen's question and immediately came to his senses and asked the same question. "It won't be a problem to bring everyone out," Yang Kai replied. "However, but what?" Pang Zhen immediately tensed up. I can take the people of Supreme Ocean Palace and Sea God's Palace out for free. As for the others, and I'll have to trouble you to tell those people that if they want to leave this place, they should help me find some shady heaven lotuses. Pang Zhen was startled, but he quickly reacted and smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yang's calculations are quite good. One could imagine. Once news of this spread, the cultivator who had been trapped on Serene Soul Island would definitely work hard to find the shadowed heaven lotus in order to leave this place. At that time, Yang Kai would become the biggest winner. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I'm just collecting a little reward. What about the time? Yang Kai, when do you plan to leave? Shahu asked. In a month. Good. Shahu nodded. This old master will help you pass on the message. As for my Ocean Palace's cultivator, I won't let you work for nothing. Once we leave this place, Ocean Palace will naturally send you a gift of thanks. If old Shah insists, then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Yang Kai laughed. My Sea God Palace will not let Sect Master Yang work for nothing, Shang Ao quickly expressed. Yang Kai glanced at him. He just nodded faintly and did not say anything. The news of being able to leave Serene Soul Island spread like wildfire. Soon, it swept across all of Serene Soul Island. After hearing this news, more than 90% of the cultivator expressed their disbelief, thinking it was some kind of joke. After all, if there really was a way to leave Serene Soul Island, they wouldn't have been trapped here for so many years. Over the years, countless cultivators had been trapped on Serene Soul Island, many of whom were incredibly talented. So there should be some cultivator who could find a way to leave. But in fact, Shadowed Soul Island was nothing more than a cage that trapped everyone here until they died. Now that such a piece of news had suddenly popped up, it was really hard to believe. It wasn't until Shah who stepped forward to clarify and vouch for them that the Serene Soul Island cultivator believed the authenticity of this news. For a time, almost all of Serene Soul Island's cultivator mobilized and began to set off in groups to the surrounding sea territory in search of shadowed heaven lotuses, hoping to occupy a spot to leave. Serene Soul Island became an empty island in a very short time, thousands of kilometers away from Serene Soul Island. In the sea territory, Yang Kai stood on the back of the little dolphin and set off forward. While the Serene Soul Island cultivator was searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, Yang Kai himself had not been idle. Shadowed heaven lotuses were such good things that the more the better. So after Shah, who spread the news that day, Yang Kai left Serene Soul Island with the little dolphin and set off to the distant sea territory, relying on the little dolphin's instincts to search for precious shadowed heaven lotuses. Yang Kai's harvest was bountiful. The distant sea had always been a difficult place for Serene Soul Island cultivator to set foot in. So naturally, there were more shadowed heaven lotuses here than near the coast. After tempering his body with hundreds of origin-grade shadowed heaven pills, Yang Kai's physique had become several times stronger than when he first entered Serene Soul Island. The sea beasts he used to think were powerful were now vulnerable in front of him. The further Yang Kai and the little dolphin traveled, the more abundant their harvest became. Estimating that it was about time, Yang Kai had the little dolphin return. When he returned to Serene Soul Island again, thousands of cultivators were already waiting for him. A month was not enough time for all the cultivators to harvest enough shadowed heaven lotuses. Some of them were unlucky and did not even see a single shadowed heaven lotus. At this moment, all of them looked uneasy, worried that Yang Kai would not take them with him when he left. After meeting with Shah Hu and the others and learning about the situation, Yang Kai asked the cultivators of Sea Temple and Sea God Palace to help him collect the shadowed heaven lotuses. The cultivator who had a shadowed heaven lotus happily handed over his harvest this month before walking to the side and waiting for the moment to leave. It only took a day for the matter to be settled. The island's residents were divided into two groups, one group who had turned in their shadowed heaven lotuses, and the other group who had not. The number of cultivators who had not turned in their shadowed heaven lotuses was not too many, only 700 to 800. Yang Kai stood in front of these 700 to 800 people and looked at the anxiety, uneasiness, and embarrassment on their faces before smiling and saying loudly, "Don't say this Yang didn't give you a chance. Since you don't have any shadowed heaven lotuses, you can only use other methods to redeem your freedom." "Little brother, may I ask what kind of method it is?" In the crowd, a warrior who looked a little old asked. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously, lest he make some harsh demands. Some of you may have great backgrounds, or your status on Shadowed Star may not be low. You must have relatives and sex on Shadowed Star, so after leaving here, as long as you pay the appropriate price, I can take you with me. If you can't even afford this price, then you will be my slaves for 10 years. For 10 years, your lives will be mine, and you will do whatever I tell you to do. Ooh. As soon as these words came out, the audience went into an uproar. Some of the cultivators were worried, but most of the cultivators were overjoyed. Yang Kai was right. Most of these people had relatives and sex on Shadowed Star, so as long as they left here, it would not be a problem to collect some materials. Exchanging those materials for their freedom was not a bad deal. If they couldn't even raise such a small amount of materials, 10 years of servitude wouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai didn't seem to be an evil person, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a suggestion. All he needed to do was sit back and abandon them on Shadowed Soul Island. 10 years later, they would regain their freedom. Those who are willing, please go to Island Master Sha and leave your soul imprint. After you complete the agreement, this Yang will return your soul imprint. Yang Kai shouted again. In the next moment, more than half of these 700 to 800 people rushed in Shahu's direction, while the rest hesitated for a moment before following after them, seemingly resigned to their fate. On the other side, Shahu, who had received instructions from Yang Kai in advance, had already ordered the disciples of Sea Temple to prepare. After these cultivators rushed up, Shahu took out a piece of white spirit jade and had each cultivator engrave their soul imprints on it. With these soul imprints, anyone could easily control the life or death of these cultivators, so no one would dare ignore today's agreement. Shahu squeezed out of the crowd and came to Yang Kai's side. Looking around at the crowd, he smiled bitterly and said, "Does Sect Master Yang's High Heaven sect lack such materials?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Mosquito meat is still meat." Shahu glanced at him thoughtfully for a moment before chuckling meaningfully, but did not say anything more. He seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai clearly intended to take away all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island, which was why he made such a simple request. Yang Kai had two purposes for doing this. On the one hand, he wanted to use the cultivator on the island to help him plunder Shadowed Heaven Lotus. And on the other hand, he wanted to make a clean bowl of water, so he would not be criticized. The only explanation for this was that he could return to Serene Soul Island, and had already regarded this place as his own backyard, so he wanted to take everyone away. Considering all this, Shahu's breathing quickened slightly. Not to mention the number of shadowed heaven lotus Yang Kai had harvested on Serene Soul Island these days. In the future, as long as he wanted, he could come here to collect shadowed heaven lotus at any time. It was easy to imagine what a terrifying behemoth high heaven sect would become in the future. Yang Kai did not know what Shahu was thinking, but with age and experience, Yang Kai believed that who could vaguely guess what he was thinking. Yang Kai had no intention of explaining himself. Now that he had the method to leave, he had the right and ability to do so. He just wanted to treat this place as his own restricted area. The matter of the 700 to 800 cultivators was settled in less than a stick of incense worth of time, and all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island had been assembled. Everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai, wondering what method he would use to take them away from this place, a look of expectation and anxiety appearing on everyone's faces. Even Shahu, and the others were the same. Although Yong Kai had spoken confidently before, and none of them had the slightest doubt, when it came to this, they could not help feeling nervous. Chapter 17-18. In front of everyone's eyes. Yong Kai didn't move much, simply closing his eyes and standing quietly in place. However, a pure and rich spiritual energy spread out from his body. The strength of this spiritual energy caused everyone to pale in shock. Yong Kai's spiritual energy penetrated the void and extended to an unknown location. Yong Kai had mastered the Tao of space, and tearing space was always the best way to escape from a prison, but this method wasn't suitable for Serene Soul Island. This strange place was isolated from the outside world, so if Yong Kai couldn't locate Shadowed Star, even if he used tearing space, he would only be able to travel inside Serene Soul Island, unable to leave. However, with some of the secrets of Serene Soul Island and the ability to use Saint Chi, as well as being Shadowed Star's Star Master, it wasn't too difficult for Yong Kai to determine the location of Shadowed Star. Yong Kai's divine sense shuttled through the void, and soon sensed the space barrier between Serene Soul Island and Shadowed Star. Opening his eyes, Yong Kai's space force fluctuated wildly as he stretched out his hands and thrust them forward. His hands shot out like dragons emerging from the sea and, under everyone's close attention, plunged directly into the void. Exclamations suddenly rang out as the thousands of cultivators stared with wide eyes at this incredible scene. What they saw was Yong Kai's two arms strangely disappearing. Such a scene was beyond the scope of their understanding. In the next moment, Yong Kai suddenly let out a roar. His arms suddenly tore to the sides, and along with his movements, the space in front of him was like a piece of cloth being torn in half. A dark crack appeared. The crack grew larger and larger, and a terrifying aura spread out from it, like an ancient beast opening its bloody maw, wanting to swallow this world whole. It wasn't until this crack expanded to about 10 meters in length that Yong Kai took a deep breath and stopped tearing. However, the rich spatial energy was still surging out of Yong Kai's body. Like a sharp arrow, Yong Kai shot into the void and opened up a void corridor that connected Serene Soul Island to a certain place on Shadowed Star. Sha, who was already dumbfounded. A month ago, Yong Kai had said that he had mastered the method to leave, but Sha, who did not doubt it. However, he didn't know the inside story. Only now did he truly understand what Yong Kai was relying on. He had actually cultivated the extremely rare secret art of space and had mastered it to such a level. Not only could he tear space apart with his own strength, but he could also construct a safe void corridor. This ability could be seen throughout the entire planet's territory. Sha, who believed that even the legendary Origin King Realm Masters could not achieve what Yong Kai had done. If we don't leave now, when should we? Just as Sha, who was lost in thought, Yong Kai's voice suddenly reached his ears. He suddenly came back to his senses and waved his hand. Shouting, he shouted, "Follow this old master." Saying so, he was the first to rush into the void corridor constructed by Yong Kai, and was swallowed by the darkness and nothingness. The Sea Temple disciples followed closely behind, disappearing one after another. The Sea Clan Masters also hurried to keep up. Qian Mo nodded slightly to Yong Kai when she passed by him, while the little dolphin flicked her tail and made a series of strange sounds to Yong Kai, seemingly urging him to follow quickly. After the cultivator from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace disappeared, the other cultivators rushed forward. The void corridor torn by Yong Kai was 10 meters long, enough to accommodate many people walking side by side. So even if there were thousands of cultivators waiting, their speed was still extremely fast. In less than half a cup of tea's time, only Yong Kai remained on Serene Soul Island. Looking around, after confirming that there was no one left alive, Yong Kai was the last to rush into the void corridor. This void corridor was constructed by him personally, so Yong Kai was more familiar with its direction than anyone else. Allowing himself to swim freely through the void, after what seemed like an eternity, Yong Kai's vision blurred, and he soon arrived above a sea territory. A sea breeze with a unique fishy smell brushed past Yong Kai's face as the cries and shouts of countless cultivators filled his ears. These were the cultivators who had just escaped from Serene Soul Island and were venting their excitement. From the moment they were trapped on Serene Soul Island, they thought they would never be able to leave again in this life, and would only be able to live out the rest of their lives under the pressure of Mingyu. Never had they imagined that they would one day return to Shadowed Star. As such, after Yong Kai appeared, many cultivators cast grateful glances towards him. Regardless of whether Yong Kai had collected a certain amount of remuneration from them or not, the fact that they had left Serene Soul Island was real, and everyone was excited to see the light of day again. Yong Kai. Sha Hu flew over and could not help breathing a sigh of relief when he saw that Yong Kai was safe. Yong Kai nodded lightly before turning around and waving his hand towards the void crack behind him. The void crack, which looked like a beast's maw, began to collapse and soon disappeared. Without this void crack and the void corridor, no one could use Yong Kai's achievements to return to Serene Soul Island. Where is this place? Are we still on the limitless ocean? Yong Kai asked. Pang Zhen and the Sea Clan's people have already gone to investigate. News will come back soon. Shahu replied. Yong Kai nodded and waited quietly. About an hour later, Pang Zhen and Qian Mo appeared in front of everyone with joyful expressions on their faces. Marshal Uncle, this is indeed the limitless ocean. 10,000 kilometers west of here is my sea temple's headquarters, Black Reef Island. Pang Zhen reported excitedly. That's good news. Shahu also showed a smile on his face. After 300 years, this old master has finally returned home. Yong Kai, this old master must thank you. Yong Kai grinned meaningfully. Old Sha is too polite. If you really want to thank me, you might as well promise me one thing. Speak. As long as you don't force this old master to betray his sect, this old master can promise you anything, Shahu said straightforwardly. Yong Kai's expression changed slightly as he smiled and said, It's not a big deal. It's just that my High Heaven sect wants to make some material transactions with Sea Temple. After all, the products produced inland are very different from those produced in the deep sea. I mentioned this to Island Master Pang last time. However, Sea Temple seems to lack interest and hasn't responded yet. Pang Zhen couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. This old master thought it was something big, but for such a trivial matter, this old master has agreed. On top of that, such a transaction is beneficial to all of us. So Sea Temple will not refuse. When this old master returns to headquarters, he will personally preside over it. Many thanks, old Sha. Yong Kai smiled slightly. Sha, who was the previous second temple master of Sea Temple. Although he had disappeared for nearly 300 years, his prestige and seniority were still there. So since he had agreed, there shouldn't be any problems. Sect Master Yang, I wonder if my Sea God Palace can participate in this matter? Qian Mo suddenly asked with a smile. You also want to participate? Yong Kai looked at Qian Mo in amazement. Naturally, my Sea God Palace's control over deep sea materials is even stronger than Sea Temple's. So Sect Master Yang is willing to make these transactions with Sea Temple. There is no reason to refuse my Sea God Palace's offer, right? Of course we won't refuse, Great Commander Qian. Mo saying so is my High Heaven sect's greatest pleasure. Yong Kai laughed. Then it settled, but the distance between the inland and the deep sea is far. So I'm afraid the transportation of materials will be quite troublesome. Sha, who also nodded lightly to the side, agreeing with Qian Mo's statement. The reason why the deep sea and inland materials could not be exchanged on a large scale was because of the distance between them, something the cultivators on Shadowed Star could not solve. You don't need to worry about this. I will arrange a space array to connect High Heaven Sect with your two sects. When the time comes, distance will not be a problem. Yang Kai already had a solution to this problem. Both Qian Mo and Shahu's eyes lit up, but then they remembered Yang Kai's ability to tear space. Both of them firmly believed in his ability to arrange a space array. If that's the case, this great commander will wait for Sect Master Yang's good news. Qian Mo smiled. This old master will also wait for your good news. Shahu said. While everyone was talking, many cultivators had already left. The people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace briefly discussed before bidding farewell to Yang Kai and returning to their respective headquarters. The little dolphin was reluctant to part with Yang Kai, seemingly unwilling to leave. In the end, Yang Kai gave it a few bottles of shadowed heaven pills to calm its mood. After an hour, only the 700 to 800 cultivators who had been slaves for 10 years remained, all of them looking at Yang Kai eagerly, waiting for his orders. Go to High Heaven Sect yourselves. After you arrive, someone will receive you. If you need to contact your family or sect, feel free to do so. As long as you gather enough materials, this sect master will return your freedom, Yang Kai said. Many thanks, Sect Master Yang. The hundreds of cultivators cupped their fists. Yang Kai nodded and did not say anything more, his figure flickering and disappearing directly from where he stood. After returning to Shadowed Star, he could once again dominate this world with all the conveniences of a Star Master. Every time he moved, he could cross a distance of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It took less than half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the periphery of the Lu Yen Desert. Looking at this familiar scene, Yang Kai smiled slightly. No matter how wonderful the outside world was when one's mind and body were exhausted, it was always best to be at home. Yang Kai disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was already inside High Heaven Sect. Without disturbing too many people, Yang Kai first went to visit his parents to reassure them before going to see the elders of High Heaven Sect to ask about the situation on Shadowed Star during the months he had been gone. Corpse spirit religion had basically been wiped out, and about half of the great forces on Shadowed Star's mainland were in a state of ruin. High Heaven Sect, on the other hand, had become the symbol of Shadowed Star in the truest sense after this battle, becoming one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star. If not for the fact that Qian Tong of Shadow Moon Hall was an Origin King Realm Master, this title could be removed. With an Origin King presiding over Shadow Moon Hall, it was indeed on equal footing with High Heaven Sect. In addition, there were already many great forces and families on Shadowed Star who intended to form an alliance with High Heaven Sect and follow its lead. Yi Shiyun took the initiative to agree. It could be said that the current High Heaven Sect had already surpassed Star Emperor Mountain in terms of strength and prestige. Chapter 1719. With Yi Shiyun presiding over the overall situation of High Heaven Sect, there was no need for Yang Kai to spend any effort. Even if Yang Kai was not present, everything would be handled properly. After separating from the elders, Yang Kai went to see his little senior sister. During this trip to Serene Soul Island, Yang Kai's biggest harvest was naturally the thousands of shadowed heaven lotuses of different colors. With so many shadowed heaven lotuses, even if Yang Kai personally refined them, it would take him a long time to refine them all. However, for Xianing Chang, time was not a problem. She could use alchemy to cultivate. The shadowed heaven lotus and the shadowed heaven pill couldn't be found in the outside world, so Xianing Chang was very interested in them. After getting all the herbs and pill recipes, she immediately went into seclusion and concentrated on refining the pills. Yang Kai believed that soon High Heaven Sect would have a large number of shadowed heaven pills, and with these body-tempering pills, the overall strength of High Heaven Sect would undoubtedly rise to another level. Yang Kai also had his own plans for these shadowed heaven pills that were about to come out. Although 10,000 shadowed heaven lotuses seemed like a huge number, if they were refined into pills, they would only yield between 70,000 and 80,000 pills at most. Now that high heaven sect had over 10,000 disciples, these 70,000 to 80,000 pills naturally could not be divided equally between everyone. In addition to the origin returning realm masters who were eligible to receive a certain number of shadowed heaven pills for body tempering, Yang Kai intended to take out a portion of the shadowed heaven pills as rewards for ordinary disciples who had contributed to high heaven sect. Of course, this was just Yang Kai's idea. If he wanted to implement it, he would need to wait for some time. Moreover, he did not intend to handle this matter himself, and intended to leave it all to Yi Shiyun. After leaving Pill King Peak, where Xia Ningchang was staying, Yang Kai went straight to the 6th layer of the Lu Yen Sand Field, the place where Yang Inflammation was hibernating. Entering the loft and arriving on the 2nd floor, Yang Inflammation sensed his presence and pulled his soul avatar into his knowledge sea. Just like the last time they met, the two soul avatars sat cross-legged opposite each other while Yang Inflammation roared and roared below. Yang Kai's knowledge sea was burning hot. I heard Yi Shiyun say that you went to hunt down the Insect Emperor. What happened? Yang Inflammation asked. I am the soul avatar. Yang Kai, to be honest with you. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. It looks like he's dead. Yang Yen gently nodded before sighing slightly. The Insect Emperor was also a hero. I never thought that he would die at your hands in the end. If his enemies knew about this, I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it. Yang Kai didn't care. No matter how powerful the Insect Emperor was, that was a matter from tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, his cultivation had fallen so much that he wasn't even an origin king, and when he fought with Yang Kai on Shadowed Star, there was no way he could have survived. However, the biggest reason Yang Kai was able to kill the Insect Emperor this time was because of Yang Kai. If not for the fact that Yang Inflammation had given Shadowed Star's source to Yang Kai, with Yang Kai's current abilities, he would not have been able to kill the Insect Emperor. Yang Kai's ability to escape was truly amazing. Even if an ordinary origin king wanted to hunt him down, they would not be able to do so. Even an ordinary origin king would be at a loss. Your harvest wasn't small. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled. There were many good things on the Insect Emperor. I didn't see anything good. Only a soul-splitting saber and a bracelet-like artifact. The soul-splitting saber and the bracelet-like artifact were both Emperor artifacts, like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the Sealed World Bead, and the 3 blazing flame rings. Yang Kai roughly understood the function of the soul-splitting saber. Its power was unfathomable, but unfortunately, the grade of this Emperor artifact was too high for Yang Kai to use, so he could only temporarily refine it and hope that one day he could use it. As for the bracelet-like artifact, Yang Kai was confused. He couldn't even figure out what it was used for. Insect enslavement bracelet? Yang Inflammation raised her brow and pointed out the name of this artifact. That thing is called the Insect Enslavement Bracelet. Yang Kai was surprised, and the artifacts on the Insect Emperor's hands are all famous. And needless to say, the soul-splitting saber, the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, is the foundation of his foothold. Oh, what's the use of this thing? Tell me about it. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The Insect Enslavement Bracelet is very useful. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and smiled, not to mention that this artifact can naturally restrain exotic insects. It even has some deterrent effect on some smaller monster beast. Just the little creatures raised by the Insect Emperor inside the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, once released, can easily destroy an entire star's territory. Ooh. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he asked in amazement, There are other things in the Insect Enslavement Bracelet. Yang Inflammation giggled. Then where do you think the Insect Emperor is raising his little creatures? It's not like he's raising them on himself, right? The Insect Enslavement Bracelet is where he keeps the exotic insects. The insect emperor has hundreds of extinct exotic insects in his hands. Each of them is extremely ferocious, and each of them has a different use. Back then, I suffered quite a bit from the insect enslavement bracelet. The more Yang Kai listened, the brighter his eyes became, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. Are you interested? Yang Inflammation teased. To be honest, a little. Yang Kai gradually restrained his excitement, but I still think that cultivation should be based on people. This kind of insect enslavement bracelet can only be used as a supplement. If I really spend my time on it, I'm afraid it will be a waste. Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. There are 3,000 grand das, and insect enslavement is one of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the insect emperor to achieve what he did back then. It can only be said that your Tao is different from the insect emperor's. Different Tao. Yang Kai pondered. Yang Inflammation chuckled. It's still too early for you. You should break through to the Origin King realm as soon as possible. After reaching the Origin King realm, you will be able to see more and further. Above the Origin King realm, is there a higher realm? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Naturally, there is. What about you? Yang Kai stared at Yang Inflammation with scorching eyes. I have already surpassed that realm. Yang Inflammation replied, lightly. Yang Kai fell silent. From the information revealed by Yang Inflammation, it was not difficult for him to infer that there was indeed a higher realm above the Origin King realm. And above this higher realm, there were stronger existences, Yang Inflammation being one of them. Before he knew this information, Yang Kai didn't think much of it, but after learning about it, he felt like he was standing at the bottom of a mountain, looking up at the towering mountain surrounded by clouds and mist, making it impossible to see the scenery in front of him. The road ahead was endless, and there was no peak in the martial Tao. Yang Inflammation didn't speak anymore, and instead observed Yang Kai's reaction. He found that Yang Kai didn't seem to have suffered any blow because of this. Instead, after a moment of silence, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, and his expression became relaxed. His eyes, which were like burning flames, showed the drive deep in his heart. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled, praising, "Your mentality is very good." Yang Kai nodded. "I've been cultivating for several dozen years now, climbing from the bottom step to the top step by step. Now, I can be considered to have some small achievements. Even if the road ahead is filled with thorns and obstacles, I can only continue climbing. Sooner or later, I will be able to stand as high as you and see as far as you." Yang Yen covered her red lips with her small hand as a smile appeared on her face. "Can I say you're worth teaching?" "Up to you." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and joked, "As long as you're not afraid of making yourself sound old." Yang Inflammation couldn't help glaring at him. "By the way, can I use the insect enslavement bracelet now?" Yang Kai asked. "It's best if you don't." Yang Inflammation said solemnly, "The exotic insects in the insect enslavement bracelet are extremely fierce. With your current cultivation, even if you release them, you won't be able to control them and will only suffer backlash. Have you ever seen the insect emperor use the insect enslavement bracelet to deal with you?" Yang Kai shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he only used 10,000 poison evil insects to control his subordinates and used them to seize someone else's body. That's right. Even the insect emperor didn't dare use them casually, let alone you. You should wait until you reach the Origin King realm. All right. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. In any case, he had many means to deal with his enemies now, so he didn't lack the help of the insect enslavement bracelet. Next, Yang Kai told Yang Inflammation about Serene Soul Island. Regarding Serene Soul Island, Yang Inflammation didn't deny that she had something to do with it, and even told Yang Kai that Serene Soul Island was indeed sealed by her. However, Yang Inflammation didn't explain what was hidden inside. "I can only tell you that Serene Soul Island is a door. If you really want to open it, gather all the Star Emperor tokens, and you'll naturally know when the time comes. After coming out from Yang Inflammation's place, Yang Kai went to Snow and Ice Peak. Snow and Ice Peak was one of the 72 auxiliary peaks of High Heaven Sec's 81 peaks. What was even rarer was that there was an ice attribute earth vein at the base of the peak, so within a few dozen kilometers of Snow and Ice Peak, the temperature was extremely low all year round. Occasionally, heavy snowflakes would fall, painting the entire mountain a silvery white color. This situation became even more obvious after Su Yan moved to Snow and Ice Peak. Since Su Yan became the peak master of Ice Snow Peak, the world energy aura of the entire Ice Snow Peak had become so rich that it was almost impossible to disperse. Cultivators with slightly lower strength couldn't even approach Ice Snow Peak, and even those with slightly higher strength had to circulate their Saint Chi to resist the cold after entering Ice Snow Peak. However, this kind of environment was extremely comfortable for Su Yan. There was no one else on Snow and Ice Peak. Only a few people from Ice Sect were living and cultivating here. Besides Su Yan, there were only Qingya, Qianyu, and Qianhao. Yang Kai went straight to the southwest corner of Snow and Ice Peak. On the ground, there was a thick layer of ice that reflected light, so Yang Kai's footsteps were extremely light. In the southwest corner, under a giant tree wrapped in silver, Su Yan sat cross-legged on the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, a pair of white Saint Chi wings spread out behind her back. The look on her pretty face was dignified and sacred, giving off an inviolable aura. Her hands were forming a strange seal, while the profound frost divine sword she obtained from Ice Heart Valley was suspended midair. As she breathed, the surrounding ice attribute aura flocked into her body, like streams flowing into the sea, while the white wings behind her flapped slightly. With Su Yan as the center within a 1,000-meter radius, there was a strange aura that seemed capable of freezing all things in the world. Her Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage. Chapter 1720. Just as Yang Kai had integrated his territory's space force into Shi, Su Yan had also integrated her ice and snow domain into her Shi. Obviously, she had already grasped the mysteries of ice and snow, and had comprehended the mysteries of Shi in her territory. Observing quietly for a while, Yang Kai found that Su Yan had no intention of stopping, so she should have reached a critical juncture in her cultivation. Yang Kai didn't disturb her, and instead sat down cross-legged, stretched out his hand, and began drawing spirit lines in front of him. The spirit lines condensed from Saint Chi were arranged according to a certain pattern, gradually forming a complex spirit array. After observing for a while, Yang Kai showed a dissatisfied look on his face, stretched out his hand, brushed away the spirit array, and began drawing another one in the void. This spirit array was something he had just learned from Yang Yen. It was the foundation for constructing a space array. With this spirit array, coupled with some special materials, one could set up a space array for teleportation. Yang Kai had never dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays before. However, he had an advantage that others didn't have. That was, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so studying a single space array wasn't a big problem. What's more, he had Yang Yan's careful guidance. Time passed slowly, and Kai Yang became more and more immersed in his work. Yang Kai didn't know how many spirit arrays he had drawn, but it wasn't until a certain moment that he showed a satisfied look and poured his space force into the spirit array. With a soft buzzing sound, the formation lit up with an astonishing light, and the entire formation began to rotate at a strange speed. Traces of obvious space force fluctuations came from the spirit array. Yang Kai grinned. Sure enough, after mastering the Tao of space, studying this kind of spirit array would yield twice the result with half the effort. If it were some other spirit array, even if Yang Kai studied it systematically, he wouldn't necessarily be able to complete it in a short time. After mastering this foundation, All that was left was to use materials to build the framework of the spirit array, then integrate this foundation with the framework and add two more. Connecting the two space arrays would allow for long-distance teleportation. Yang Kai exhaled softly. Is this a space array? Su Yan's voice suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang raised his head and found that at some point she had finished her cultivation and was now standing quietly beside him. She stared at the spinning formation in front of her and asked softly. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and pulled Su Yan into his arms, asking softly, how's your cultivation going? Fortunately, I'll be able to cultivate my Shi to the great success realm soon. Su Yan leaned against Yang Kai, a satisfied look on her face as she exhaled. This is all thanks to the territory stones you gave me, junior brother. Without those things, I wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. We have a lot of territory stones. You don't have to be thrifty. Yang Kai smiled. His body and mind were extremely relaxed. And, is there something you need from me this time? No, it's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, so I came to see you. Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan nodded gently, looking up at the clouds in the sky. Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she snuggled into Yang Kai's arms, shifting into a more comfortable position. Yang Kai hugged her and didn't say anything else, simply looking up at the sky with Su Yan. Under the giant silver tree, snow was falling. Everything was quiet, and the scene at this moment was like a poem or a painting. In the distance, Qingya seemed to have come to see Su Yan, but before she could get close, she saw this warm scene. After smiling, she quietly turned around and left. Ooh. Half a month later, on the limitless ocean, Sea Temple's headquarters, Black Reef Island. Black Reef Island was one of the largest islands on the limitless ocean. Its area was large enough to rank among the top 3, and the rarest thing was that Black Reef Island's world energy was extremely rich, which was why Sea Temple had set up its headquarters here. As the headquarters, it was naturally heavily guarded. From time to time, there would be cultivators shuttling back and forth in the air, patrolling the surroundings. At the edge of the island, there were also disciples of Sea Temple guarding the perimeter, preventing unauthorized personnel from entering. Yang Kai flew over leisurely and landed on Black Reef Island. Immediately, a group of Sea Temple disciples surrounded him. The leader of this group glaring at Yang Kai with an unfriendly look as he shouted, "Who are you? State your name." Arriving in someone else's territory, Yang Kai didn't want to be too ostentatious, cupping his fists slightly and saying, "High Heaven Sect Master, Yang Kai has come to pay a visit to Old Man Sha to fulfill the agreement he made with Old Man Sha. Please inform him of my arrival." High Heaven Sect Master, come to see Martial Ancestor Sha? The group of cultivators suddenly went into an uproar, the leader of this group looking Yang Kai up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was lying, even releasing his divine sense to scan Yang Kai. But after a quick scan, he was unable to detect Yang Kai's depths and immediately understood that Yang Kai's strength was not something he could probe. His expression becoming much more solemn, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Since you know that Martial Ancestor Sha has returned, it seems you are indeed acquainted with him. But Martial Ancestor Sha has only returned to Sea Temple for a short time and is currently quite busy. Whether or not he can see you, I will have to ask him first." "It's fine. I'll wait here," Yang Kai said kindly. The leader of the cultivators nodded lightly and instructed the other cultivators in the group to entertain Yang Kai before taking out a communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. A moment later, the communication artifact in the leader's hand pulsed with spiritual energy, and the leader hurriedly checked it. After a short while, he looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, "You wait here for a while. Someone will come to see you." Yang Kai frowned, but nodded calmly. Good. He subconsciously felt that this trip might not go smoothly, and the person who would come to see him might not be Sha who, After all, with his friendship with Shah, who, if Shah who knew about this, how could he have made him wait here? Shah who had likely already ordered someone to greet him warmly. There seemed to be some turbulence inside Sea Temple. Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully, but this matter had nothing to do with him. He had only come here to fulfill the agreement he made with Shah, who, allowing the inland and deep-sea supplies to be exchanged. This would be of great help to the future development of High Heaven Sect. Things turned out as Yang Kai had guessed. After standing in place and waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, he noticed a group of origin-returning realm masters flying over quickly, but he could not sense Shah, who among them. A moment later, this group of people entered Yang Kai's sight. The leader of this group was a powerful third-order origin-returning realm cultivator, an old man with a dark red face. Landing lightly a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, his pair of turbid eyes sweeping over Yang Kai a few times before casually cupping his fists. "Dare I ask if your excellency is High Heaven Sect Master?" "Yes, it is this Yang." "Old sir is—" Yang Kai cupped his fists in return. "This old man is Sea Temple's third temple master, Chi Yunhai," the old man said lightly. "So, it is Temple Master Chi." Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he did not have much contact with Sea Temple, he knew that Sea Temple had a total of 3 temple masters, and this Chi Yunhai was obviously one of them. "I heard that Sect Master Yang came here to see my Sea Temple's martial uncle Shah, and this Yang had an agreement with Senior Shah. May I ask if Senior Shah is—" "Martial Uncle Shah has been missing for more than 300 years and has just returned to Sea Temple. He is physically and mentally exhausted and is currently recuperating, so I'm afraid he won't be able to see Sect Master Yang." Chi Yunhai's expression was indifferent. "Sect Master Yang is a guest from afar, so if you don't mind, why don't you come in and have a seat?" Although this old master has lived in the deep sea for a long time, he has long heard of Sect Master Yang and High Heaven Sect's name, but has never had the opportunity to meet you. It is a pity, but Sect Master Yang's visit has allowed this old master to fulfill his wish. His words were warm, but his tone was neither warm nor cold, obviously not sincere in inviting Yang Kai in. Yang Kai glanced over at Chi Yunhai and said with a smile, "That's strange. When I separated from Senior Shah half a month ago, he was still fine, so why is he suddenly so physically and mentally exhausted now? On top of that, I have an agreement with him, and this sect master has come here this time to fulfill that agreement. Dare I ask Temple Master Chi, Senior Shah's refusal to see me was Senior Shah's own decision?" Chi Yunhai's turbid eyes flashed, but he did not answer directly, instead asking in an aggressive tone, "What does Sect Master Yang mean by this?" "Nothing." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "The agreement between me and Senior Shah is not only of great benefit to my High Heaven Sect, it is also of great benefit to your Sea Temple. However, this sect master won't keep you company if you refuse such benefits that have been delivered to your mouth. Your sect is not the only great force on the limitless ocean. You dare collude with the Sea Clan?" Chi Yunhai thought for a moment before his face changed drastically. "What do you mean by collusion?" Yang Kai sneered. "Junior Admiral, please don't put such an inexplicable label on this sect master's head. Farewell." Yang Kai was filled with annoyance. Last time on Sunrise Island, Pang Zhen had sent a message back to Sea Temple's headquarters. Yang Kai had waited for a long time, but Sea Temple had not responded. Yang Kai had not expected that when he came here today, he would be obstructed, and the one who came forward was the third temple master. To a certain extent, he could already represent the overall will of Sea Temple. Since Sea Temple was unwilling to do business with High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had no need to beg them. "You colluded with the Sea Clan, and still want to leave? Boy, if you don't make things clear, don't even think about leaving Black Reef Island today." A majestic roar suddenly came from not far away, and as soon as this voice fell, A burly middle-aged man appeared beside Chi Yunhai and stared coldly at Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could say anything, a loud roar came from inside Black Reef Island. Impudence! Yang Kai is this old master's guest. Who dares be rude to him? Hearing this voice, Yang Kai grinned, and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated greatly. Fortunately, he had not misjudged Shahu and had immediately come forward to defend him after noticing his arrival. However, the current situation was a bit complicated. Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business and simply stood quietly in place, waiting to hear what Shahu had to say. From the other side, Shahu flew over in an imposing manner and landed beside Yang Kai in a very short time, his face filled with anger as he glared fiercely at Chi Yunhai and the burly middle-aged man. Chi Yunhai seemed to be a little afraid to meet Shahu's gaze, but the burly middle-aged man was not afraid and stared back at Shahu without flinching. Chapter 17:21. Shahu's and the burly middle-aged man's eyes collided in the void, sending sparks flying everywhere. Everyone from Sea Temple didn't even dare to breathe, as they stood aside in fear. After a long time, Shahu sighed, his eyes no longer so aggressive as he turned to the burly middle-aged man and said, "Huayan, Yang Kai is this old master's guest, so this old master will entertain him personally. Take your people and withdraw." Hearing how Shahu addressed the middle-aged man, Yang Kai immediately understood the other party's identity. Sea Temple's first temple master, Jiang Huayan. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had heard of Jiang Huayan's name before. When he participated in the first auction in Heavenly Fate City, he had personally refined an origin-grade, low-rank origin condensing pill, which Jiang Huayan had bought for a large sum of money. At that time, Yang Kai had heard from Wei Guchang that Jiang Huayan had bought this origin condensing pill for his son. However, this was the first time Yang Kai had met him. Yang Kai took a look at this Sea Temple's first temple master and found that this man's strength had reached the peak of the origin returning realm, his aura even denser than Qian Tong's. He indeed had the qualifications and ability to serve as Sea Temple's first temple master. Moreover, this guy's courage was quite big. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of conflict there was between him and Shahu, but in any case, their relationship didn't seem to be very harmonious. Jiang Huayan smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Sha is mistaken. Although this sect master Yang is your guest, he wants to collude with the Sea clan. Please forgive Martial Nephew for not being able to sit idly by. Martial Uncle should also know how deep the grievances between the Sea clan and my Sea Temple are. Every year, there are many examples of my Sea Temple's disciples dying at the hands of the Sea clan. It is not an exaggeration to say that those from Sea God Palace are my Sea Temple's mortal enemies. Since Martial Uncle is acquainted with this person, please avoid suspicion for a few days. Martial Nephew will handle this matter and will give Martial Uncle a satisfactory explanation." Yang Kai raised his brow. He faintly realized that he seemed to be involved in some kind of struggle, and this struggle was obviously between Jiang Huayan and Shahu. From the looks of it, every family had their own problems. Yang Kai sighed inwardly. "Huayan, do you have to do this?" Shahu's face became gloomy, but he showed no intention of backing down. "Martial Nephew is thinking for the sake of Ocean Palace." Jiang Huayan stood straight, showing no sign of avoidance or guilt. "Please forgive me, Senior Uncle." Shahu stared at Jiang Huayan gloomily as he faintly showed signs of pushing his Saint Chi, seemingly wanting to attack Jiang Huayan. Noticing this, Jiang Huayan not only showed no fear, but instead showed an eager look, as if he could not wait for Shahu to attack. "Elder Shah, what's going on here?" Yang Kai asked in confusion. Shahu turned to look at him and sighed. "I'm ashamed. This old master has been too soft-hearted and has troubled you. Elder Shah, you're being too serious." Yang Kai chuckled. "I don't know what's going on." "Wait a moment. This old master will resolve this matter and then talk to you. Shahu said, "Good." Yang Kai nodded, assuming a posture of watching from the sidelines as he looked around with a smile. Shahu then turned his eyes to Jiang Huayan and said in a heavy tone, "Huayan, you were one of my Ocean Palace's rare geniuses back then. However, you were too narrow-minded. This old master thought that after so many years with you occupying the position of first temple master, you would have changed somewhat. But you have disappointed this old master. No matter how high you climb, no matter how profound your cultivation becomes, Jiang Huayan will always be the same Jiang Huayan from back then. Nothing will change." Being scolded by Sha, who in front of so many Ocean Palace masters, Jiang Huayan could not help but feel embarrassed. Jiang Huayan's face obviously showed some embarrassment, as he angrily said, "Martial nephew's matters need not concern martial uncle." Sha, who slowly shook his head, "A leopard cannot change its spots. This old master has been missing for 300 years, but after returning to Ocean Palace with the help of sect Master Yang, I am no longer prepared to participate in the struggle for power. As long as I can bring an opportunity for Ocean Palace to develop, I don't care which of the 3 temple masters sits on it. Do you think this old master wants to compete with you for the position of first temple master? What a joke. I'll say something you don't like to hear, but the position of temple master of Ocean Palace is nothing in this old master's eyes." The corners of Jiang Huayan's eyes twitched slightly as he stared at Sha, who, as if trying to see if he was telling the truth or not. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a look of understanding, finally understanding why he was being treated like this. Obviously, it was because Jiang Huayan thought that Sha, whose return was a threat to his position. So he deliberately made things difficult for Yang Kai in order to suppress Sha Hu. As for colluding with the Sea clan, that was just a good excuse. Even without this excuse, Ocean Palace would have found other excuses. It could only be said that Yang Kai had stepped into the vortex of a power struggle and was now being used as a bargaining chip. Sha, who obviously had no intention of competing with Jiang Huayan for power, he had lived on Serene Soul Island for 300 years and had long since become indifferent to fame and fortune. All he wanted to do was pursue a more powerful martial Tao. However, no matter what, Jiang Huayan was still the first temple master of Ocean Palace, so even if Sha Hu was displeased, he could not deal with him and could only endure. This was why Yang Kai said he was too soft-hearted. Jiang Huayan, stepping forward to threaten Yang Kai, had forced Sha Hu to come forward, making it impossible for him to endure any longer. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Kai Yang's mind, allowing him to guess the root cause of the current situation in a very short time. This old master will give you one last chance. Apologize to sect Master Yang, and I will pretend this matter never happened. From now on, you will still be the first temple master of Ocean Palace. As for this old master, he can leave Ocean Palace and never return." Sha Hu stared at Jiang Huayan coldly and said in an unquestionable tone. The latter's eyelids twitched, and it was obvious that his eyes were burning with rage. Sha Hu, taking advantage of his seniority to speak to him in such a commanding tone, obviously made him feel very uncomfortable. If he really did, as Sha Hu said, and apologized to Yang Kai, his dignity as first temple master would plummet. In the future, when others talked about him, they would only think of him as a puppet arranged by Sha Hu in front of the Great Hall. This was something Jiang Huayan absolutely could not tolerate. "Martial uncle, you are the most senior person in my Ocean Palace. Martial nephew has always respected you, but you have disappointed Martial nephew. As one of my Ocean Palace's elders, not only do you not consider Ocean Palace's interests, you even want this temple master to apologize to an outsider? Who does he think he is? Martial uncle, this temple master will also give you a chance to withdraw from this matter and no longer participate in it. Martial nephew promises to be respectful and filial to you in the future. Otherwise, don't blame Martial nephew for not giving you face." It looks like we have nothing more to say, Shahu said with a gloomy expression. He had not expected that his joyful return to the sea temple he had been away from for so long would result in him encountering such a situation. If he had known this would happen, he would have simply stayed on Serene Soul Island. Martial uncle, are you determined to oppose me? And sea temples? Jiang Huaiyan narrowed his eyes and looked at Sha, who, not allowing him to explain himself. First he put a big hat on his head. Sha, who remained silent, but his expression was one of grief. In that case, martial nephew will not be polite. Jiang Huaiyan suddenly shouted, "Open the spirit array." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Black Reef Island began to hum and tremble. In the next moment, a bright curtain of light enveloped the entire Black Reef Island. The sea within 100 miles surged, and the waves rose to a height of 10 zhang. An incomparably rich water attribute world energy madly gathered towards Black Reef Island, and mid-air, numerous strange beasts formed from water attribute world energy rapidly took shape. These beasts were so densely packed that they could not be seen with the naked eye, and there were also many different kinds of weapons formed from water attribute world energy. An aura of destruction descended from the sky. Shahu's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Blue roaring tidal array! So you had already planned to use this spirit array to embarrass this old master?" Jiang Huaiyan smiled and said, "Martial uncle must be joking. This spirit array is not meant to target martial uncle. After all, you are also a member of my sea temple." Saying so, Jiang Huaiyan turned to look at Yang Kai. "If it's not meant to deal with old Sha, then it's meant to deal with me?" Yang Kai pointed his finger to his nose indifferently. Jiang Huaiyan sneered. "I heard that Sect Master Yang's strength is so great that even the leaders of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain fell at Sect Master Yang's hands. This Temple Master does not dare act carelessly. Temple Master Jiang is too kind. My reputation is nothing more than a rumor spread by others. Humph. Sect Master Yang is the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect, and has never interfered with my Sea Temple's affairs, but since you dare collude with the Sea Clan, you are my Sea Temple's mortal enemy. Sect Master Yang, surrender." Jiang Huaiyan looked at Yang Kai proudly, as if he was fully confident that under this spirit array, Yang Kai would be powerless to fight back. "Yang Kai, you leave?" Shahu suddenly shouted, "The blue roaring tidal array is my Sea Temple's sect defending spirit array. It draws support from the rich water attribute energy of the surrounding territory. So, once it is activated, it is impossible for anyone below the Origin King realm to break this spirit array. However, with your ability, it won't be difficult for you to escape. You go first, this old master will cover for you." "Ooh, as expected of martial uncle, your understanding of my Sea Temple's sect defending spirit array is indeed profound. But martial uncle, isn't it inappropriate for you to speak so much to an outsider?" Jiang Huaiyan looked at Shahu with a sneer. "Impudence. This old master has already said that this old master has no intention of competing with you, but you are so short-sighted. Sea Temple will decline in your hands sooner or later. So, for the sake of our ancestors, this old master will have to fight with you." "Old Sha, don't worry." Yang Kai gently patted Shahu on the shoulder, a calm look on his face. You're a fool." Sha, who stomped his foot in annoyance. "Once the spirit array is activated, the longer it accumulates, the more powerful it becomes. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "I don't want to leave." Yang Kai chuckled. "It's just a spirit array. Nothing more." "Nothing more?" Shahu's expression froze. His spirit array being evaluated by Yang Kai like this made Shahu feel quite uncomfortable. However, after seeing Yang Kai's extremely indifferent expression, Shahu's frown eased, and he said thoughtfully, "Since you say so, this old master won't waste his breath. Be careful." Chapter 1722. And Yang Kai nodded, his expression becoming somewhat ferocious. Suddenly being used as a bargaining chip to deal with you makes this sect master very unhappy. Old Shah, this Jiang Huaiyan, do you mind if I kill him? Hearing this, Shah Hu sighed. Leave him alive. This old master will deal with him personally. As you wish. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Huaiyan glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai's calmness annoyed him greatly and made him feel uneasy. He didn't know if Yang Kai really had some kind of powerful backing that allowed him to not fear the blue roaring tidal array. After all, according to the rumors Jiang Huaiyan had heard, Yang Kai had killed far too many peak origin returning realm masters. However, no matter how tyrannical an individual's strength was, how could they be stronger than a spirit array? Thinking so, the uneasiness in Jiang Huaiyan's heart calmed down significantly, and he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes filled with ridicule. As time passed, the power of the blue roaring tidal array grew stronger and stronger as the surrounding water attribute energy continued to gather towards it, condensing into strange beasts and weapons that grew larger and larger. A pressure that caused even Shah, who to pale, suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Kai, however, still showed no intention of taking action, and simply stood in place, as if he was carefully appreciating the power of this blue roaring tidal array. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the power of the blue roaring tidal array had been raised to its peak. The sound of a tsunami rang in Yang Kai's ears, causing him to feel uneasy. Looking up, the sky was also filled with countless strange beasts and weapons made of water attribute world energy, all of them glaring at Yang Kai like tigers eyeing their prey. They were all waiting for the right moment to arrive before they could tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. A relaxed expression appeared on Jiang Huaiyan's face as he understood that even if Yang Kai possessed extraordinary strength, it would be impossible for him to escape from the blue roaring tidal array. This massive spirit array had been modified and strengthened by countless experts of Sea Temple, and it was enough to withstand a calamity that could wipe out an entire sect. Sect Master Yang, since you are Martial Uncle Shah's guest, if you obediently surrender, this temple master can consider lenient treatment. What do you say? Jiang Huaiyan looked at Yang Kai with a confident look on his face. Not good. Yang Kai shook his head. He looked at Jiang Huaiyan with a smile. I came here with sincerity, but I didn't expect to be treated like this. To be honest, your sea palace really annoys this sect master. If Elder Shah hadn't been here, this sect master even intends to remove your sea temple from Shadowed Star. However, the Ocean Palace was Elder Shah's sect. I can't go too far. You think you can remove my sea temple from Shadowed Star by yourself? Who gave you the confidence? Jiang Huaiyan roared. Do you have the ability? Yang Kai grinned. He didn't move much. He just looked at Jiang Huaiyan and softly said a word. Break. As soon as these words fell, the blue roaring tidal array, which had reached its peak, suddenly trembled, and the countless strange beasts' weapons suspended midair seemed to have gained sentience of their own and obeyed Yang Kai's command, bursting apart with a series of explosions. Even the bright light curtain that enveloped the entire Black Reef Island suddenly shattered at this moment. Sea Temple's sect defending array was instantly broken. It was as if the word Yang Kai spat out contained supreme power, forcing all the surrounding world energy to obey his instructions. Shah, who was dumbfounded as he felt a great impact on his heart, he stared at Yang Kai with an incredulous look, as if he had just met him for the first time. Jiang Huaiyan was also stunned in place, glancing at Yang Kai before glancing around, unable to believe that the blue roaring tidal array had been completely broken with just a single word from the other party. Third Temple Master Qi Yunhai was even more dumbfounded, his body trembling slightly. The remaining Supreme Ocean Palace Masters all let out cries of disbelief. What happened? After a while, Jiang Huaiyan suddenly reacted and roared at Qi Yunhai, "Where are the disciples presiding over the spirit array? Why did they stop the spirit array?" He thought that the spirit array had been broken because the disciples had taken the initiative to stop it, not because of Yang Kai's meddling. Qi Yunhai felt a headache coming on and quickly took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and contacted the disciples presiding over the blue roaring tidal array. A moment later, he said in a panic, "First Temple Master, it's not that the disciples stopped the spirit array. It's just that they can no longer activate it." "How is that possible?" Jiang Huaiyan's eyes trembled as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai grinned. "Don't waste your energy. Now that the world energy within 1,000 kilometers is under my control without my consent, your spirit array is just a decoration." "Nonsense!" Jiang Huaiyan shouted. "Even if you are an origin king, it is impossible for you to control such a large range of world energy. Do you take this temple master for a fool?" Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully as he suddenly raised his hands slowly. His movements were not fast. Instead, they were very slow. However, as he raised his hands, the seawater around Black Reef Island began to boil fiercely. Huge bubbles constantly rose from the surface of the sea. One after another, huge whirlpools formed near Black Reef Island and began to rotate wildly. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk thick pillars of water suddenly shot out from those whirlpools. Each pillar of water was dozens of meters thick. They shot straight up into the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were pierced by them. The sky shook, and the earth trembled, causing everyone to lose their footing. The sea around Black Reef Island seemed to have suddenly dropped a few inches. The water pillars that had rushed into the sky ferociously returned, transforming into azure water dragons. On their ferocious and incomparably huge heads, their facial features were vivid and lifelike. Even the body formed by the water pillars had lines that resembled dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, around Black Reef Island, hundreds of water dragons formed from pure seawater took shape. These water dragons shook their heads and waved their tails as they rushed towards Black Reef Island. When they were only a few hundred feet away from Black Reef Island, they suddenly stopped and looked down. The entire Black Reef Island was instantly surrounded by these hundreds of water dragons, each of them thousands of meters long and several dozen meters thick, each of them giving off a destructive pressure. It was not difficult to imagine that when these hundreds of water dragons rushed down, Black Reef Island would be reduced to ruins in a very short time. Yang Kai, who had done all this, had only raised his arms slightly, not showing any signs of using his Saint Chi or strength at all. On Black Reef Island, a commotion broke out, suddenly being surrounded by so many water dragons. The disciples of Sea Temple were naturally terrified. None of them knew what was happening, but under the terrifying pressure, they either collapsed to the ground or desperately tried to flee, causing the scene to descend into chaos. Jiang Huaiyan could no longer suppress the panic in the depths of his heart, and his whole body trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Unable to understand how Yang Kai was able to accomplish such a feat, no one dared to doubt that Yang Kai had the ability to remove Sea Temple from Shadowed Star anymore. The scene before them was the best explanation. Impossible. This temple master refuses to believe this is just an illusion. Jiang Huaiyan was still unwilling to give up and thought of a good reason, his eyes lighting up as he stared at Yang Kai. It turns out that Sect Master Yang has cultivated a profound illusion technique. This temple master was almost fooled by you. Stubborn fool. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and with a single thought, sent one of the water dragons swooping down towards Jiang Huaiyan. In midair, the incomparably huge water dragon twisted and changed, inconceivably turning into a 30-feet-long water arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Huaiyan. Jiang Huaiyan roared as he pushed his Saint Chi, stretched out his hand, and condensed a shield-like secret technique in front of him. All of this was in vain, as wherever the water arrow passed, the shields burst without even showing any signs of stopping. Jiang Huaiyan was shocked and realized that everything in front of him was not an illusion at all, but a real attack. By the time he tried to dodge, it was already too late. The water arrow pierced through his body, leaving a trail of blood behind it. Jiang Huaiyan's eyes bulged as he fell to the ground. However, because of Shahu's previous plea, Yang Kai did not kill him. But even so, this blow had almost taken half of Jiang Huaiyan's life. If he was not treated carefully, his cultivation would definitely plummet. With a single thought, the sea can change into mulberry fields. With a single thought, mountains can be moved. Yang Kai, did you refine Shadowed Star's source? Sha, who asked in a trembling voice as an astonishing light flashed across his eyes. What? Qi Yunhai's face changed drastically as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Refining star sources was something that only existed in legends, and once one refined a star source, they would become the star master of that cultivation star, and would be able to control everything there was to control it. Qi Yunhai subconsciously refused to believe such an incredible thing, because to refine star sources, one needed to have an extremely powerful cultivation. It was rumored that one needed to reach the third-order Origin King realm to do so. However, there was also a second-order Origin King cultivator, who was extremely lucky and managed to refine a star source and become a star master. But this kind of thing was too far away, especially for a cultivator on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai was just a trivial third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he refine star sources? But if this was not the case, how could everything in front of him be explained? Even an ordinary Origin King would not be able to create such a big scene. Only a Star Lord who ruled over a cultivation star could control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth as he pleased and gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Old Sha's vision is sharp. I was just lucky. Yang Kai smiled slightly, not denying it. Qi Yunhai could not help groaning in his heart. He suddenly realized that he had done something he would regret for the rest of his life with Jiang Huaiyan. Was there anything more stupid than targeting the Star Master of Shadowed Star on Shadowed Star? Sure enough, old Sha breathed a sigh of relief and sighed bitterly. Foolish, foolish. He was obviously blaming Jiang Huaiyan for being short-sighted. Originally, the friendship between him and Yang Kai was very good, but after this incident, Yang Kai's impression of Sea Temple would definitely not be good, which would be extremely detrimental to Sea Temple's future development. Chapter 1723. Somewhere on Black Reef Island. Yang Kai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Not far away, light footsteps sounded, and Yang Kai opened his eyes to find that Sea Temple's third temple master, Qi Yunhai, was walking over with a group of people. As soon as he met Yang Kai's gaze, Qi Yunhai hurriedly lowered his head and looked straight ahead with a respectful look. Since that day when he learned that Yang Kai was actually the Star Master of Shadowed Star, Qi Yunhai no longer dared to act presumptuously. Although his cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, Yang Kai was surrounded by the glorious aura of a Star Master, so even if there were 10,000 of him together, he would not be Yang Kai's opponent. He immediately apologized to Kai Yang and admitted his wrongs. Jiang Huaiyan had been crippled by Yang Kai, so the position of First Temple Master was vacant. Although Shahu did not like Qi Yunhai's cowardice, for the sake of Sea Temple, Shahu did not embarrass him and personally pleaded with Yang Kai to save his life. Sect Master Yang, I have brought you the people and materials. Qi Yunhai walked up to Yang Kai and stood 5 meters in front of him before saying respectfully. Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at the 6 people behind him, nodded lightly, and stretched out his hand. Bring me the materials. Yes. Qi Yunhai stepped forward and handed a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai released his divine sense and scanned it, finding that the materials inside were no different from what he had requested. Nodding, he said, Good, you may leave. Tell old Shah that the space array here will be completed in 7 or 8 days, so he doesn't need to worry about it. First, deal with the internal affairs of Sea Temple. Jiang Huaiyan had been crippled, so it was inevitable that there would be some turmoil inside Sea Temple. Although Shah, who had no intention of meddling in the affairs of Sea Temple, at this time, only he could step forward to stabilize the situation, so he could only do his best. Many thanks for Sect Master Yang's sympathy. I will definitely pass on your words. And Qi Yunhai quickly left, as if he didn't dare to stay with Yang Kai for a long time. After he left, Yang Kai looked at the remaining 6 cultivator. Among the 6 people, there were men and women, old and young, and the older ones. Most of them looked old, while the younger ones appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, clearly in their prime. Their cultivations weren't high, with the most powerful among them only being a first-order origin returning realm master, while the worst was only a third-order saint. While Yang Kai was sizing them up, the 6 of them were also sizing up Yang Kai. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, it was rumored that this man was the Star Master of Shadowed Star. It was the master of the cultivation star that it was in control of. Before bringing them here, Qi Yunhai had specifically warned them not to disobey Yang Kai. Whatever Qi Yunhai said was right, and if they made Yang Kai unhappy, they would be punished according to the sect's rules. Are you the best array masters of Sea Temple? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Among the 6, the old man stepped forward and cupped his fists, reporting to Sect Master Yang. The 6 of us are indeed the ones who have studied the Tao of spirit arrays the most in Sea Temple. Good. Yang Kai gently nodded. Before Qi Yunhai brought you here, he should have told you what to do, right? Third Temple Master said that he would assist Sect Master Yang in refining a space array to connect my Sea Temple and High Heaven Sect to facilitate the exchange of materials between the 2 sects. The old man replied again. And since you already know, then I won't waste any more words. In terms of materials, your Sea Temple has already prepared them. All that remains is for you to refine and integrate them into the array bases needed to construct the spirit array. As for the spirit array bases, I believe these shouldn't be difficult for you. The old man also seemed to have discovered that Yang Kai was not the fierce and evil person he had imagined, and instead had an amiable attitude, so he immediately relaxed and proudly declared, as long as we have the method to refine them, the 6 of us will not disappoint Sect Master Yang. Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, summoned the 6 to his side, and began explaining to them what kind of materials needed to be paired with what kind of materials to refine. The 6 of them had extremely high attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays, not something Yang Kai's half-baked knowledge could compare with. Yang Kai only gave a brief explanation, but the 6 of them were able to understand. Next, Yang Kai took out the materials prepared by Sea Temple one by one, divided them into different categories, and gave them to the 6 of them to refine different components. The arrangement of a space array was extremely complicated, but before coming here, Yang Kai had already arranged a space array outside High Heaven Sect, so this was his second time, so he was somewhat familiar with the process. The main work was naturally done by him. The reason why Yang Kai had Qi Yunhai bring the 6 of them over was just to act as his assistants, which would save him a lot of time. Yang Kai was also worried that these 6 people would steal something from him. After all, the most fundamental part of the space array was still in his hands. As long as this array diagram was not leaked, even if they copied it and arranged a new one, it wouldn't be of any use. In this open space on Black Reef Island, the 7 people each performed their own duties. In just 5 days, a space array that covered an area of about 10 feet had been completely set up. Looking around, this space array was not the same as the ones in the major cities. There was no circular arch, only a circular base placed on the ground, giving it a very simple appearance. However, the area it occupied was slightly larger. After all, if this space array was completed, it could cross a distance of millions of kilometers and could accommodate up to 50 people at a time. This was something the space arrays in the major cities could not compare with. The prototype of the space array had been arranged, so the rest was up to Yang Kai himself. The 6 array masters of Sea Temple did not rush to leave, and instead stood quietly to the side, paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. Unfortunately, no matter how they investigated, they could not find any clues. Yang Kai's divine sense shuttled back and forth across the base of the space array, carving a series of mysterious and complex patterns that gradually converged to form the space array's diagram. Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge, C, was his conflagrated knowledge, C, so it was extremely easy for him to leave a mark on these materials that had already been refined. The entire process was smooth, and it only took Yang Kai half an hour to complete the carving of the space array. After carefully inspecting the array diagram and confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, Yang Kai smiled slightly and poured his space force into it to activate the space array. At the same time, he located High Heavensec Space Array and connected the two places. "That's it?" the old man asked in disbelief. "It's almost done. As long as enough Saint crystals are placed into the space array, it will be able to operate." Yang Kai nodded and replied. The 6 array masters all gasped as they stared at Yang Kai in admiration. A space array! It only took him 5 days to set up such a huge space array. If such a thing was told, no one would believe it. On Shadowed Star, the method of arranging space arrays had long been lost. All that remained were relics from ancient times, and the cultivator could only perform some simple repairs. It was impossible for them to be rearranged. Moreover, even in ancient times, when the method of arranging space arrays had not been lost, it was impossible for it to be completed in such a short time. According to ancient records, the arrangement of a space array was a huge waste of manpower and resources. Not only did it require a huge amount of financial and material resources, but it also consumed a lot of time. Over the years, being able to arrange a single space array was already an amazing feat, but here, it had been completed in just 5 days. The 6 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and excitement. After all, this space array contained their blood, sweat, and tears. Sect Master Yang, may this old master be so bold as to give it a try? The old man rubbed his hands excitedly and asked, being the first person to use a space array, although there were no substantial benefits, for him it was still a kind of glory. "Wait a moment." Yang Kai chuckled before sitting down, taking out some strange materials from his space ring and placing them in front of him to smelt. Wrapped in his Saint Chi, the impurities in these materials were removed, and the various materials gradually gathered together like a hodgepodge. The 6 array masters didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do, so all of them just stared at him in confusion, feeling that he was quite mysterious. After a short while, a token-like object appeared in Yang Kai's hand. This token was not eye-catching, it was black in color and did not give off any world energy fluctuations, but on this token was engraved the word Ling. It was as if a dragon was flying and a phoenix was dancing, as if a divine dragon was about to soar into the sky, giving it an indescribable feeling. Yang Kai refined a total of 6 such tokens before casually tossing them to the 6 array masters. Each of the 6 array masters took one and held it in their palms as they examined it carefully. The old man seemed to think of something, and his expression became excited as he stammered, "Sect Master Yang, dare I ask what this is?" He obviously misunderstood and thought that Yang Kai had given them something good. "This is a transmission token. Without this transmission token, the only result of activating the space array is being banished to the void, never to return." Yang Kai explained lightly. The faces of the 6 array masters changed as they understood the purpose of these 6 tokens Yang Kai had specially refined. The old man recovered from his loss and quickly understood the key to this, cupping his fists and saying, "Sect Master Yang's thoughts are meticulous. This old master admires." With this, we can avoid the situation of a large number of cultivators invading with the help of our sex arrays. When the other 5 array masters heard what he said, they suddenly understood why Yong Kai had refined these 6 tokens. Although the space array was convenient to connect the 2 places, if an enemy took advantage of this gap and used this method to invade, it would be difficult to guard against. However, this transmission token refined by Yong Kai could essentially prevent such a situation from happening. Without this transmission token, it was impossible to use the space array. Yong Kai smiled lightly and didn't say anything, simply waving his hand and enveloping the 6 array masters with his Saint Chi before standing on top of the space array. Let's go and see if this array is useful. Chapter 1724. Before the 6 array masters of Sea Temple had time to speak, Yong Kai had already inserted the Saint crystals used to activate the array into the grooves around it. The array immediately began operating, and with a flash of white light, the 6 array masters felt their bodies lighten, and by the time they reacted, the scenery in front of them had changed drastically. Looking around, the ground in front of them was black and red, and the surrounding air was filled with a rich fire attribute aura, making it appear somewhat hot and dry. The environment here was completely different from the limitless ocean, where Sea Temple was located. Beneath his feet was an existence identical to the space array arranged by Yong Kai and the others. There were also some cultivators in the surroundings who were busy building a palace here. This palace was almost complete, and its imposing aura was magnificent. The nearby bustling martial artists were all wearing the same uniform. On their clothes, there was a small Ling word embroidered. High Heaven Sect disciples. The 6 array masters from Sea Temple immediately reacted. They had already arrived near High Heaven Sect, and this place was obviously very similar to the legendary Lu Yen Sand Field. The abnormality of the space array here alarmed the nearby High Heaven Sect disciples, and some of them immediately came to investigate. After discovering that it was Yong Kai, they quickly cupped their fists and bowed. Yong Kai waved his hand. I'm just testing whether the array over there is useful or not. All of you can go about your own business. Yes, the disciples obeyed and dispersed. High Heaven Sect space array was arranged by Yong Kai outside the Lu Yen Sand Field, so as to avoid the drawbacks of others directly entering the headquarters through the space array. This space array was of great significance, as it was a bridge between High Heaven Sect and the outside world. Yong Kai planned to arrange space arrays in all the famous cities on Shadowed Star, so that High Heaven Sect would be able to establish contact with them at any time and place. This would be of great help to High Heaven Sect's future development. Sect Master. A High Heaven Sect disciple did not leave immediately, and instead stood in place and cupped his fists respectfully. What is it? Great Elder instructed a few days ago that if Sect Master appears here, he must inform Sect Master about this matter. Please be sure to pass on a message to the Sovereign. Half a month ago, the Shadow Moon Palace's Palace Lord Qian sent a message asking the Sovereign to make time to make a trip to the Shadow Moon Palace. He said that he had something important to discuss with me. Got it. Yong Kai nodded. Only then did the disciple leave. Yong Kai didn't know why Qian Tong was looking for him, but it shouldn't be urgent, otherwise he would have come in person. Moreover, Qian Tong was now an Origin King Realm Master, so there were few things in this world that could threaten him. Yong Kai didn't take this matter to heart. He planned to finish his work before going to the Shadow Moon Hall to meet Qian Tong. After testing the smoothness of the space array, Yong Kai led the 6 Ocean Temple members back to Black Reef Island. The 6 of them were still somewhat unsatisfied. The old man wore a look of extreme admiration as he said, Sect Master Yang, this old master has also used many space arrays, but each time he uses them, the transmission distance depends on the distance. All of them have varying degrees of dizziness, but this space array did not cause this old master to feel any of these. Sect Master Yang's talent is truly admirable." The other 5 also nodded in agreement. Space arrays were indeed convenient to use, but transmission through space would put a burden on the cultivator. This burden was not only on the physical body, but also on the soul. The further the distance, the greater the burden. Therefore, a cultivator who was not strong would not dare to perform long-distance transmission. If they were not careful, it was very likely that their knowledge, would be destroyed. From then on, they would become an idiot. Even short-distance transmissions could not be performed too many times in a short period of time. Of the 6 array masters, which one of them had not used a space array before, it was just a matter of how many times. They were well aware of this drawback. But just now, they had performed 2 ultra-long-distance transmissions over 10 million kilometers. Yet, they did not feel any discomfort. It was as if they were visiting a neighbor. In other words, the space array arranged by Yang Kai had surpassed the ancient relics in all aspects and reached a new height. Of course, the old man admired this to the extreme. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "It's just a small trick. Please pass the transmission tokens in your hands to Old Shah. Also, tell Old Shah to send someone to High Heaven Sect once the temple has settled down. My sect's great elder. You will discuss the exchange of supplies with him. Is Sect Master Yang leaving now? Would you like to rest for a few days and meet with Granduncle Shah?" The old man tried to persuade him to stay. "No, I have to make a trip to Sea God Palace." Yang Kai waved his hand before his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. A look of regret appeared on the faces of the 6 array masters. After a brief discussion, they hurried towards the center of Black Reef Island. The 6 transmission tokens were of utmost importance, so they did not dare to act carelessly. Sea God Palace was a huge force on the limitless ocean that rivaled Sea Temple and encompassed all sentient beings in the limitless ocean. To a certain extent, Sea God Palace was much stronger than Sea Temple, whether it was in terms of the cultivation or number of high-level cultivators. However, although the 2 of them had friction from time to time, they would never fight on a large scale, allowing them to coexist on the limitless ocean. Sea God Palace was actually located somewhere 10,000 meters below the surface of the ocean. The huge underwater palace complex was beautifully built and protected by spirit arrays, allowing the air inside to be fresh and natural. For others, trying to find the headquarters of Sea God Palace on the vast, limitless ocean was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Sea Temple had never been able to figure out where Sea God Palace was located. But for Yang Kai, it was a simple and easy task. After leaving Black Reef Island, it only took him a day to lock onto the location of Sea God Palace and arrive here. Here, he did not encounter any difficulties. Although the Sea Clan looked down on the human race and was a different race from the human race, they had always respected the strong. Yang Kai undoubtedly had the capital to make them treat him with respect. What's more, as the Sea Clan's princess, the little dolphin was extremely close to Yang Kai. Qian Mo and Shang Ao, the 2 great commanders, were also very grateful to Yang Kai. As such, cooperation with the Sea Clan was much easier than with Sea Temple. Yang Kai personally went to meet the king of the Sea Clan, the father of the little dolphin, Patriarch Lai Kong of the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. After the other party probed a little and determined that Yang Kai's strength was unfathomable, the 2 sides hit it off and immediately began cooperating. Just like with Sea Temple, Yang Kai made requests and Sea God Palace provided the materials. Yang Kai spent a few days arranging a 3rd space array in Sea God Palace and refining several transmission tokens. With these 2 transmission arrays in Sea Temple and Sea God Palace, High Heaven Sect could truly set foot in the deep sea from now on. When the time came, whether it was for their own use or to sell, High Heaven Sect would never suffer a loss. On the contrary, they could take advantage of this advantage to expand high heaven sect's material reserves, allowing the disciples to cultivate without any worries about a shortage of supplies. This was an advantage that no other sect on Shadowed Star possessed. Yang Kai did not plan to stay in Sea God Palace for long, so after everything was settled, he bid farewell to Sea God Palace's palace master Lai Kong. However, before leaving, something unexpected happened. The little dolphin actually ran over to Yang Kai with her tail wagging and handed a bead in her mouth to Yang Kai. This bead was about the size of a fist, blue in color, and as deep as the sea. It didn't look very big, but when Yang Kai held it in his hand, he found that it was extremely heavy and gave off a faint sound of tsunamis, as well as an extremely rich water attribute aura. When Sea God Palace's palace master Lai Kong, Qianemo, Shang Ao, and the other great commanders saw this bead, their expressions changed and became dignified. Many people had nervous expressions on their faces. This thing, I can't accept it. Yang Kai smiled slightly as he patted the little dolphin's head. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this bead was, he could infer from everyone's expressions that this bead was absolutely valuable. He had just reached a cooperative relationship with Sea God Palace, so if he rashly accepted such a valuable gift, he was afraid that the Sea Tribe would be displeased. The most important reason was that this bead was given to him by the little dolphin. The little dolphin only had the IQ of a few years old child, so its actions were entirely based on its preferences and could not represent the wishes of the entire Sea clan. If this had been given to him by Lai Kong himself, Yang Kai would not have considered it so much. Seeing Yang Kai refuse, the several Sea clan great commanders all showed relaxed expressions. The little dolphin, however, was unwilling to give up and began crying out anxiously, as if it would not give up until Yang Kai accepted it. Yang Kai tried his best to persuade it, but the little dolphin still refused to take it back, its eyes almost overflowing with tears. Yang Kai could only turn his gaze to Lai Kong helplessly. Lai Kong's expression was indescribable as he stared at the little dolphin with a soft gaze. After a long time, he smiled slightly and said, "Since Sect Master Yang and my daughter are so fated, please accept this thing. If you don't accept it, my daughter will definitely be sad. After all, Sect Master Yang is my daughter's savior. This is my daughter's gift of thanks. Sect Master Yang does not need to refuse." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Dare I ask what this thing is? What use does it have?" "This is one of the treasures of my Sea God Palace, the Sea God Bead. It may not be of any use to Sect Master Yang, but if it is obtained by a cultivator who cultivates a water attribute secret art or secret technique, it will be of great use. It contains the source of the sea and is filled with rich and pure water attribute world energy. It is almost inexhaustible. This king gave it to my daughter as a birthday gift 2 years ago. Since it belongs to my daughter, of course she can give it to Sect Master Yang," Lai Kong explained. The source of the sea, Yang Kai was slightly moved. "This thing really has some use to me. Since that's the case, this Yang will accept it." Lai Kong smiled and nodded. The several great commanders saw that the matter had reached this point and could not say anything more. However, this Sea God bead is too precious. How about this? This Yang is willing to exchange 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills for it. What does Lai Kong Palace think? 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills? Lai Kong's eyes lit up. The expressions of many great commanders also became excited. Chapter 1725. The Sea Clan Masters had long learned about the effects of Shadowed Heaven pills from Qian Mo and Shang Ao. Although they knew the effects of Shadowed Heaven pills were heaven-defying, their main ingredient could only be found on Serene Soul Island, so even if they wanted it, they couldn't obtain it. The little dolphin did have some, but not many. They were all given to her by Yang Kai before, so they could be considered her personal belongings. Who would dare take pills from a Sea Clan princess? Even Lai Kong had only taken one shadowed heaven pill from the little dolphin to study it. After studying it, he returned it to his daughter. At this moment, Yang Kai was actually offering 500 origin-grade shadowed heaven pills. For the Sea clan, this was tantamount to a windfall. With these 500 origin-grade shadowed heaven pills, the Sea clan masters could greatly improve their physical strength. So when he heard that Yang Kai was willing to exchange 500 origin-grade shadowed heaven pills for this sea god bead, Lai Kong could no longer maintain his calm, and joy overflowed from his face. Good. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Although 500 origin-grade shadowed heaven pills was a huge fortune, it was nothing to High Heaven Sect. The shadowed heaven lotus he brought back last time had all been given to Xiaoning Chang. Presumably, after so many days, she had refined a lot of pills. Lai Kong said dryly, "How can I accept this? If Palace Master Lai Kong does not agree, then this Yang will be embarrassed to accept this sea god bead." Lai Kong pondered for a moment before nodding. Since Sect Master Yang is so straightforward, this Lai Kong will not hesitate. This king agrees. May the friendship between Sea God Palace and High Heaven Sect last forever. Good. I will have someone deliver the 500 shadowed heaven pills to Sea God Palace. Please wait a few days. Yang Kai cupped his fist to the Sea Clan masters. This Yang will take his leave now. Please wait a moment. After saying so, Yang Kai stepped directly into the space array and teleported out of High Heaven Sect with the help of its power, the Sea God Bead. He unexpectedly obtained this time was really useful to Yang Kai. Although he didn't cultivate any water attribute secret arts or secret techniques, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art required supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, there was no need to consider the fire element treasure. That piece of sun true essence contained a vast amount of energy. Yang Kai had used it to cultivate for such a long time, yet the sun's true essence had not changed at all. On the other hand, the supreme treasures of the other 4 attributes were damaged to a certain extent. Whether it was the lightning wood, profound sunflower water, profound gold, or divine nullification sand, they couldn't hold on for much longer. The sea god bead he obtained this time could be used to replace the profound sunflower water as a material for his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The sea god's pearl contained the source of a sea, and its water attribute spiritual energy was abundant and pure. Its grade could only be higher than the profound sunflower water. There was no doubt that it met the requirements, and the energy stored inside, it was definitely much more than the profound sunflower water. From the looks of it, he didn't have to worry about water-type supreme treasures for the time being. On the other hand, he still needed to pay more attention to the metal, wood, and earth attribute materials. However, with Yang Kai's current identity, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find materials of these 3 attributes. In fact, he only needed to issue an order, but whether or not they would be comparable to the sea god bead was uncertain. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai went to find Yi Shiyun. He told her about the deal he made with Sea God Palace and asked her to send someone to collect 500 origin-grade shadowed heaven pills from Xiaoning Chang. Yi Shiyun naturally agreed. Over the next 2 months, Yang Kai ran around the famous cities and sects of Shadowed Star, constantly arranging space arrays. 2 months later, using the space array outside High Heaven Sect as a foundation, High Heaven Sect's route was set up. It covered almost all of Shadowed Star, and as long as the disciples needed it, they could travel to any city they wanted at any time. Such an unprecedented scale was something that had never happened on Shadowed Star before. As a result, not only could High Heaven Sect keep abreast of the situation and information of Shadowed Star at any time, but it could also purchase all kinds of materials from all over the world. Yang Kai placed Heavenly Fate City at the bottom of his list. After all, he was going to see Qian Tong, so he might as well arrange the space array together with this matter. On this day, Yang Kai arrived at Heavenly Fate City. Looking down at the post-war city from the sky, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. When he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he was just a second-order saint, but after so many years, he had already cultivated to the peak of Shadowed Star. Thinking back, it was on Dragon Cave Mountain outside Heavenly Fate City that he began to make a name for himself and gradually established the current High Heaven sect. Recalling the past now felt like it was yesterday. Yang Kai smiled lightly and descended straight to the city lord's mansion. After being plundered by corpse spirit religion, Heavenly Fate City was originally in ruins, but after a long period of recuperation, the current Heavenly Fate City was prosperous again. Fei Ji2 was still the city lord of Heavenly Fate City. When Yang Kai saw him, he had already recovered his third-order origin-returning realm cultivation. It seemed that after being tortured by Fong Fengqi of corpse spirit religion last time, he had regained some of his former strength. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling happy for him, and after seeing Yang Kai, Fei Ji2 was even more excited. After learning the purpose of Yang Kai's visit, he immediately decided to let Yang Kai do as he pleased. Yang Kai didn't hold back and immediately began to arrange the space array in Heavenly Fate City, connecting it to High Heaven Sect. In just 2 days, the space array was completed. With the study of space arrays, Yang Kai had become very familiar with arranging them and could save a lot of time. With a flash of white light, Fei Ji2 disappeared from the space array. After a while, he reappeared and laughed. Sure enough, it was sent to High Heaven Sect. This is great. In the future, our two sects can communicate with each other at any time, and we won't have to worry about it taking days to send a letter. Yang Kai smiled softly and suddenly asked, "By the way, Senior Fei, is old Qian here?" Hearing Yang Kai ask about Qian Tong, Fei Ji2's expression immediately became serious, and he nodded. "He's already here, but seeing you arranging the space array, he didn't want to disturb you. You should go and see him quickly. Old Ghost Qian seems to have something he can't solve." Even old Qian can't solve it? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't understand what was going on, that even a master like Qian Tong was at his wit's end. When he was arranging the space array here, he had already asked Fei Ji2 to send a message to Shadow Moon Hall. 2 days was enough for Qian Tong to arrive. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and hurriedly went to see Qian Tong under the lead of Fei Ji2's day. In a hall of the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai stepped in. There were only 3 people waiting inside. These 3 were all old acquaintances of Yang Kai. In addition to Qian Tong, there was Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, the pair of Mandarin ducks in distress. Seeing Yang Kai, Qian Tong's eyes lit up, and he smiled bitterly. "You're finally here, little brat. Please forgive me, old Qian. I thought it was nothing serious, so I didn't rush over. I've been running around Shadowed Star all this time." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. If he had known that Qian Tong was so anxious, he would have been the first to come to Heavenly Fate City. Qian Tong smiled. "It's not that urgent. Otherwise, this old master would have gone to High Heaven Sect in person." To the side, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer hurriedly got up and greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting. Sweeping them with his divine sense, he found that the saint chi in their bodies was surging like a sea, and their auras were fluctuating. Obviously, they were on the verge of a breakthrough. They were worthy of being the most elite disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Less than 10 years after breaking through to the origin returning realm, they were actually on the verge of a breakthrough. Logically speaking, even with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's aptitude, their cultivation progress should not have been so rapid. Yang Kai guessed that this was related to the last time corpse spirit religion had wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. A cultivator was often able to force out all their potential in desperate situations. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had been on the verge of death several times during that incident, which was of great benefit to their future cultivation. When young people met, it was always lively. While Yang Kai was talking to Wei Guchang and Dong Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu did not interrupt and just watched from the side with a smile. After a long time, Yang Kai patted his head and turned to Qian Tong. Right, old Qian, why did you come looking for me? I heard Senior Fei say that even you can't solve this matter. Qian Tong's expression gradually became serious as he nodded, and this old master really can't solve it, so he wanted to ask you, what is it specifically? You should know if you take a closer look. Qian Tong did not give a direct answer. After he finished speaking, a mysterious force suddenly burst out of his body and radiated outwards. Territory field. This was a territory field that only Origin King Realm masters could possess. It was the ultimate evolution of Shi. Qian Tong had only broken through to the Origin King Realm a few years ago, so his territory field was not very powerful among Origin Kings, but when he released his territory field, the entire world seemed to tremble. Fortunately, he did not target anyone present, and instead restrained himself, so even if Wei Guchang and the others felt their bodies become heavy and their Saint Qi become difficult to circulate, they were not injured. Yang Kai paid close attention to Qian Tong when suddenly his complexion changed, and he released his divine sense to investigate Qian Tong's surroundings. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Qian Tong immediately knew that he had noticed something and spared no effort to continue maintaining his territory field so that Yang Kai could see more clearly. After a long time, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he withdrew his gaze and frowned. Since you are the master of Shadowed Star, you should have noticed something wrong, right? Qian Tong dispersed his territory field and asked Yang Kai. Fei Ji Tu, Wei Guchang, and Dong Qian were all confused, none of them knowing what was wrong with Qian Tong. In their opinion, there was nothing wrong with Qian Tong. As soon as he released his territory field, it was suffocating. The world principles here are rejecting you? Yang Kai asked suspiciously, a look of shock flashing across his eyes. You really noticed? Qian Tong sighed. What? Fei Ji Tu was shocked. Old Ghost Qian is being rejected by the world principles? How could such a thing be possible? Nothing is impossible. Qian Tong smiled bitterly and shook his head. If the world principles were not rejecting me, do you think this old master was struck by lightning for no reason last time? Chapter 1726. Old Qian was struck by lightning? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder, and Qian Tong nodded. Although I didn't suffer any serious injuries, the power of heavenly thunder is still not to be underestimated. Fei Ji Tu's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, I thought you were cultivating some kind of secret technique last time to attract heavenly thunder, but it turns out that wasn't the case. I didn't cultivate any secret technique. Qian Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There are many secret techniques in Shadow Moon Hall. It's not like you don't know what kind of secret technique can attract heavenly thunder. Besides, even if there were such a secret technique, this old master wouldn't have the time to cultivate it. I'd rather consolidate my realm right now. What about the earth fire from last time? Dong Qian asked from the side. What earth fire? Fei Ji Tu looked stunned. Dong Qian blinked his big eyes and explained, 2 months ago, a terrifying earth fire suddenly emerged from Honored Master's retreat and burned the entire place to ashes. Such a thing happened? Fei Ji Tu was very surprised. It's also because this old master was rejected by the world principles. Qian Tong was very annoyed, since this old master returned to Shadowed Star. I've encountered this kind of thing more than once. Although this old master resolved it every time, this old master can't concentrate on his cultivation. Not only that, when this old man flies in the air, there is a soul-dispersing astral wind in the void that rushes into my sea of consciousness, wearing down my spiritual power. This old man doesn't dare to fly for too long, nor does he dare to fly too high, for fear of causing unbearable consequences. heavenly thunder, earth fire, astral wind. Yong Kai clicked his tongue. Old Qian, you've been living such a bitter life. Hearing Yong Kai's teasing, Qian Tong looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. This kind of life was indeed very stressful. Fortunately, Qian Tong was not in secluded retreat these days. Otherwise, once he was disturbed, it was very likely that he would become the demon race. At that time, even if he was an Origin King realm master, it would be impossible for him to survive. How could there be such a thing? Fei Zhitu's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes were filled with surprise. This city lord has lived for hundreds of years, but this is the first time I've heard of this. This is my first time as well. Qian Tong sighed heavily, then looked at Yong Kai with an expectant expression. Yong Kai, you are now the master of Shadowed Star. Can you find a way to relieve this old master of these worries? He was really too troubled, and he didn't know when the heavenly lightning earth and fire would strike, so he couldn't go into seclusion. Now he could only pin all his hopes on Yong Kai, hoping that he could come up with a solution. But, to his great disappointment, Yong Kai slowly shook his head. I can roughly grasp the world principles of Shadowed Star, but it is impossible for me to break them. Qian Tong heard this and sighed. Another sigh followed. The hall fell silent for a while as everyone's expressions became heavy. The only Origin King realm master on Shadowed Star had appeared in Shadow Moon Hall, which should have been an extremely glorious matter, but Qian Tong was now being rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles, which was not good news. After a long time, Qian Tong suddenly said, "It seems that the only way is to leave. Old Ghost Qian, you want to leave Shadowed Star?" Fei Zhi too was shocked. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer also looked at Qian Tong reluctantly, as if they wanted to say something to persuade him, but did not know where to start. If I don't leave here, this old master will be troubled for the rest of his life, and his cultivation will never improve. Qian Tong smiled slightly. This old master finally broke through to the Origin King realm. This old master does not want to be trapped in this realm for the rest of his life. This old master wants to go higher, stand farther, and see more wonderful scenery. You're already so old, yet you're still so ambitious. Fei Zhi too smiled bitterly. Old Fei, are you willing to be trapped in the Origin returning realm for the rest of your life? Qian Tong asked. How could that be possible? Fei Zhi too snorted. If my realm had not fallen last time, I would have left Shadowed Star with this city. Regardless of whether I can pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm or not, this city lord would have left Shadowed Star with you. Yes, people walk to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Since you've decided I have nothing else to say, then I have nothing more to say. You can rest assured that Shadow Moon Hall will be well taken care of. Fei Zhi too said seriously, Yong Kai, if this old master wants to leave here, he will need to borrow your strength. Qian Tong looked at Yong Kai. Of course, Yong Kai smiled faintly. Of course, Yong Kai smiled slightly. Actually, I have a plan that I am going to implement soon. It happens to coincide with old Qian's idea. What plan? Qian Tong's eyes lit up when he heard this. I am going to arrange a space array on another cultivation star, ultra-long distance transmission across stars. Qian Tong and Fei Zhi too exclaimed in unison as they looked at Yong Kai in shock. Yong Kai nodded. Shadowed Star has been closed off for long enough. It is time to go out and take a look. If this plan can really be accomplished, a cultivator on Shadowed Star will be able to leave Shadowed Star in the future and go to other places to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Qian Tong and Fei Zhi too were speechless for a long time, just staring in shock. After a long while, Qian Tong asked hesitantly, "Can this kind of thing be done?" "Where there is a will, there is a way." Yong Kai chuckled. "At the very least, I don't think there will be any problems with the arrangement of the space array, But what if a master from another cultivation star invades Shadowed Star with the help of the space array you arranged? What will happen then? Qian Tong showed a trace of worry on his face. Haha, you don't have to worry about that. Fei Ji too laughed as he took out a few tokens engraved with the character Ling from a space ring and waved them in his hand. Without these, it is impossible to use the space array arranged by Yang Kai. What are these? Qian Tong was puzzled. Transmission tokens. Fei Shi too immediately explained. After Qian Tong understood the function of these transmission tokens, he could not help but feel relieved and thoughtfully said, Yang Kai, you made these transmission tokens. It seems you already had plans. Of course. Arranging a space array on Shadowed Star is just practice. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. His real goal was to connect Shadowed Star to star territory. This was not just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Yang Kai had been considering for a long time. It would take far too long to travel from Shadowed Star to the bustling star field, but if there was a space array, there wouldn't be such a problem. Today, in High Heaven Sect, there was more than one peak third-order origin returning realm master, and as sect master, Yang Kai was bound to plan for their future. Even he himself had reached the third-order origin returning realm and urgently needed to leave Shadowed Star to prepare for his breakthrough to the Origin King realm. What's more, by arranging a space array, Yang Kai could also cultivate the Tao of Space. These days, he found that his grasp of the Tao of Space had become more profound. Killing several birds with one stone, Yang Kai naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Good. Since you are so considerate, this old master can rest assured. You becoming the sect master of Shadowed Star is the blessing of all stars. Qian Tong laughed. Then, old Qian, will you leave with me? Or will you wait for me to finish arranging the space array? Before leaving, Yang Kai asked again. Qian Tong thought about it seriously for a while before saying, after you finish arranging the space array, this old master will stay on Shadowed Star for a while. There are still some things I need to deal with in Shadow Moon Hall. Then old Qian can wait for my good news. Yang Kai smiled lightly. After the discussion, Yang Kai did not stay in Heavenly Fate City for long and instead returned directly to High Heaven Sect. Gathering all the elders in the sect, Yang Kai told them about his next plans. Yi Shiyun, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others all looked at Yang Kai excitedly and nodded in agreement. Needless to say, Yi Shiyun was the most promising existence on Shadowed Star to break through to the Origin King realm, but last time, she had to stay behind in High Heaven Sect to take care of Yang Yen, so she missed the opportunity to leave with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai could really arrange the space array on a nearby cultivation star, she would have a chance to escape the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles. Yang Xiuzhu and the others also had similar thoughts. Although they hadn't been able to break through in the blood prison trial, that didn't mean that they wouldn't have any hope of breaking through in their lifetime. Naturally, they had to spare no effort to break through. Even if they had to break through a wall, they wouldn't turn back. Since no one has any objections, this sect master will do as he pleases. Yang Kai grinned and looked around. But before that, I need all of you to help me collect materials. What materials? Yi Shiyun asked. Space spirit crystals. Yang Kai said solemnly. The most critical material for arranging a space array is space spirit crystals. Depending on the distance between two space arrays, the number of space spirit crystals required will vary. Since we want to arrange a super long distance space array that can cross stars, the more space spirit crystals we have, the better. Good. We'll handle this matter. Yi Shiyun nodded heavily. Now that High Heaven Sect could easily communicate with all of Shadowed Star, it was not difficult to collect materials. The key was how many space spirit crystals they could collect. After all, space spirit crystals were extremely rare, and even if some were occasionally found, they would be used to refine space rings. Yang Kai had a lot of them before, all of which he had mined under Dragon Cave Mountain, but they had long been consumed by his cultivation of Space Force. The space spirit crystals used to arrange the space array during this time were all plundered from the storehouses of the various great sects and cities. After 3 months, I will leave Shadowed Star. I hope all of you can help me collect enough space spirit crystals by then. Yes. All the elders nodded before quickly dispersing to contact their respective sects on Shadowed Star. Yong Kai believed that after 3 months, Yong Kai should be able to reap a great harvest. The elders of High Heaven sect were all mobilized, leaving Yong Kai with nothing to do. After spending a few days with his parents and brothers, he took Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang to travel around Shadowed Star. He didn't know when he would be free after this trip. He only hoped that he could spend more time with his 2 senior sisters in these 3 months and enjoy more time with his 2 women. Such a life was simply a luxury for him. Chapter 1727. Is this the Grand Crystal Mountain Range where Colored Glass Sect is located? Su Yan looked down at the undulating mountain range below and asked, and Yong Kai, who was standing next to her, nodded before releasing his divine sense and using his status as a star master, sweeping the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers before smiling. It seems that when Corpse Spirit Religion attacked, Colored Glass Sect's headquarters didn't suffer much damage. It's about the same as the last time I was here. Xia Ning Chang looked into the distance and said softly, the world energy on Shadowed Star is really incomparable to Tong Xian Realm. Every place we've been to these days, whether it's the world energy or the scenery, it far surpasses Tong Xian Realms. She looked slightly disappointed. Yong Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master, the Star Master of Tong Xian Realm. For every Star Master, a cultivation star that had its source refined was like their closest companion, like their own child. Tong Xian Realm's desolation and lack of world energy made Xia Ning Chang feel a little sad. Star Masters are closely related to cultivation stars. Little senior sister, you should work hard to improve your cultivation. One day, Tong Xian Realm will be revitalized again, Yong Kai comforted. And Xia Ning Chang nodded obediently. Let's go. Sect Master Gong should have received the news. Yong Kai grabbed the 2 women's hands and led them forward. It had been almost 3 months since Yong Kai began wandering Shadowed Star. Over the past 3 months, Yong Kai's group of 3 had visited almost all of Shadowed Star's famous scenic spots, experiencing all kinds of local customs and practices. The magnificent limitless ocean, the endless silent desert, and the many towering mountains and rivers, all of which left their footprints and silhouettes in their memories. These 3 months would definitely become the most beautiful memories in the hearts of the 3 of them. Colored Glass Sect was Yong Kai's last stop. Yong Kai didn't come here to sightsee, but rather to ask Gong Ao Fu for something. Although Gong Ao Fu had led all of Colored Glass Sect to join High Heaven Sect when Corpse Spirit Religion was rampaging, High Heaven Sect's forces were still quite strong. She herself became one of the elders of High Heaven Sect, but after the hidden dangers of Corpse Spirit Religion were discovered, Yong Kai asked Gong Ao Fu to return to Grand Crystal Mountain. He knew better than anyone else the significance of a sect to a cultivator. Just like the sect he established on Shadowed Star called High Heaven Sect, even if Gong Ao Fu would have more room to develop if she stayed in High Heaven Sect, she would always remember Colored Glass Sect, the sect that gave birth to her and raised her. What's more, when Gong Ao Fu joined High Heaven Sect, Yong Kai had allowed her to rebuild Colored Glass Sect in the future. Letting her go was just to fulfill his promise. Gong Ao Fu was indeed moved to tears. Although she led the cultivator of Colored Glass Sect back to Tai Ching Mountain, she also made a solemn vow that Colored Glass Sect would no longer exist. It was under the control of High Heaven Sect and was an affiliated sect of High Heaven Sect. This was the first subsidiary sect of High Heaven Sect. What's more, it was a very important subsidiary sect. When Yang Kai brought Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang here, he had already sent a message to Gong Ao Fu. By the time they arrived at Colored Glass Sect's main peak, there was already a large group of people standing down below, led by a beautiful woman. She was full of charm and had a voluptuous figure. Naturally, she was Gong Ao Fu. Dai Yuan's face was still full of pockmarks, making her look extremely ugly, but standing beside Gong Ao Fu only served to accentuate Gong Ao Fu's beauty. Behind the two of them, these people were the only remaining elders and elite disciples of Colored Glass Sect, In Su Dai among them. Seeing Yang Kai's light descend, the group of people down below immediately wore solemn expressions and saluted. Subordinate Gong Ao Fu greets Sect Master and Madam Sect Master. Gong Ao Fu quickly said, "None of you are outsiders. Sect Master Gong doesn't need to be so polite." Yang Kai waved his hand while Su Yan smiled at Gong Ao Fu and calmly accepted the title she had just received. On the other hand, Xia Ning Chang, even though she was wearing a veil, even with the veil covering her face, one could still see the blush on her face and her delicate earlobes. Even after so many years, this little senior sister was still as shy as ever. "Sister Dai Yuan, long time no see." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan again, his eyes sweeping over her face meaningfully. Others might not know what kind of face was hidden under this disgusting face, but Yang Kai was well aware of it. Dai Yuan's figure was indeed exquisite and curvaceous, but her dignified appearance was very off-putting, making it extremely difficult for anyone to have a good impression of her. Yang Kai and Dai Yuan were simply the difference between heaven and earth. Would a divine dragon, soaring in the sky, ever pay attention to an ant crawling on the ground? As such, almost no one understood why Yang Kai cared so much about Dai Yuan. Facing Yang Kai's greetings, Dai Yuan just nodded lightly, not showing much enthusiasm. Gong Ao Fu smiled from the side. Subordinate heard from Great Elder that Sect Master has been wandering around Shadowed Star these past few months. "Did you gain anything?" "Just looking at the scenery." "How could I gain anything?" Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. "Sect Master and his two wives are a perfect match made in heaven. It seems that traveling hand in hand was the greatest gain." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang before smiling knowingly. Although they knew that Gong Ao Fu was trying to flatter them, the three of them didn't feel any disgust. "I wonder why Sect Master has come to Colored Glass Sect today. Are you simply here to enjoy the scenery? If that is the case, Subordinate will do his best to arrange for you. My Grand Crystal Mountain scenery is also quite good." "That's not it." Yang Kai shook his head. "I came here this time because I have a presumptuous request to make." "Please speak freely, Sect Master." Gong Ao Fu smiled tenderly. "Without Sect Master's care, my Colored Glass Sect would have long since ceased to exist. If Sect Master has any request for Colored Glass Sect, it is Colored Glass Sect's honor. Why would you need to make such a presumptuous request?" Seeing her being so straightforward, Yang Kai nodded. "Then I'll be frank. I came here to ask for some 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Your 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain hasn't been destroyed by corpse spirit religion, right?" 1,000 illusion-colored glass? Gong Ao Fu raised her brow. "The 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is a world wonder. So corpse spirit religion's people can't destroy it. However, if Sect Master wants the 1,000 illusion-colored glass, it will be a little difficult. My Colored Glass Sect has been accumulating for so many years, but we only have 2 or 3 ounces of it. Is that enough for Sect Master?" 3 taels is too little." Yang Kai laughed dumbly. "Then should we have Dai Yuan use her secret technique to mine some?" Gong Ao Fu asked. In the entire Colored Glass Sect, only Dai Yuan, who cultivated a special secret technique, was able to refine 1,000 illusion-colored glass and extract this strange material. As such, Even if Colored Glass Sect possessed a rare treasure like Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain, they had never been able to use it. It had to be said that this was indeed a tragedy. Disciple can't mind much, but I think Yang Kai will have his own way. Dai Yuan looked towards Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Impudence! Gong Ao Fu shouted, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring at Dai Yuan majestically. How dare you call Sect Master by his name? Although her tone was reproachful, all her attention was focused on Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any signs of anger, Gong Ao Fu relaxed. It doesn't matter. Sister Dai Yuan and I are already familiar with each other, so calling her by name isn't a big deal. Yang Kai smiled. Dai Yuan grit her teeth and shot a rebuking glare towards Yang Kai. Before corpse spirit religion swept across Shadowed Star, she and Yang Kai had already been friends, and had always referred to him as such, but now this guy had leapt to the top and was actually able to command her honored master. Dai Yuan felt extremely awkward at this. Sect Master is magnanimous. Subordinate has neglected to teach Dai Yuan. Gong Ao Fu bowed and changed the subject. Does Sect Master have a way to mine Thousand Illusion Colored Glass himself? And Yang Kai nodded. In that case, it's much more convenient. Sect Master can mine as much as he wants. In any case, we don't know how to use Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain. Please follow me, Sect Master. Saying so, Gong Ao Fu immediately led the way forward. Yang Kai, Su Yan, and Xia Ning Chong hurriedly followed. The cultivator from Colored Glass Sect was also very curious about what method Yang Kai was going to use to mine Thousand Illusion Colored Glass, so naturally they followed suit, wanting to see what was going on. You fool! In Su Dai looked at the departing crowd and approached Dai Yuan with a look of disappointment. When Sect Master took the initiative to greet you, why did you have such a cold look on your face? What should I have done? Stick to him? Dai Yuan glanced over at her. In Su Dai was rendered speechless for a moment, but after thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly giggled. If it were me, I would have stuck to him. He is the most powerful person on Shadowed Star. Taking the initiative to stick to him isn't embarrassing. You wish, but do you think you can compare to those two women beside him? Dai Yuan looked at In Su Dai contemptuously. In Su Dai was startled, recalling the graceful bearing of Su Yan and Xia Ning Chong. She couldn't help feeling like she had been dwarfed by these two. Su Yan didn't need to be mentioned. The cold aura she gave off was extremely powerful, making In Su Dai feel a great deal of pressure. With Su Yan around, In Su Dai didn't even have the courage to speak to Yang Kai. Even that extremely delicate woman with a veil on her face had a holy and inviolable temperament. It was a temperament that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. So what if I can't compare? As long as Sect Master is happy, I still have a chance. In Su Dai coldly snorted. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Dai Yuan rolled her eyes at her before her figure flickered, and she also followed the crowd. Idiot senior sister, you ugly woman! In Su Dai cursed behind her as she bared her fangs. Dai Yuan simply ignored her. Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was a small mountain composed of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass. It was extremely heavy and looked simple, but in fact, Thousand Illusion Colored Glass gave off an innate colored glass divine light. Colored glass divine light had the miraculous effect of restraining the 5 elements and restraining one's soul. Dai Yuan had given Yang Kai a colored glass bead that had formed in her body after she swallowed Thousand Illusion Colored Glass, similar to the monster beast's monster core. Yang Kai had refined it and merged it with his demon eye of annihilation, greatly increasing its power. In addition, Thousand Illusion Colored Glass had a strange ability to transform into thousands of different forms. It was rumored that if one used Thousand Illusion Colored Glass to refine an artifact, it could transform into many different forms when facing an enemy, making it impossible for them to guard against. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.